trying to hold on to gains here this morning as we get back to action. Sharif's back in the building as well. Good to have Sharif back with us. But coming off a pretty impressive rally into the close yesterday, led by Tech. We're seeing more follow through and more strength from Tech to kick things off so far this morning. Nothing in the way of market moving economic data coming out at 8:30 there. We will get, though, coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, U.S. factory orders. That's going to be the biggest release of the day, month-over-month number at 10 a.m. And then there are a few Fed speakers coming later in the day. Cook and Collins set to deliver some remarks at 1:30 and 1:45. So that's really all the timing you need to know for the session coming up this morning. We'll talk Tesla here this morning, more delivery data, this time coming out of China after we got Q1 numbers over the weekend that were a record, but missed estimates. Some downside action yesterday. We're back higher again this morning. Tech back on watch as well, as I mentioned. Number of individual notes in the group this morning, including Apple finally making some cuts, Google more cuts as well. We'll talk about both. It's Tuesday, April 4th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Let's look at positive numbers top to bottom to kick things off so far this morning. 0.28 there for the S&P, 0.16 for the Dow, 0.3 for the NASDAQ. Everything, though, holding on to positive territory, including, 2.6 there for Bitcoin, a full 5% higher now for Ethereum as well, trying to bounce back after a bit of a choppy day to start the week. On Monday, good to have Sharif back in the building after yesterday. A little under the weather, but all is well. All is well.
I know I've been fighting it. It's been back and forth. It's a battle, but good to be back, guys. Lots in on the hopper today. The market's pumping back up. Interest rates are back in focus. So, and we got some of these big cappers moving again, Brendan.
Yeah, more follow through for energy as well to the upside. When I sat down, it was actually more than 1%. We're all the way back to 0.73 right now for crude oil, but big day yesterday if you missed it. 6.5% for crude on that OPEC plus note of cuts coming through. So we'll keep an eye on what happens today if we get more movement. I mean, we're right at 81 right now. So do we hold and get another push to the upside? Anyway, lots to discuss this morning, guys, as far as individual names. Tesla back on watch, obviously, as I mentioned, that Chinese data coming through. Individual names in tech also looking to lead the way here.
Yes, sir. But also looking to leapfrog the competition is Bullfrog AI, which is making some power moves here. I wanted to say that really quickly in case I forgot, because that's going to be my one good pun for Bullfrog, which is up 50% today. The latest of the low float AIs making moves. It's a 1 million float last I checked. So, I mean, looking longs on things that have a float that small, typically speaking, has been the way to go. But there's a lot to watch today, right? The markets held up pretty well yesterday. It was a down day, but realistically, it was the way that we ended, and it was pretty impressive the way that we managed to end it. Just screaming to the upside. I mean, if you look at some of the charts from the afternoon, you just see a gentle glide to the upside that was pretty much uninterrupted. NVIDIA's above that 280 level. That looks juicy. Oddly enough, I might find myself in a long in Coinbase today. We'll get into that, but it's a little bit of a pattern on the daily chart that's showing, holding the 50 period on the daily. Meta and Apple have been charging, and they look pretty strong. Maybe we'll trade a little bit of energy, and I'm not 100% sure there will be a trade in AMC and Ape. I know they're doing good volume after the settlement yesterday, so that conversion will go through. We'll see if there's an actual trade there. I kind of feel the algos are going to have a hold of that given the natural arbitrage that's going to be between Ape and AMC shares. So plenty to look at here this morning, including these AI names, man. Just stay out of the way of the low float AI names. They are going to the upside and flying.
Right. Another big day hopefully here today. Although the NASDAQ was negative, they got going there late. And today we're only up 0.33 and looking to fade that move as well here. But I'm looking at Apple. I'm looking at all the normal names here. Intel as well. Still looking for Alibaba shorts. Shout out to Shakib and everybody that's long that name. I still like the name, especially with the reorg. But I feel like we need to get a few more details. That's still under $100. So I do like Alibaba. We got to figure out who won. We just got to go back and overlook to see who won that NCAA pool. Congratulations on anybody that had UConn. I was eliminated last weekend as I had no more teams in the Final Four. So we'll find out who that was. We'll introduce them. Hopefully get them on the show ASAP. It's WonderFi Day as well. We've got Kevin O'Leary on today at 10:30, so that should be exciting. So stay tuned for that as Brendan will grill him, ask him whatever the topics are today. It's CoinSmart, right, Brendo? There, so it should be a good one. Let's throw it back to Brendan.
Skirka coming through as well, the interim CEO of WonderFi with Kevin O'Leary. So we'll talk about that big merger news announced yesterday in this country in crypto land. So yeah, we'll touch on that with them. Here's the note I sat down to this morning as far as the overall market is concerned. Back to the upside I mentioned. There is also the JOLTS number coming out at 10 o'clock, which is the first of 3 different job-related. We get the ADP, the private number on Thursday, and then we get non-farm payrolls on Friday, even though we're not going to be here because it's a holiday. But we get this JOLTS number coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. And again, if you're seeing that for the first time, it's just job openings, so listings essentially of jobs that are available, and that's going back to February. So that'll give you a little bit of a look as far as employment data is concerned. But a lot of people watching this Fed funds tool this morning. Just checked before we came on here. Back to 65% for another quarter point coming up here in May.
Yeah, this JOLTS number is going to be interesting for me because we've been hearing a number of Fed speakers come out lately and talk about how they've been hearing the job market's tightening up a little bit. This is obviously a leading indicator. It's job openings, right? So it's for future. So it's going to be interesting to watch. And they've made it in no uncertain terms that this is one of the key metrics they've been looking at.
Yeah, I mean, it's leading in the sense that people haven't been hired yet from those openings, but we're going back to February for that data. So it is, I mean, all of these numbers are delayed, as we well know. A couple of interesting movers here are worth a note anyways. VORB, we were discussing, I think it was Friday we talked about it initially on that Chapter 11, so they officially file. Virgin Orbit officially filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. It was down to 13 cents, I want to say, in the pre-market, so little tiny penny stock. There's also this, Etsy, there we go, down here. Etsy to the upside this morning, getting an upgrade to overweight from Piper Sandler. So one from the retail group specifically to the upside. Not a lot of volume behind Etsy, but worth a note.
So we got Randy over here talking to us there. There's Randy. What's up, brother?
You need to get a mic.
I see you shaved once again.
The guy that gets
Yeah, you gotta keep it low. Gotta keep the barber employed.
Yeah, you gotta keep him. Yeah. The barber went from $25 to $40 though, right? Yeah, I know. Ouch.
In one shot.
No, well, I think he was right here. He moved, but
Oh,
I
okay.
like his new spot. Yeah. Anyways, all right. We all have the same barber around here, so. But actually, just me, Randy,
Brad goes.
Greg
goes.
Mark goes.
I've been going to the same barber since 2004. And the only times he increased prices when he was doing renovations, although he would have done it anyways. Anyways, a couple of things here. Virgin Orbit, if it makes a move to the upside, first of all, Brendan, I think, can see the future because it hasn't gone to 13 cents yet. It's at 15 cents right now. This is, I mean, obviously, you know, it sucks. It's never any fun when a company is essentially going under, and so this will be winding themselves down, trying to find a sale. Like they had a great concept for the launch, they could just never make it work, and now they've run out of funding. So satellite launching is not going anywhere. It's just if their version of doing it is going to work, it's not going to be with Virgin Orbit, and that's the harsh reality this morning. It flushed off 20 cents. If it pops up and does any kind of a last-ditch effort to get to the upside. We've seen it happen before. I'd probably look to short 20s and then 25s if we even get them. They were really cheap for some locates there. So I don't know that there'll be a trade. But if you shorted the pop, it was essentially, it gave you 24s right back into 20 for like 2 days in a row, and now it's breaking down again. So I'll look for like a similar 5-cent move up. That's a good 30%, and then see if it can't come back in after making any kind of a move. Decent volume, but not through the roof. So I'll have an order out there to see what happens for a smaller amount, and then if we get a good opportunity to trade it like Bed Bath & Beyond was earlier, then we'll take a shot. Just don't think it'll be terribly exciting. And of course, a bit of a disappointment for anybody that's a shareholder or believed in the long term of this company. Like I said, I think the concept was good, It'll probably, in some form, like find its way back into the ether in a couple of years, not the company, but their method of launch, which is pretty intriguing. Launching from under the wing of a 747, so you get it up to a high altitude, and then you kind of drop in and launch. It's pretty cool in terms of trying to save some cost cutting, but clearly didn't work here for them as a going concern.
Yeah, I was going to say I had ARC up here because I don't think it's really a wise move to be investing in any companies that don't make any money. And I just, you know, I've done it myself. We've, you know, I've talked about that with some of the marijuana stocks, and then gotten in a few and then out of a few other names. And I mean, ARC continues to be fine right here, $36, $37, $38, looking like it wants to break 40. You have a nice little bottom of 36 here. But there's so many names that we can go over right now. UiPath. I mean, I don't even know where Teladoc is anymore. But a lot of these names have been flying so high. Then you get like a name like that, Bed Bath & Beyond, which we'll be over with soon, down to 38 cents. We've seen names, you know, like that Virgin Orbit, see you later. Probably Space Virgin will be next. Like all these names that just keep coming through. I just, you know, with raising rates, we still expected, it's still 59% that we're going to go a quarter more right now. So there's just, and then you get, unfortunately, this is a different story. There's a lawsuit, there's conversion of shares and things like that. But AMC, you know, down here to $3, $4 I should say, and then Ape, and we'll talk about this. We have this coming up. Ape, another $1.80 on that. So, you know, obviously if you combine the two prices, you're still at that, you know, $5, $6 mark. So that's not bad, but there's a story there. And then, don't get caught. I mean, you get caught up in it. If you have AI, it's been a fantastic stock. And if you had bought this name when, you know, all the AI rage was here, it seemed pretty easy to buy it at that time. But look where we are right now. So I just feel like there's a lot of these names that are just way outpaced sort of where they should be. AI is one of them. And then there's also the downside there when you see a Bed Bath & Beyond and things like that. So I would say just be careful that you're not holding the bag. We get very excited now because we see Meta up, we see Google up. Like our main portfolio as far as investments might be, you know, heading to the high side. But there are some other names out here that, you know, if you keep dumping money into them, then I'm not sure where we're going to go. And there's a lot of EV names like that as well that we continue to struggle around with, right? So, all right, we'll find out what's going on right now. Yeah, the Fed, I hope the Fed, what's up, Lone Sophos and Russell Jackson and everybody there. I feel like the Fed may pause too. So, I don't know, it's only 59% right now for that 25 basis points. And we have jobs number coming on Friday, right? So that should be an exciting day as well, although we will not be here because it is Good Friday. The number will still hit, and we'll analyze that, I guess, on the following Monday, which, of course, is Easter Monday, but the markets are open.
You know what's interesting? I was thinking about this on the train ride home. My train was delayed yesterday.
Right.
Well, it wasn't really, it was delayed leaving.
How bad?
No, it ended up being like
20 minutes?
No, it was worse than you'd think. It was 30 minutes. I had to get off.
Not worse than the Blue Jays, though.
No. Oh, for the love of God. I had to get off the train and get on the one that was supposed to be the next train. It was a mechanical issue, so I ended up catching that one. So I had a little bit of extra time.
That's all right.
And I was sort of thinking about that number coming out on Friday and the fact that we're not going to get to react to it until Monday. So if it is crazy one way or the other, you could see a pretty wild open there on Monday. And you just so you were
sit there with my crypto account ready to go buy Bitcoin on that number.
Well, you can trade. I guess you can. Some people can trade futures Sunday.
There'll be markets open.
Night. There's markets open, and we'll see what happens in Asia overnight as well on Sunday. But we're just talking about companies that don't make money yet, and someone put in there like Roblox, and I was like, yeah, but that's doing really, really well. And my daily is this going to work? Okay, that's. Okay, yeah.
Roblox? I mean,
okay, so this Roblox top, I'm just going to do this. This is my trade ideas. This is the daily chart on Roblox. This is 47.5 up here. So this lower high has been in since, I think it was like September of last year. Anyways, half my daily is going to be gone here. But we're kind of rubbing right into that. So another 75 cents, and you get to that big level that I was just sort of looking at on my daily up there in my trade ideas account. Yeah, this is a name that's been on a bit of a tear. I think we mentioned this yesterday as one of the sort of names that was charging in the afternoon. So 47.5. I just kind of added that to my list because I'd forgotten about it. I know we were talking about it yesterday, and I'm like, yeah, I should look at some Roblox. I suppose it's resistance until it's not, that 47.5, but that's the stock kind of primed for an opportunity to get to another level up there on the higher time frame. So you're starting to get to big levels going into last year for a lot of these names that have rallied. Roblox, just another one.
Yeah, here, just come over here because I have that chart there.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so here you go, running into these levels here. That's 48 right there. My only cautious is that watch out for 50 once you get there, because back last April, so a year ago, we had some consolidation right here at 50. So it's a good look for sure. 52, 50. I'm glad that Neil brought this up, because right there, I like that 48 level. We'll see. What's Roblox doing right now? 47 and change, you said?
46.60.
Okay, yeah, 46.70.
there yet.
So, oh yeah, I can see that right here. Yeah, so watch out running into that level. I actually like that break of 48. I think that's a good look.
All right, let's talk about this AMC story. You guys kick things off there with. So a few things to note as far as what has happened. This litigation gets settled to proceed with converting the preferred stock into common share. So basically what they've agreed to, they've agreed to 1 share for every 7.5 shares owned, which will total basically a net value of $100 million according to AMC. So long story short, AMC sharply lower, Ape shares sharply higher. Eventually this separation will get closed here.
Yeah, well, from a trading opportunity, let's just look at the technicals for that. But from basically a hold, you're looking at May 5th, which is when they report earnings. Last year, this time, they actually beat the estimates. They actually had 52-cent loss per share as opposed to $1 or something. So we'll see. Have they recovered from the pandemic? May 5th will tell us.
Yeah, more to come, obviously, on this story. Here we are, right back to these, December, January lows here for AMC. If you go to the daily chart, 24% when Ape up about 18-ish.
And I think as part of the settlement, I think it's
Here we go.
what was it, for every 7.5 shares, Vegemite. Why are we doing Vegemite?
I should have let you figure it. Well, because Russell Jackson
Oh, Russell's in the house.
is in the
Okay,
house. I just wanted to put this here because Russell Jackson sent us about a case full of Vegemite. It was for Valeria. Maybe that's what made Valeria leave. Nice
You know
one,
what we
Russell
use this
Jackson.
for? Now what we use it for is it's like a punishment if something happens. It's
It's very salty, but
you lose a bet, you have to eat the Vegemite.
should it be losing a bet? Start happy with Vegemite.
Well, you're not that happy.
B1 essential for brain function. B2 supports your nervous system. B3 is essential for energy release.
It's healthy for you. I'm not discounting. You know, people put it on their toast in the morning.
Neil,
and it's
enjoy
healthy
as
stuff.
part of a balanced,
nobody's
value-based
enjoying.
diet, an active lifestyle.
This
Vegemite.
90 seconds brought to you by Vegemite.
Brought to you by Vegemite. Please, somebody clip this and send this to Vegemite. Not the part that Neil said, the part that I said.
How about we'll show you eating it
Love
and
it.
then we can clip it.
Right, that would be even better. Well, that's an extra fee. I mean, we got to organize that with Vegemite. But sorry about that. Go ahead.
I actually put some on a fritter one time, and that was not bad.
I almost threw up in my mouth.
No, I find that it was really, the fritter's so good that the Vegemite kind of didn't
Made
really
it worse?
No,
I mean,
it wasn't that bad. Let's just put it that way. What the heck were we talking about again? It was AMC Ape.
that's
So
what it was, yeah.
it's like the lawsuit got settled. For all the holders that were in the suit, if they had 7.5 shares of AMC, I think they get an extra 1 share there. So it's a bit of a relief for them, but it does mean all systems go for this conversion to happen. So you're going to see them trading just higher than the 2-to-1. Like AMC just trading higher than the 2-to-1 by about 10%, I want to say. So Ape's at 175, we're at like 385 here, so that's about right. I just think it's going to be more like a hedge kind of situation. Why is this still on Roblox? For every amount that we go up here, and say we get into resistance on AMC, you know, I do expect you're just going to be following lockstep in both of these names. And to the extent that you can maybe, short one and long the other, that trade was great. I just think that might be gone because the spread's all tightened up. I'd probably look to maybe fade this if we do get any kind of a strong push up, but I don't have a big sense as to, it's a large gap. 420 does stand out there. Outside of that level, there's $5. So, unless it gets to 420 and starts curling, I don't know where I'd want to short the pop. I don't know that I like the long in this in AMC because it is trading a little bit higher than that 2-to-1 right now. So I wouldn't be looking for the long. I'd be looking for an opportunity to fade it with your eyes on Ape if you happen to be looking at the two of these, just in case there is a divergence that you can take advantage of. I'm not really seeing one right now.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks because it doesn't suck, but it's news-based, right? So you're going to have to watch out for some of these levels that Brendan was talking about there going back in. So right now you're at 391. And like I don't know, because it's a share structure thing and because we're watching Ape as well and how that's moving. You know, you could break out through these levels, and that's what we're doing right now. So you're at 390. This goes back to January, this 375 level. So I think if you're going to test some sort of a long, it could be around that 375, but you're already below, and I feel like you're breaking lower, lower, lower. So yeah, we just have to see how they trade together, right? So there's AMC and Ape. So if we're going to look at one chart, you kind of got to look at the other. And I don't know if there's going to be an ARB situation here. And this is what I mean. Like, it's going to be difficult to trade both of them at the same time. So I think you're going to pick your poison with one or the other. Why is Ape just sitting here like this right now? I don't know, but it is. So right now, 174, not as big of a range on Ape shares. I don't think this is as attractive. I think if you're going to play something that's going to get blown out one way or the other, I think you're going to want to do AMC. Just more able to move, probably more Reddit talk on the AMC name itself. So ultimately, I think you're trading these names for that blow up or blow down one way or the other. So let's wait to see if there's some panic buyers or sellers and then take advantage of that. I don't think there's any YOLOing. I don't think there's any mooning. It's just like if this drops down, you know, down minus 30, 40%, something like that, and you get near that more than this, like down to that $3 level, $3.15, like then I think you can psychological start to defend some of those levels. But until then, man, I don't know. We'll wait to see volume. If it starts to break out, we'll trade AMC. I'm just looking at the daily chart because when you're looking at the minute chart here, it's on a nice little run up, right? That's that 375 level that we just gave you right there. That's why we went to the daily first, to show you that there was some support back from January. So despite all the news, it still held that 375. It could have went lower than that. So I think if you're going to go long, I think you take it there. You hold it maybe for 350. Breaks 350, you get out and you reassess. I think you have 25 cents worth of risk for sure. And then upside, yeah. I mean, we could fill this gap. You know, that's possible. So let's wait to see if that does happen. And that's going to have to be on a 4 break, right? So we'll see what's going on right now with AMC. But why a lot of you are here is probably to check out the imbalance locator because, you know, AMC and Ape, why wouldn't they be 1-2? And that's exactly what they are today. So, and they're in the right way. So AMC's down, Ape is up. So it should be okay. Not too much paired value there. That's looking at 400,000, Neil, so it's not that much. 8 million shares done today on AMC, so it's not a huge value. And the same thing with Ape. Ape's done 7 million and only 200,000. So seems like these will be definitely tradable today. The volume's already here, Sharif and Brendo. So let's look at AMC and Ape as the day goes.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on both as we head towards the open. Let's get some analyst moves. Meanwhile, for you, some upgrades and downgrades so far this morning. We learned about the Endeavor deal yesterday. There was a couple negative notes on WWE this morning. Vodafone, Charter, Boeing downside as well. A huge day yesterday to the upside. I mean, not huge, but definitely strong day for Boeing yesterday. Now we get the downgrade. Etsy, Alibaba, notable here on the upgrade side. Still pretty impressive week or so for Baba shares.
Unity problem. We don't hear Brendo too much anymore, but we do. No, it's not working. We did log back in.
So, okay.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, look, for me, Alibaba, it's the only short that I have written on here today. And I think it's pretty easy as long as we stay under that 102. Now, I'm just a little bit concerned about all this reorg talk that we keep having for Alibaba. I mean, it's going to happen. They're going to split it up. They said into 6 different divisions. We had a huge bump, obviously, on that news, all the way up to 104, 105. I mean, you're down here 86, bump. One goes bump in the night is Alibaba, and that's exactly what it does. It's a Chinese ADR. So it does go bump in the night, and then we come over here and we find out the news, and then we trade it. But look at this 102 level. We spent 3 days or 2 days above 102, and since then, you know, well, it's only been 2 days since then, and we've been down both days. So, you know, whether or not you want to fade that $100 level, I lost pretty badly fading that $100 level right here when we had that huge move up. And then it stopped at 104, and since then it's sort of just been on a downside move here. But still, the momentum's upside. You can still see, I'd still think that this looks like a long chart here. But if we just look at a 3-minute, I mean, 102 comes into play right there. We never got above it. We never got to it yesterday. We tried. We got to 101.75. And then even in a nice rally back where the NASDAQ almost turned green into the afternoon. Alibaba only bumped up about 50 cents. So I feel like, we watched Meta go a couple dollars. We watched a lot of these big tech names go, and Alibaba doesn't fit that, obviously, right now. It could eventually, but, I wait for the reorg. I wait for some more information on all this. We talked about spinning off one of their, I think it was $20 billion for an IPO on one of their units. And that's nice. And I think they can unlock all that. But let's see exactly what value is there. This is not a great IPO. Like I said, Neil mentioned Mobileye last time. I don't think there's been an IPO for a long time. There was one yesterday that was really low float, but
Yeah, those ones are different.
Yeah, solid quality companies. With the rates where they are, it's hard to borrow money to put it into new IPOs and things like that. So, I don't know. I don't know if it's the right environment for them, but anyways, I just keep staring at this 102 is where we closed on the 31st, and that's a short for me until we break it. So we'll try to be short up to 102. I'm not going to start this bad boy until like 101.50, something like that. We may try a 100 depending on what the levels look like. But for me right now, it's hands off until somewhere around that 101. We don't want to start it at 102, but into 102, so we can get out 102.50 or so if we're wrong.
There have been some spin-offs that have been okay, like the GE Health, I think, spin-off kind of went well. And that actually went well for GE as well. But Pinduoduo was actually on our watch list here today. New CEO announced for the holding company, PDD Holding, and it's basically flat. However, look, since we've broken the 50 period, you've noticed kind of a trend reversal happening on PDD since it got through this 85. It started really at that 90 area, but since it's gotten underneath that 80, it's basically been short the pops. It's bouncing off that 200 period moving average here and trying to get back into the upside, but I think the trend is still on. Now, if it gets into those high 70s, that's where, the good shorts, the best shorts have been kind of 80 and above previously, but you just made a last-ditch effort and trending back down. So shorts into the 78, 79 is what I'm looking for today with, you can say, positive or negative catalysts when they come to replacing. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know anything about the new CEO and whether that's going to be a good thing or not. However, if it does push this into that 78, 79 area, I'd be looking to short some Pinduoduo off of those levels. Were it to break 79, I'd wait until it got to 81, 82 to take another shot. But that's the stock I've been looking to short pops since that breakdown and reversal of trend there on the daily chart. Boeing, another one in the downside. We'll talk about that. That's actually falling a little bit more in the pre-market after they got a downgrade as well.
Good day yesterday for Boeing, as we were saying. So a bit of a reversal. First segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV. Bottom of the screen there. We'll get you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. There was this note on Chinese EVs. Specifically, we saw these moving yesterday on delivery numbers, but this morning we get more downside in Hong Kong listings, first of all, on the overnight session after Tesla's big move yesterday, 6+% to the downside. I mean, nothing really additional as far as news to consider here outside of what we'll talk about with Tesla and Chinese numbers that came in actually pretty good, better than expected even for last month. But NIO, XPeng, and Li Auto all under pressure a little bit yesterday along with Tesla, but now we get a further slide overnight for them.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we saw it's up 35% year over year. We're talking about China's EV sales, but quarter over quarter slowing down. So the price cuts that had that big influence in January and February kind of waning off a little bit. And do we get that continued economic strength for there to be that kind of that growth expansion and to maintain margins? It's hard to see this year.
Yeah, more analysts, I should say, pointing towards U.S.-Chinese tensions as well, and continued back and forth as far as the war of words at this point between the two. So we'll see a lot of ADRs under pressure at this point going southbound this morning in the pre-market. Speaking of, let's talk to Arun here and get a check of the overall market. What do we need to know here, Arun, as far as the futures are concerned? I mean, we're testing levels that have come into play again over the past couple of days.
Yeah, and we're starting to move up, and we're starting to get into an area that has been tricky in the last little bit. I'm looking at much larger time frame here, and we're going back all the way to September. So September of last year, then we've got, December, and then we've got earlier this year in January and February. So this 4180 going all the way up seems to be a problem. Let's see if we are going to have another issue here again. For now, current biases to the buy side, obviously, because we're up decently. Well, we're up 0.25%. Doesn't seem like that much, but when you actually look at the chart, this just seems to be a lockstep move to the upside into this big resistance level. Now, if we clear this level, then obviously we've got a clear green light to keep going up, but we got to get through this level first. So for now we're at 65. I think the real concern starts once we get above the overnight high, above those 70s, and start working into the 75s. If we are able to find strength above there, so absorbing any sort of sell side activity and actually are willing to continue to grind up, then there's a real chance that we do take that 42. I'm looking at 4220. It's a flexible level between 4200 and 4220. So I'm going to go with the high end of that. So 4220 is what we would need to clear to be more comfortable with the idea of the long. With the moves in the last little bit, clearly we've got some strength here. Let's see if it carries forward. But at the same time, even if it looks like a great long today, just be aware that this has been a multi-month issue up here for about 40 points wide, from 4180 all the way up to 4220. So even if today is a long, just in the back of your head, you just got to remember that there could be an issue as we trade throughout the day and as we grind through these levels. But for now, buy side strength, 4135 is your support base. So any sort of dip activity south of 4150 opens up the long if it sets up. And then, of course, like I mentioned, the resistance up top, we just got to be aware of that as we continue on going.
So thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Make sure you take a sec, guys, if you haven't done so. Scan that QR code, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address. You get the watch list for free every single day. Has everything you need to know on it in the pre-market before we come on. Let's talk Tesla here. 2 days in a row, top of the list for Tesla, coming off that 422,000 number for Q1 yesterday that we were discussing. We end the session down 6%, and it was all because of the quarterly growth rate, so sales growth rate, which was a little bit below expectations. So that was the sticking point there yesterday. Meanwhile, overnight, we get 88,869 units sold in China, or China-made EVs in March. That's just March, and up 35% year over year for Tesla. So back to the upside, to the tune of about 1% today.
Yeah, and that's their best month since November, it says here. But here's the other play that I'm taking. Who's in line to compete with Tesla, especially in China? It's BYD. They made 102,670 units in March. That's only EVs. Now, if you include the hybrids, we're looking at 206,000 units. So they're still chomping on the heels of Tesla, Brendo.
Well, that's a lot, yeah. 2x, more than 2x even, of what Tesla's doing. So still pretty impressive number for Tesla coming off of that move to the downside yesterday. Do we get a bounce today here, guys, for Tesla?
I think we already are getting a bounce. What a great number, 88,000, 35% year over year. I mean, that's a fantastic number, and it's exactly what all the Tesla bulls are looking for. You're looking for better deliveries, better performance, better production numbers, better everything, and that's exactly, I mean, maybe if Tesla puts like a Dogecoin logo on its hood or something like that, then maybe we'll get even a bigger bump in Dogecoin and or Tesla. I don't think we'd want to drive around a Tesla Doge model. Like, remember we used to use a car company called Dodge? All right, shout out to Ford. All right, so right now, we're just gonna wait and watch this because I really like a 198 right here. This little break level long. I feel like there's something there. I always want to try to break down through $1 levels, right? And I think that 198 right here, it looks better on a little bit of a bigger chart here if I can zoom back out a little bit, but here it is right here. So look at this. This top right here is 196, 197. Well, we're there right now. So this support area from the 30th, which is only a couple days ago, remember we basically bar-coded this day and we were like, what's going on here? Well, it's because there was a big push versus pull here. Did people want to go short or long? No one could make up their mind as you get going. And then boom, the end of the month, they say, okay, mind made up all the way to 208 now as we break through. And that level right there is 197.50. Break it off. Nice move to the upside the whole day. So then coming back down here on some NASDAQ worries. I mean, the NASDAQ was negative, right? So there comes Tesla back down in. Obviously, we always hear, there's always different stories about Tesla, whether or not, like we said on the show here, cars made too cheap, not, margin issues coming into play there yesterday. We had Daniel Shea on talking about Tesla here. But look, now that you finally get good news, you're up one, not finally, we've been getting good news for a bit on Tesla. Tesla's, well, remember when Tesla was $103? Well, now it's $196. So you're up 100% now in 4 months. It's or a little bit less than 4 months. It's quite a dramatic move up for Tesla, but I think you can go more today based on this China number. They're going to start selling cars all over the world, if not already, right? India's going to come into play soon. China's already rocking, let alone their Model 3 is $3,000 less than the average price of a car sold right now in the United States. We had that stat a couple weeks ago. But I like this 198 level for a break. I think you could take it, and I think you'll be fine at least to this 201, 202 area. So that's $3 worth. If you're somehow wrong on this play, then I would just look to yesterday's close, which is right here, 195. So nice little rally back in the afternoon yesterday. And remember I talked about Alibaba moved 50 cents. Now I know it's only a $100 stock, but this stock from the bottom, 192 to close at 195.30. So it's a nice $3 bump up there for Tesla into the close yesterday. Use this area as support and 198 as the break long on Tesla.
Yeah, I love even if you didn't like the story, look at the 50 period on the daily in Tesla. It's just been riding and grinding alongside this. So, I even think you can look back at like 191, 192 and start to think about going long off of this. So, holding the 50 period would be 90. It has not even really been touching it lately. You're essentially bouncing in front of it. That gives you some room in front of that 190 level to go looking for the dip buys, whether that's at 92 yesterday's bottom or that 191. To me, that just ends up turning into a bit of a buy zone. So until that 50 period's breached, I think you want to ride the trend. You had some extreme days, the last couple, obviously, but I like the support that Tesla's put in here. I was going to be looking at some Rivian today, but probably not as exciting in terms of the EV front watching Rivian. I still always type NY. I don't even know why I do that on Rivian. Still not as interesting. I kind of wanted this to be breaking out the top or giving us some fills down closer to 14 even. It's still in the middle. I suppose that puts 15 in play for Rivian. But this one feels like it's been on a bit of a run, trying to get to its 50 period because it's been so badly beaten up. It just could have that pullback day. And I think 14 is the bigger level to look for those longs in front of on Rivian. Just feels a little more likely that we could get a bounce off the 50 period on Tesla and catch some longs in the low 90s as opposed to trying to wait around for that 14 level on Rivian, which might have come and gone.
Quickly, just seeing Veru popping to the upside here today. Fan favorite, 8.7% higher on this note. Positive study for a respiratory disease drug coming back for VERU. We'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, Kerrisdale Capital talking about AI. We sent a letter to C3 AI's auditor, Deloitte. The audit committee and SEC documenting serious accounting issues for C3 AI. So Kerrisdale Capital just tweeting, looks like negative for AI right now. Just be aware of that. Let's talk oil here. After 6.5%, it was 6.2, 6.3% when all was said and done yesterday. I'll leave that up there. It's obviously Vero. 6.5% yesterday for crude oil. We come in today to another 1%, although we are trending back downside. All of the producers end up 3, 4, 5% to the upside yesterday. Exxon was among the most strongest. Oxy with a pretty good day as well.
Yep.
Do we get follow through here? And I mean, this was off of this OPEC Plus note, 1.1 million barrel per day cut, kind of out of nowhere.
I don't know. I don't know if we get follow through today, but I don't like the macro picture. I think that this may be the first in a series of these moves, Brendo, where production cuts are used sort of as a weapon to kind of weaponize oil a little bit. We're seeing a political bloc forming, and this is really kind of an indication of that. So unless there's domestic production, you can't really control. And by domestic production, I'm talking about North American production. So we shall see.
And it's inflation related, let's be honest. As I'm saying this, oil popping right now. So a nice move up here now, 1.4%. Here, let me bring this over. So this is happening right now for crude oil. Big green candle, huge volume coming in there for the futures. That was Oxy as well. You saw it gapped up yesterday, kind of held the levels, but we are higher here so far, once again, for crude.
You look at your Oxy chart there, that 66 kind of up and down, above and below resistance and support. So it's diddling in the middle of its range, whereas XOM, XOM's got a more impressive daily chart, kind of breaking out a little bit more. Look, if XOM gets to 120, I think we can all recognize, that high in the year. That's probably an explosive level one way or another, but you don't get there until you break yesterday's high at 116.90. I mean, 117 splitting hairs. So I look at XOM. All I see is a 117 break on the stock. If you get a dip down, I liked 14s yesterday. And obviously right at 9:30, you had to be right there. It had to be the first thing you were looking at. And if it was the first thing you were looking at, then you took that one out at 114, and that was this previous level. So you're taking this out at the open yesterday was your shot. Now you're taking out yesterday's high potentially. I want that 117 break on XOM. We missed out our chance to get this because, all trading strategies run in ebbs and flows. And the thing about the 9:30 breakouts, I feel as if they had been not good for so long that we got away from them. And then this has been so bullish lately in these markets that there's been these opportunities out there where you can start joining back in on breakout trades at 9:30. And a lot of times when it's already been above level in the pre-market, you write it off. But key levels that only get breached or gapped above on light volume can still be valid at 9:30 in the morning when the real money starts to come in there. So when that happens, you want to have the opportunity to get there. So 117 XOM, I'm going to take the breakout on this. We missed out on a big one yesterday. It doesn't mean I think it'll be as good. But the way its strategy is supposed to work is if you see a setup breakout on a momentum stock, you should have it on both days that it sets up, not just one of two. So despite the fact that it didn't work yesterday, I chalked that one up as it broke a level on the daily, broke out at 9:30. It should have been a $2 winner. Whether you have it or not is kind of secondary. The setup was there, and I see it there for the 117.
Look, we just talked about it last week there, XLE, and I was talking about buying some XLE, and we even zoomed it back out and talked about some of these levels that were coming into play a while ago, down to 65.60. So starting to buy some here, hoping that oil didn't go too much further, and then you're rewarded right there with that surprise sort of OPEC cut. And then the problem is that the U.S. still needs to fill up its oil reserves, right? If they emptied them, they got to put some oil back in there, and it's going to be a little more expensive today as you're going to see another 1.5% move to the upside as people scramble to make sure that they've got the oil trade on board. I feel like XOM and some of these names probably overdone to the upside, but hey, if oil is still going to continue to go, then I don't feel like there's any problems here buying some XOM. We made the mistake yesterday of talking about buying it and not buying it because we waited for a little bit of a lower take. Like I was thinking somewhere in between here. We had written down yesterday 112, I believe, on the sticky note down here. No, we actually, here it is right here. We wrote down 111, 110. Looking to start a position around 111. But yesterday, it didn't even come close to that. We only dipped down to 113 flat or so right there off the open. So if you do like a buy opportunity in XOM, I would say that, anything around this 115.50 where we sort of, were at yesterday, no reason for XOM to pull back today. The ES is now up 0.2, NASDAQ is up 0.2, and oil's up 1.5. So there doesn't seem to be any macro reasons unless something comes out. We have oil number tomorrow coming through. So, that could spark a little bit of a change there in the price of oil. I don't know if that's going to affect XOM or not. The name that you can buy, I think, with some kind of protection at least is the Warren Buffett backed Occidental as that continues to climb as well. We're looking at 67 as a key level for Oxy as a breakout area. So there it is right there going back to January where we had some of those tops. Oxy was a favorite last year as we heard about Berkshire's position. And, I feel like it was just out last couple weeks ago that they were buying more. And and look at the level that we came into, $56, $57, $58. So if you want a high flying name where you can get some decent returns on, I think Oxy, if it continues to fly with the price of oil, yeah, you could see 74, 75, 76. You're one headline away from more buy side action from Berkshire. So I like oil space here. I've been buying it. You guys know I bought the ZEO, which is equivalent sort of to XLE here in Canada. So yeah, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy camper these days.
This is AI right now, guys. Downside in a big way, almost 5%. This is the note. Can we grab my screen? There we go. So this is the note from Caresdale Capital. I just tweeted out the link to this if anybody wants to read it. Go check it out on Twitter. Just talking about some questionable accounting for AI coming through. So heads up on C3 AI. AMC next. We discussed it briefly early. If you're joining a little bit late, the litigation gets settled yesterday. They're going to go through with the combination of APE and AMC. So AMC downside, APE upside today. Where's the trade?
Yeah, with respect to AI, nobody's immune from the hit piece, not even an AI play these days. But here it is on AMC. My chart, it's kind of hard for me to play any levels. I'm looking at 4 this morning when we opened up at about 410. We got up to about 410. I'm looking at that as a level. But otherwise, you got to look all the way up to about $5 to the downside, possibly that 365, 370 level for a bounce. I don't know. I don't know if I trade this today.
Yeah, going to be interesting as far as volume anyways for both AMC and AI. Bit of a bounce maybe here for AI though, guys. Maybe a bigger move right now.
Yeah, look, I think the trade is more likely to be in AI than if we're going between two. AMC, look, if it pops maybe 420s, maybe $5, I'd look for a little bit of a fade there. C3 AI, as you mentioned there, possible accounting issues. Look, it's already starting to reverse pretty heavily. I had a 30, like the 31.50 in front of like the 30 and 31 as a dip buy coming into today, but clearly the news is going to be able to change that. I wouldn't just sit there at a technical level that I like pre-news, post-news. I'm going to look to fade this one today. If it's beneath 35, I'll probably be looking for places to go short on the bad news. Just remember, when you consider, the short interest here, it can always get a little squoze. That said, there's a lot of profits to be taken for people that have been long this on this AI, I guess, boon is the word I want to use here. There's people that are long in this 15s and the 18s and a lot of longs here in the 20s that they can snatch 50% gains even on a bad print with some accounting issues there. I think there will be some profit taking when the market opens up. You've seen a dump now, and it's a million shares, over a million shares in volume, but still the market has to open up. So if there's any kind of a push, I'm looking at the afternoon lows. That's the one I want to start a short into 33.5. I'll probably take 2 swings at it, one to 34, and then the other one off of that 35. So C3AI is on my radar. And there was a question today. Someone asked about, would you short Virgin Galactic on the Virgin Orbit news? I mean, short answer, yes, but it's not really doing any volume. So long answer, no. If it happens to pop today, I would short it. It's just not doing anything.
So Ford, it's just so funny that I was just talking about, not really buying AI, and then all of a sudden there's accounting issues. I mean, just be careful with all those names. If you're still long them, I would definitely consider getting out, or at least part of that. I was trying to make this a little bit bigger. I can't. There we go. For Ford. So, okay, look at the 20-minute chart here for Ford. I mean, Ford's been on a pretty beastly move here from 1120 up to 1280. Like, that's 20% almost there to the upside. Well, no, sorry, 15% there to the upside, about $2 on 11. So it's a nice move there. Huge move, to be honest with you. And then now you're getting 41% sales, up 41% on EV, up to 10,866 Q1 vehicles. So, not as much as our friends over there in China with Tesla, but still a nice move for Ford. Any sort of a pullback, I mean, this 1250 area looks pretty sweet as well for any sort of a move. And if you can look at a 1-minute chart, let's just see what Ford did yesterday. Again, here's that 1250. Like, if you didn't break it yesterday, shouldn't break it today unless this market really does tumble here. So I like Ford. I think we can break out. You're always going to want to look at 13, but look at Ford's last couple of days. Boom, boom, boom. It's a huge move to the upside. We talked about them the other day getting their battery issues maybe settled out, and if that can happen, then they can start producing more cars. They had to recall the F-150 due to a battery issue, right? So they can figure that out, get less recalls. We've had our good friend Randy on numerous times talking about Ford and how they're always going back into the shop and this and that, and it seems like they can't even get that figured out on the EV side. But if and when they do, then, we had Ty on the midday show, and he was talking about, less parts for EV vehicles. The only thing you got to put in that is windshield washer fluid. I thought that was a great line as well, you know? So as EV gets figured out, I think Ford is going to be an ultimate winner in all of this. Not the winner. I think we already know who the winner is. But I think Ford could definitely add some shareholder value, and especially breaking through the 200 period, which is $13. I really like this move. I think if you break 13, I think you go to 15. And then we wait to see when earnings come. Earnings start soon, man. It's banks coming on, I think it's April 18th or something coming. So, you know, we're going to get Ford coming out soon. And I just like it. I think you want to be long into their quarter. So we'll see if there's some sort of settling down here of Ford. I do like a 13 break long.
Oh, man. I do hear you guys, just FYI. Let's talk about tech here. I put Google on the board just because this story is hilarious to me. But yeah, no more staplers, apparently, if you work at Google. Excuse me. They're talking multi-year savings. I mean, obviously, it's more to do with the bigger picture here. But the laptop program services, quote-unquote services, and staplers getting axed for multi-year savings here. So, I mean, my first question is, who staples things anymore? And secondly, how many staplers does Google have?
I don't know, man. It's so funny. We were talking about this off camera, and the cloud guys have to share a desk. Brendo and I were positing that this is probably just a cultural shift, letting them know the honeymoon is over, and it's really time to tighten the belt. And I guess this is one way they want to manifest that.
Apparently. I mean, we were talking going back a month or two ago about Goldman getting rid of free coffee in their Manhattan office. Down here on this note this morning, we were discussing a little bit Meta, Microsoft, Apple coming through with a few job cuts on the corporate side for retail as well. So the bigger picture, I guess, cost cutting right across the board here in this group today, guys. But we've seen so much strength over the past little while. Going to need some of these to rally today for the market to be in good shape.
Yeah, that's usually the case. I mean, big tech has been leading the way here. So, you know, where it goes, where the market goes, you saw Apple end on some strength. NVIDIA ended I'm not going to count how many green candles in a row, my 15-minute on NVIDIA. Suffice to say, it was all afternoon. There wasn't a red candle in the entire afternoon show on NVIDIA. And it got to 280, but now it's immediately here with 10 minutes to go, less than 10 minutes to go to the open. We have underneath that 280 level. I like the longs above it if we can be breaking out. Otherwise, if you look at the way this traded, at the open, 75 to 80. Kind of fell beneath that 75, held 74 all the way up to 80. So I don't want to be diddling here. For underneath 80, I think you have a short opportunity in the stock, and the support's like $5 down. So I'd be sitting out a lot of this on NVIDIA if we're not holding the 80 level. Above that 80, structured longs above, I think it can be breaking back out on the daily chart, but it looks like we're opening underneath. The other name, and we talked about this one for the last couple of days, the other name we're going to be looking at is Intel. Showed you the bottom yesterday at 32.5. It gave you move back to 33. It's gapping up as well. So that 32.5 is, that's the long I'll take on Intel. Pretty much the only one I want. And the aforementioned Apple out here, I like 165. That's more where we broke out from. It was Friday's close, and then you have 165 in there. But NVIDIA is right at that 280. I feel like we'll be making that decision pretty quickly. If we cannot hold that, NVIDIA kind of turns into a pullback short beneath that 280 mark. But yeah, I know where my stop is going to be when it comes to NVIDIA, to be sure. I haven't really been looking at Google as much. If that one sets up, I know there was a decent, I mean, the 100 level always going to come into play there, but Apple, NVIDIA, that's where my focus is going to be in terms of the bigger tech names.
All right, yeah, just right here. If you want to read about what I had to say here about some of the tech names, you just got to go over to Twitter. It should also be on Instagram pretty soon. It's the sticky note today. We have Apple, Meta, Intel, AMD, NVIDIA, Alibaba on here. And what I said about Apple was just it was a great daily chart, looking to extend again. 166 was the close. Let's see if it can hold. TikTok bans are breaking right now, right? So we're looking for $200 has been so solid for that bump up. We'll look to buy Meta on any dips. Intel's been an absolute banger for us lately. We'll look to trade some Intel off some key levels. Go find the sticky note. The levels are written down there. I really like Apple today again, man. I mean, Apple's holding up with the market, obviously, as it goes. That's pretty typical. But there's one 166 where we close for Apple. That could be a level that we test out for early. I don't want to sit there and get run over, so we're going to wait. But if Apple does hold that 166, then it is a long that I want to take. And the reason is we do have some great support down here at 165.50, 165, 164.50. So I feel like there's not too much risk here. If you take the appropriate amount of shares, you should be able to trade and hold out for Apple for quite a while today. It doesn't move too violently, but I did like that push into 166 on the close. Meta, what we wrote down there was just all that talk, man. Right now, Europe getting more aggressive. Someone else banned TikTok recently on Italy. So they're all doing it. So I like the move here. We wrote down 212. So 212 is exact. We closed yesterday at 213, but it's just this 212 mark where we sort of bounced off yesterday clean, and then we had a 212 top back 2 days ago or last week where we didn't break 212. We did yesterday, and it ran all day. So here's 212 right there. Looks like it could be some decent support going back to some of these deep prints as well. We played off that 212 and we hit a nice break on that. And then now we'll wait to see if it can hold here today. It's going to be market dependent. Right now, I don't have any bids out anywhere. I have no bids, no offers, anything. The most that I'm worried about, we're going to talk about Boeing next, but the only short that I was looking at right now, and it could be, these could all be shorts, man. Yesterday we shorted Amazon, bad decision, but you know, we did do that and we can flip this over. I'm still looking for Alibaba up here at 102, 103. So if Alibaba can bump up a little bit, we'll play that. But right now this is sub 99. Is AMC moving around, by the way? Yeah, up to 4. So there it is. So there's the break. So AMC, let's go. Oops, that's not the right one. Let's do this one. Let's go bombs away right now for AMC as it is making that nice move above $4 right now. Let's see if they can hold this $4 level. Remember that bottom, 375 we like, Brendo.
Yeah. All right, let's talk Boeing to wrap things up here. I'll contradict what's on the board. We saw Boeing on the downgrade side of the board from upgrades and downgrades this morning. There was also this note, though, from Baird, specifically pointing to Q1 deliveries, better than estimated. So we did see a nice move yesterday coming off of a couple of order stories last week. So back to the upside yesterday. Here we are downside on a downgrade this morning, but it's kind of 50-50 here for Boeing.
Yeah, it's always been an issue with them actually getting the deliveries out. Now looks like they're actually producing. Let's see if they can continue it. The story's always been, you know, the production hasn't been there. The orders have been there, though.
Meanwhile, new lows coming into play here right now for AI. Now 6.5%, guys, for C3.
Well, look, I'm going to get to C3I in a second because I might miss my opportunity to try and short that name. Should have maybe done it at 32.5 instead of waiting for 33 and change. But Boeing's going to be on resistance at the open at 211 on that downgrade. And you can, if you come to the chart for a quick second, we got less than 3 minutes here to go till that opens, so we'll try to get through this pretty quick. 211. Last couple of days, that's been your support for Boeing. It has been trying to make a bit of a rally, failing to get to that 220 level. So maybe just turning back off obvious resistance, and then here's your chance for it to hold. You know, this 50-period moving average, that'll be pretty key for it. So that zone, if it breaks 211, I think there's room for it to get to like 8s and 9s, where I would expect the support, if there's any, to be showing up here today. So Boeing, not the top of my list, but that 11 break does set up a little bit. I still have my XOM breakout bid, but that's coming back off of 117 a little bit here. And man, C3AI still under pressure. Let's just cancel that, because if it goes up $2 at 9:30, you know, it's a matter of how it gets to your fill sometimes. I might look for that 32.5 before 33.5. This one continuing to fall. Now down 6% and still going. Not a very good day as it continues to test those lows. If I get a pop in Virgin Orbit, I'll probably take that one short as well. But let's look for some Apple on the bid. NVIDIA's beneath that 280 level. Tesla, by the way, of all the stocks I'm looking at, this is the one which is kind of holding its strength. So Tesla's kind of holding strength here. I still like all the longs in the low 90. I just think it bounces off that 50 period. And I said coin. Someone asked me about why I thought coin could be a buy today. It was just this. Look at the 50 period moving average on Coinbase. This is it. Every time it closes below, there's a recovery the next day, and then kind of bouncing after that. So closed below, kind of bouncing above that $64 level, which is the 50 period, and recoveries have been to the high 60s. And I like the shorts in the high 60s, but it's clearly not in the high 60s, so I'm going to play for the long off 64 first, and then wait till it gets to 68, 69 to fade it.
All right, I was just looking at Dogecoin, Bitcoin, and all that stuff. Still holding out pretty good here. Just a quick check-in on some of that. So right now, Bitcoin 28.3, Ethereum 18.7. This is just on CoinGecko. I have the charts up there as well. XRP, Ripple 50 cents, so that's pretty good. Cardano trying to get to 40 again, and there's Dogecoin 985 right now. So we'll watch out for some of that as Neil talks a bit about Coinbase. We did talk about, of course, C3 AI, and I was just, as if we could predict the future, I was talking about getting out of this name up here just because of where it's gone, but we didn't know that there's an accounting problem. So we'll see about C3 AI. Okay, man, I don't know who's on the bell, but we've only got...
We need to go to Brendan quick.
We do? Okay, go to Brendo.
Rundown, guys, brought to you by Trade Ideas. As always, real-time scanning and alerting used on our desk by everyone you see on the show. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description, bottom of the screen there, guys. Trader TV 20. Get you 20% off for Trade Ideas.
Yes, sir. And with 15 seconds to go, we're about to ring the bell on this Tuesday, dropping the countdown on. I think we're going to have a scramble for it here. I don't know if you'll get there in time. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Moving like Russell Westbrook on the court. Crad gets right over to the bell at the last second there. I kid, Russell Westbrook. Well, James Harden's not that fast. Russell Westbrook's got speed. I know. Yeah, it's true. He loves some James Harden. He's not that good. Overrated. Right away, C3i is continuing to head to the downside here. It just cracked 31.50, so fresh lows being made. A bit of a spread on the stocks. Be a little bit careful. If it does make a pop into 32, I will look to take a shot on C3i for the short side of the trade. Coinbase, I probably missed my chance at the longs on coin off of that 4 level early. Otherwise, being patient, Nvidia is still trying to test that 280 level. Hasn't really broken back above it. We'll see what happens next. Yeah, there's my bid on coin. If it gets to the high 60s, I am planning to offer it. That's why you see an offer all the way up there in front of 69.
And yeah, I'm still waiting for Apple. I'm still waiting for something to go through here and hit. So right now, Apple down to 166.50. Not really doing too much as the NASDAQ still right now kind of flat. I mean, it's not a huge open. We opened up at 0.14. Now you're at 0.11. So let's wait to see if anything is going on right now. INTC again, a name that we like to look at here, but not doing a whole heck of a lot. Was waiting for a move down, and it did just ripped up a whole heck of a lot. I thought we were opening at 33. We're actually heading to the upside right now on Intel. Intel looks like it wants to break. I'm going to go long here against 33, guys. Intel long.
Already. I mean, it's just, yeah, I want that. I wanted a dip buy in Intel with the market trying to come down. There's C3i. I was able to just get some in the 80s there. We'll take the first leg out and try and rinse and repeat this if we can. I think just short the pops in C3i as long as it's going to continue that trend. This one with accounting issues, that's the reason for the downside move in C3i. NVIDIA just cracked up to 280, did not break the 280 level, and now heading southbound once again. So I like the shorts in this if it's going to make any kind of a move. Now that it's clearly rejected this level, at least this chip name is looking weak for now.
Yeah, I'm just getting my orders all set up here for...
Tesla's going.
Just a couple hundred shares for Intel. Tesla's going. Okay, so right now we're into Intel right now at 14. We took some out at 20. We're going to see if it continues to go upside here as the market really wants to bounce again off that bottom of, I don't know, we're up to 13.3 right now. Apple, not doing too much right now for Apple. If you guys could test Unity, like send me a message, I don't know, just to see if it's working.
Unity.
Okay, so right there, 33.50. Nah, if you're doing it, I'm not hearing anything. Okay, so AMD, let's check out AMC right now as well, as here comes Intel back down to the downside as well. So AMC, oh wow, AMC really taking off. So let's go AMC Unite on this one, 430, 434 right now. There's another fill for us. So Intel just came in, 307, the average price right now. We just got a decent fill there on Intel. And if we're going to be wrong on this name, fine, so be it. We're going to wait to see at that bottom of the day. That's what's going to have to take us out down there at 32.80. So we're long Intel right now with a much bigger position than we had before. Long right now, 07.5 for Intel.
Yeah, we just got that Coinbase off of that 64 level. So another one here. We'll try to power it up. C3i is now through 30. I think it's, through 31. It's at 30.5. I think that 30 level kind of makes an obvious, not line in the sand, but a good bouncing spot where it could catch a bid. It looks like it's already trying to do so at 30.5. But we just picked up in front of 64 Coinbase. It's almost already at 65. So I already took one leg out there in the 35 range. Let's see if I can't get some in the 70 to 75, and then we'll go from there. Just looking back, oh yeah, Tesla's still going.
AMC halted.
No.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll ring the register on Coinbase and get right over to AMC, which just halted to the upside. So I thought 420 was one level, but that's just one of those. 420 just always ends up a bit of a thing here. If it does reopen in 5 minutes, I'd be watching for that 5 level. And of course, the first thing I thought of was, is Ape still moving? And yes, Ape is still moving. So AMC halted to the upside. Ape not really doing anything right now. So if you want to chase something, they should move lockstep right now. Well, at least in theory.
Yeah, so as we just brought to you guys right now, we talked about AMC in the pre-market down here at 375, which goes back to some of these January levels. That was also the bottom here in the pre-market, and now you're getting a nice halt move here up to 440, 441. That was the most recent halt price. We'll see about on open here where we can go, but if you're going to look at a daily chart here for AMC, I mean, $5. I mean, some of these levels right now where we halted, whoops, you can't see that, where we halted, we're at 445. So you can come into right there. We've already seen these prices before. The next step up would be 450. Obviously, that should hit that on open. And then you're looking at 5. So we'll see if we can get a $5 break back down now for AMC. So we're going to wait for that one, but that's the next level, man. I think an even dollar level, 5 for AMC, and then as Neil just mentioned as well, Ape still open and not doing much. So maybe upon an AMC open up, we'll see Ape start to fly around a little bit. But yeah, good move up, and some sigh of relief there, I guess, for some AMC shareholders, as it was pretty nasty down there, down to 370. Now you're getting a nice little bump up. Look to take some profit if you've been long down here, but it could see $5 later on.
Yeah, I just went ahead and grabbed the Ape. It's just the way I look at it. If it holds the pre-market lows here and Ape and AMC kind of holds up, I think there's an opportunity to be had, just kind of giving it like a low risk kind of trade. And then if it opens up, significantly lower, then we're just out beneath that pre-market level. Always look to see if there's something else you can trade during a halt. You can always go into that and then take advantage of it. But sometimes it's warrants. This case, it's a couple of names that are being combined. So there's that 30-50 level on C3AI. We're going to ring the register. It was a good flush, but man, if you got that one early when Brendan brought you that accounting news, you could have this in the 33 range. If it bounces again off 30, I think I'd look back to 31.5 to 32. That'll be the entry zone for me. Coinbase, like I said, we got that second fill, 64.80s up at the pre-market highs. It has now failed 65 twice, but if we're above 64, I'm long. If it breaks 64, I'm out. I think it's pretty simple there. Brendo?
Roku off to a pretty good start here, trying to break out on the daily chart, guys. Not a lot of volume behind this, but nice move already, 2.75, 2.8% here for Roku straight higher.
Roku.
All right, we have a new position alert right now. We'll start with AMD. We're going to try to short this one. We're long Intel, but we're short AMD. That's not the recipe for success here, but we are getting some out of Intel, and we do have some good spots. I might just get another piece out right now at 08, just in case there. So some decent outs there. But look, this is starting to get against us right now. We're just testing this in case this is a short day. It may not be, but up to 96.60, just this level right here on AMD. There's been so many days where it's broken the pre-market low and never looked back. So that's 96.60 right there. We'll try it. I'm going to test one more average in right up here. This is not a big position yet or anything like that, and it may not turn out to be just that. So let's wait to see what AMD wants to do, but we're short now. Now that we're bouncing around here, we have such a bad price. Let's take a 35, and then we'll wait to see if we get something up near 50. But that 96.60 level right here, VWAP is 65. Maybe we can give it to that, but there it is. It's a nice move upside right now. Let's see if AMD can hold out. It's actually fine because Intel's running, but I still prefer for this to work out. We have more shares now on AMD, giving it to that 96.65 area right there on VWAP. It's weaker than the market today, plus the market's heading southbound, so let's see. Maybe we have a winner here, maybe we don't, but we're going to put our first real position on here with AMD. We got one with Intel, that's the long. This is my first short, obviously. Only 1 and 1 today. 1 long, 1 short. Let's just see. Google's ripping. I love that, Dan, man. That's my #1 stock. So we'll go back over there and look at Google as well. But for right now, we're short AMD, the semis.
Yeah, and speaking of the semis, NVIDIA is getting smoked right now. It failed 280. It's already down to 277, so it's a quick $3 move. Look, if it gets back up to 80, fair enough. I don't necessarily want to short that same price, but this has been falling like an absolute rock pretty much off the jump since the open. Running into some resistance on Coinbase, so it was pretty good. AMC just reopened and is opening to the downside.
Ooh,
yeah.
damn.
So look, I took the shot on Ape. It's probably going to break the pre-market low, but if it opens on AMC and does not hold and comes back in, I expect Ape not to work. If that got to $5, I expected Ape to break the high of the day. But AMC opened at 440, it looks like. and is pretty much at 440 now. So if it breaks back out here, I think it gets pretty interesting and exciting, like a 450 break stands out. But that halt level being rejected, at least initially here. Yeah, the story right now is, man, NVIDIA is getting absolutely smoked. And that I forgot all about this. C3 AI obviously happened, but remember that Bullfrog was the other AI name that was going nuts? That halts to the upside, and it's still going. So Bullfrog AI was the 1 million floater that's going to the upside here. Another bullish move in this space, but just be careful with these low float names. When it's a million float, it's very dangerous to be shorting a stock like this. Liquidity not that great either. Explosive move here in Bullfrog. If it can hold that, if it holds that halt price at $8, I think it has another leg here. Could it easily test that 10? But AMC, yeah, I kind of wish it had made a move and we could have taken a break at 450, but it's still coming in. Now at 420 and still falling.
So guys, I don't know what the news is with NVIDIA. If there's anything more specific, that'd be, I don't see anything, so we didn't even talk about it in the pre-market. But NVIDIA, huge move to the downside right now, $3 and still moving, right? Down 1.2%. I've missed this one, so I kind of went into AMD. And AMD has been holding out, man. We got something out at 25, but that was just because it keeps holding 25. Like, I don't know, man. We're short at 30. Yeah, we don't want to take this much profit. Like we hopefully this can fall down again right now. We're not even in the teens. I got to put something in the teens here just in case. We'll put something at 17. Then we're at 11s and O's and then lower, man. We want lower on this name. So we'll take some 17s as here coming in a little bit as well. I will take something out again on Intel. Did I just show you Intel? Yes, I did. We'll see if we can get a 15 fill on Intel right now. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully this
could be AI related maybe somehow. For
could be AI related. I don't mind that gimmick there. But we are now short. We're still short AMD. Let's see if it continues to make moves downside, man. Next bid's at 11.
Yeah, there's some big sellers on C3i. I just saw one at 31. Someone's saying they saw NVIDIA sellers at 79.50 as well. Maybe, I don't know if it's an AI thing. I'm not really sure. I'm just kind of speculating there for NVIDIA. But we talked about coin. I liked it off at the open at 64. We're able to get most of it out, but it could not crack 65 again. I'm now out of Coinbase altogether. Once it's underneath that's that 50 period. I'd almost be looking to see if I can't fade into a short. AI just pop back into the upside at that 31 level, so I'm into it here. I probably want to give it to 31 quarter. The first short was at 32. That was a much better level, and Tesla just put a big reverse on as well. So it's about to get down to 195, even Tesla falling. Apple hasn't really come in for me. I was still looking for a dip buy in that name. I guess it's nowhere near. Oh, it's getting close. Apple, I like 165 on Apple. It's starting to get a little bit close there. But the reload for me was just now in C3AI to go to the short side. I mean, it's whether or not this has anything to do with why NVIDIA's falling. NVIDIA's still falling.
What?
C3AI still falling to the downside. And this market flushing. I still got that ape long only because somehow it hasn't broken that pre-market low, but that's going to happen soon.
How am I long? The only name that's not flushing. This is ridiculous here again today for me, man. Is this one just going to be like over and over and over again as I'm going to lose on a short in AMD when the market is an absolute tank right
mode.
now? It's at. Oh, my frustrations just continue, guys. I don't know what to tell you. We absolutely nailed the short, but not the right name, and that's what it's all about, man. We talked about this yesterday, right? Like, have the right names on board so that, you know, when you're trading and you get them right, you get some sort of a follow-through. Like, why we picked AMD over NVIDIA, I really don't know. I mean, it was sort of the same thing. We broke the pre-market level. We could be $3 in the money, and trust me, we'd have less shares because it's NVIDIA versus AMD. But this is not looking great. We'll still short AMD back here near this VWAP and get out near that top of 65, but definitely getting worn out a little bit here on this trade. So there it comes. Nice little, there it goes, man. AMD is, we should have just identified that AMD was strong and got out, but we were trying, and we did, man. We got some out in the 20s. We talked about that over and over and over again, and here goes AMD right now, going to break through this 65 top and get us out. We tried the short, thought it was right. It's not. Well, it's right in the market, but not right on AMD. So, I mean, my average price is 40. We'll take a 25-cent hit here. Sucks, but we will live definitely to see another day as there it goes, ramping right to the upside. We got out at 75 there, which was a little bit ridiculous, of course, on that move. Well, we got some better than that, but huge move up as everyone takes out the same levels there on AMD as that's continuing to make a move to the upside. Bad out, but that's okay. Intel, we still got that on board, and that's 18 cents in the money with Intel.
I got to assume, yeah, XOM is still pulling back. So the energy names didn't come into play for the breakout. I don't think I have dips until like 115 area. The only name I'm still in is C3I, as I mentioned. AMC came all the way back in, so Ape took out the low, and that was a shot that AMC halted up. Let's go for a long in Ape, give it to the pre-market lows. That broke down. I just reloaded on C3I, third time short. We'll see if it holds up the third time. I got a 31 quarter is and out. We're about to go to Brendan.
Oh, my God.
But here's this $4 level on AMC. On a dip, $4 starting to hold here on AMC. I do want to take a shot at this, and $4 is not a bad level to be able to play off. So it's at 410 now. I just went to the midpoint. Instead, I'll just take some 11s instead of waiting for 10.5.
Oh, my God.
Brendo.
Another halt here for BFRG, this bullfrog up on a licensing agreement this morning. I was just double checking. 1.3 on the float there, 1.3 million shares on the float, but that was the headline out a little bit later on during the pre-market there for BFRG, halted again.
Oh, my God.
I can't even. I mean, AMD, so we get out, and then it literally drops 50 cents. So, I mean, this is exactly my problem, and it's nobody else's, just mine. We were picking the right spots, but maybe we're just getting too excited too early on there because forcing ourselves to punch out at some of those levels. So yeah, L there on AMD. Damn it, man, we were so right. I mean, NVIDIA still continues to fall.
NVIDIA's dying.
You're only right if you pick the right prices, and unfortunately, we're back in the money now, but damn it, man, we were short at 40s, a lot of shares, so that sucks. Darn it. We're still on one. It's still fine. We're still all good, but that was a missed opportunity there for sure with AMD. Just a couple pennies to the wrong side there, and we would have been fine. But let's find something that's weak, man. The market is breaking down, and we need to find some of those names. So what do you have that short? That's
AI is the only. I mean,
AI, yeah, we knew about that.
It is the only thing we were able to get. I was able to get short anyways. It continues to kind of flush there. Low of the day, 30.5. It keeps on holding this level, so scalps out into that 30.5 range. But NVIDIA, NVIDIA is probably the bigger story. Like AI is down 9%, but NVIDIA making this kind of a move is a bigger deal to everybody out here in the market. 75 is trying to hold right now and not doing a fantastic job of it. But just remember, it broke this yesterday, and the bottom was 73.5. So I might think this level is a little bit bigger if we get another $1 to $1.50 on NVIDIA, but it's trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Why is Apple not getting... Okay, Apple's at 165.5. I wanted evens or close to it, but Apple's catching a bid right here. And the NASDAQ at overnight lows. That's probably the reason we're catching a bit of a bid. ES at support as well.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to try to. So we went long Amazon. So hopefully that'll work out, man. Amazon right back down near some levels. Amazon still positive on the day. I don't know where my 1 minute chart is, but we just got back into yesterday's close. So that's a level that I'm trying to respect outside there for Amazon. We could take a little bit of profit on this right now because we're, wow, man, this is what I'm talking about when we're talking about selection of said stock, man. Like, but there goes Amazon. Nice move back up to the upside as we're going here. So look, it's only 20 cents, or well, it's 15 cents right now. We'll take another 20-cent win if we can, as it's trying to get back into, zoom in, into VWAP right there. So we'll start to take out something there. We are going to get a little bit more. I mean, because AMD continues to fall, we will look to get some more shares here in, because NVIDIA continues to fall, we'll look to get some more shares here in AMD. But again, that's crazy that we had that short and then literally got stopped out there at 70s, and then that was the high of the day. We made the high there, so that was pretty bad. Let's see if we can get short, see if we can get short again here on AMD. Like, there's us getting out. Literally everybody. It doesn't seem like it was that much volume, but it just went, like it ramped up, getting a lot of people out there, so a lot of people using VWAP or the 50 period. But there's AMD again. We just shorted some more, and then there's the move back down. So we'll wait. If it breaks out that high, I'm just trying to zoom in here to see exactly where I want to get stopped out. 80s. So if we break through 80 on that one, then we know we're going to have to pay the piper. So we'll watch out for that. Amazon long still, and AMD short. New position. Intel still long as well. Intel's in the money, 20 cents. So that's been a good trade.
Yeah, it's the same ones for me here. We're still holding AMC at 10s. Actually, I got 11s because I paid up, and that $4 level is key. I think at some point AI is probably going to break this level, but it keeps on giving like 31, 15 to 20, and then some out 70s and 80s, and then low of the day that 30, 50. So just rinse and repeat over and over until it stops working. It's trending to the downside, but it's catching a bid as a lot of names are catching a bid right now, or at least attempting to. Tesla, we haven't really talked too much Tesla. We did obviously mention We did obviously mention that it was coming to the downside at the open, but it's catching a bit off of yesterday's close, or at least a little bit close to yesterday's close. I thought we were going to get down maybe this 192 the way this market was coming in. That's the only level I would have liked down here. I know 93 in the late afternoon was pretty solid, but let's let it fall a little bit further here. I don't want to jump the gun on this. Oh, and I got to go back over to coin. Because coin now beneath that 50 period on the daily, so that's where my out was. It bounces right off of yesterday's low. If it can't get back above 64, well, if you want to break that support, then maybe we're headed down to the 200 period moving average. So the initial bounce came in, we're able to get a buck on that. But if we don't break back above 64, I think there's $4 worth of downside here on Coinbase. That's my key line in the sand. It's the only level I want to trade off. In terms of entry points is off this 64. So on the way back up, I'll look to short this name through that level. AMC, I should have added. It's always the case. It's always the case. If I had averaged into this and kind of added right in front of 4, I could have got like a 405 price, but I decided I want to wait for it to actually get to 4 even. It went to 403. So no ones, no twos. AMC is starting to come back to the upside. It halted up, completely rejected, now bouncing off that $4 level. Nvidia's catching a bid. That's up $1 or so. If there's a pop to be shorted on Nvidia, I might take a shot at that one as well. But man, until this stops working on C3AI, it's like, why go to any other well? It's just holding the trend to the downside. At some point, this breaks, and we're underneath 30, and the floodgates could really open on C3AI. And I see a lot of people, like Intel is absolutely taking off, by the way. I know, Sean, you're in this one. Intel's breaking high of the day, up 1.5%. My bids go unfilled in front of 32.5, but we see relative strength in Intel. Micron, by the way, which usually is pretty strong, when Intel's strong, no, it's still down 1.5%, but 58 level. I'm going to go long in Micron in a second here, but here's the 58 level the last couple of days. This is it holding again at 58. I think it's worth taking some shots long on this one in front of the 58 level. All I have is AMC long in the money and AI short. Haven't really traded too much else here.
Yeah, good calls on those, man. I'm not. And again, we talked about AMD ripping to the upside, and that's exactly what it did again. So we kind of did the same thing today, where we reshorted a name that hadn't been working. But we just took it right there. AMD, again, another short that's no bueno on AMD. So we'll leave that, man.
Roblox.
Shorting AMD is always
please no.
seems to be a disaster every single time we do that. So, yeah, Sean, about to be sick. Yeah, you're right, big bro. I am about to be sick to my stomach right there on that play. But, yeah, I mean, like, why don't I just, honestly, like, you guys keep writing me every single day. Amazing sticky note. Great levels. I have no idea how you figure them out. And then I look over and I look back and say, yeah, Intel long. Yeah, look where Intel is right now. We're still long this name as it continues to climb. But why aren't we long the whole damn show right there? Look at Intel. Man, bang on that one, man. This is a big win for us right now as we fail on AMD, but win on Intel as Intel just keeps on rocking to the upside right now. New position alert for me is Apple. We're going to try to give Apple long through 166. I mean, we talked about that sticky note right here, 166. Let's see if it can work. Give it back to like 165.80 or so, which is that candle right there on the 3-minute, 165.80 right now for Apple. We're going to hold it out until we get that price. Amazon 30 cents in the money, Brendo.
As a positive note, guys, for the airlines this morning from Morgan Stanley, I was just reading through this, pointing to the upward trend in profitability continuing, again, from MS this morning on some of the airlines, but notably weak out of the gate. There's Delta straight downside. Same story for, if I flip over here, UAL straight downside as well, coming into yesterday's low.
Yeah, so Coinbase now just got to that 64 level.
Amazon.
Now it's going to be, here we go, it's actually testing below. I'm going to get my first fill, hopefully. Ooh, spread opening up there a little bit. So I'm not going to chase this too far. I want the fills at that 64 level. Give it to the recently made high as it continues to roll. AI is going to break 30. Oh, sorry, check that. Correction. AI
Did break
30. That was a quick wick down there. So I got to respect anytime you see a wick bottom at a big level, if it holds above, that could have been your bottom. The bottom, I should say your bottom. The bottom. So if it retests here and holds 30 even, I do want to get out of this trade and then maybe look to hunt back in. But those wick bottoms, 10% down. It's not an SSR level because it already broke that SSR. Now that means short sell restricted for the rest of the day. You need an uptick to take that short. Yeah, I'm gonna get out in front of 30. You see a wick like that, you almost want to get out of Dodge here a lot of times. If I can get like the quarters, I'll take it. You can always rejoin the trend somewhere, but that's a crazy move there. I got one fill on AMC. It looked like it was about to go. I got some 15s up there. I don't know why I had 2, unless I got partial. Don't need any more anyways. Yeah, now it's right back to testing that 4 even. I'll reload this pretty much at like 404, 405, something along those lines. And if 4 breaks, then we're just out of AMC, and that one didn't work out. Coin just took that short, and NVIDIA is starting to climb. NVIDIA is starting to get back up here. So let's see if NVIDIA wants to hold its weakness, then I think that VWAP doesn't matter here, but that 227 area can make some sense. 75 bottom, 80 top, halfway, 77, 77 half on NVIDIA. Let's see if it gets to that level. I don't care about VWAP this early in the day. If it was later on, maybe I'd think about that.
Okay. Just looking out here, why is it showing me red on Amazon here? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, I probably have to refresh my system here. We only have one fill on Amazon down here at 102.50, and it is really blasting. Like, I don't know what's up with this name. It's really starting to go as the NASDAQ trying to get back to positiveville. And look what's happening again to me. Like, we talked about this with Apple trying to get this long. Now we're long Apple, and the thing is just falling into oblivion right now. So I don't, like Intel, AMD's pulled back a little bit, so has Intel, and Apple just came back down to that level of 80 that we talked about. I thought I was sitting there to get more, was not, should have been. Obviously, frustrating day continues for me here as I have no idea, like I said, why Amazon is making this move up. So whenever you think about that, like, as if I missed that Apple reload. Oh, this is so frustrating.
Roblox.
Yeah, Apple, Roblox, everything's starting to go upside a little bit now as Amazon does retake that 103 level. So let's get another piece out there a little bit lower than that. That's just crazy. I thought I was sitting there in the 80s on Apple, and I guess I was not. Frustration still mounts for me here today, guys, I don't even know what's going on my account. So I'm going to have to just refresh this because Amazon... we're long at 102.59 there, and it's been a really nice trade. So we're going to have to wait to see where my red trade is on this one because it was showing me net negative on it. But maybe when I get out, it will all be good. So right now, Amazon, nice move to the upside. Let's forget about it right now. And there's AMD, nice fall back down. I guess we should have waited for 97 flat there, and that would have been worked out. So again, just, trying to learn a little bit every single day, obviously, but yeah, that was a mistake. Maybe just respect the pre-market highs instead of these lines, as AMD has been a tough trade for me today. That is for sure. Amazon falling back, but we're almost out of everything.
Yeah, and I was sort of saying under my breath, remember Roblox on that breakout? So look, 47.5 to 48 on the daily is a big level. I think that will treat that when it gets there, but there's your break at 47. The good news is it's still at 47. The market down, Roblox up. 2 days in a row, it's been strong. Sorry, check that. It'll be 3 days if it makes that move here. I want to be into this one off the break, so I'm sitting just underneath that 47.10 level. See if I can't get basically the same price I would have had on the break of the pre-market high. It's like that 05 range. So I am long in Roblox. It's not the first move up. You would have, if you took the breakout on Roblox, you would have already gotten a scalp trade winner here. I'm just going to look to play the dips now. So 47s, maybe some 46.9s, into VWAP in there. We'll try to take that one. This was something that was like a late entrant to the plan. We're talking about companies that don't make money. And I was like, oh yeah, despite the fact that some of them aren't doing well, Roblox was doing well the last couple of days, trending to the upside. I just missed a first fill on Coin. Might just give myself an opportunity to get some overfills here. So by over, I mean over 64. If I can catch like 64, 10s, 15s in that range, we'll try to short more here off of this lower high in Coinbase. We just rang the register on this one. So it was a long initially off that 64, but once it couldn't hold that 50 period, I reversed into the shorts. Shorts working. C3AI is now out for me. This is the first time I've been flat on the stock since the open. Ring the register, but it's got a wick bottom through 30 and is now holding 30.50. So that last little under, I said I was going to the quarters for the out. Sometimes this is how you make a bit of a bottom on a stock. Big volume move through a key level. It holds, puts in a higher low. So I wouldn't do anything with this. I mean, if you're long it, good luck. But I wait until it makes a big move up to try and short that, whether it's 32 or 33. That's what I'm now waiting for. So Roblox long, out of our AI shorts, and back into some Coinbase here.
All right, finally, man, we are finally starting to really print a little bit of cash right now. Something's wrong with you should check your trades because honestly, like
I've hit refresh a few
I only
times.
have
Seems
one
okay.
fill on Amazon and it's a long and it's showing me red on the stock. So I'm gonna have to figure that one out as we go. But we are hella not red on Apple right now. It's just so crazy that I had a couple hundred more shares down here waiting to get filled. I thought I did and we didn't. And so that would have been a huge long for us there on Apple, but we're still in the long right now, so it's all good as this continues to pump higher, as so does the market. So again, we just stay in our, we follow in our rules, man. We have Intel long here, we have Apple long there, and we've got a nice little long also on Amazon as we continue to pump higher right now. So XLE's falling. Let's have a quick look here to see what people are talking about on that one, as oil right now still up 1%, so still cracking around. We'll have a quick look at XOM and the rest of them, but I'm just got to look at this Apple trade because 166.50 is the 200 period right now on Apple, so we'll have to see if there's something going on with that, but that's a decent level there. We'll have to get some more out. We're only out of a third, not even a third. We're out of about 25%, a little bit more than that, 28% or so of our Apple trade right now. So I don't know, it just rejected there at 40. Let's get some more out here at 29. Hopefully we can get some 29s. We should just punch 28 as there it goes right back down to the downside. So we got a number and it's happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, a couple of minor numbers coming out right now. U.S. factory orders month over month at 10 o'clock here. We'll also get U.S. JOLTS job openings for the month of February as well. So that's just job listings, 10.5 million expected on that, negative 0.5%, negative 0.7 on factory orders that are coming in on the month over month numbers. Still waiting for this JOLTS number to come through. I'll let you know if that does come through and I hear it in my ear. S&P 500, 0.04 to the upside. Russell, 0.4, 2,000, leading to the downside. There it is. 9.931 million on the JOLTS number there, so lower than expected. That should be a positive for the overall market. Again, they want to see job openings declining. So let's look at the overall market there. The NASDAQ, the only one basically holding on to positive territory. If you're with us early on this morning, got you up to date on Tesla on this day two or potential day two rally for oil. Kind of fizzling out, although still holding on to 1% on top of that 6% gain that we saw yesterday. Bloomberg reporting at the bottom there, Apple, that was late yesterday, Apple going to minor cuts coming through in their corporate end of things. So there's Tesla back to the upside. The overall market, guys, trying to get back higher on that JOLTS number.
We are just mooning right now as Apple continues to go to the upside right here. Man, this is a big trade for me as Apple continuing to moon. Amazon continuing as well. I mean, when you throw the word moon around, I don't think we're actually mooning here, but it's a nice number as the NASDAQ is getting aggressive here to the upside. So yes, sir, here we go. Nice factory orders, right? There it is. Huge move to the upside there. JOLTS as well. So there's the move on the market. Here's the move on Amazon. We were long down here. We're starting to get out right now. That's 102.50. That's out 102.30 as that continues to go. And our Apple trade is 166. It's Sticky Note Nation right now for Apple as that's continuing to go to the upside. Then the other long now we have is Intel. So we're all over these longs. We did mess up with our AMD short earlier, but right now we are, AMD short still in the pocket here, but we just got in and out there. But it's Apple right now, 75 cents of the money, and nice trade as well for Amazon off some good economic numbers right there.
Yes, sir. We just got into Roblox. Probably a little bit lucky that we get that number coming through. Got 47.5 already. Remember, on the daily chart, hopefully this is going to work this time. Roblox on the daily, big levels it's approaching here. This is kind of that last time we got to 47. You had some moves above. It was able to crack the 48 level kind of briefly and then reversing. So I think it's on a tremendous opportunity to break out here. We took the 47 break. It's halfway there to that 48. We'll look for places to add on the dip. That number, sometimes you get the economic number and you don't want to be sitting in position or taking position. I had gotten some out of coin. Number comes out. It gives the overfill. I was waiting for some fills above 64. It gives me that fill, but I just missed my first out down there as it snapped back in. That little rubber band action, that's something you see a lot when you get an economic release. So rubber band action up. You look to take that if you like the short. If you like a short somewhere, you do that. If you don't like the short, then you should be sitting in the offer and a move to the upside on an economic number. But if it's a stock that you wanted short, get the fills above that level. Now it's right back beneath that 64. So Roblox, I'm going to try a dip buy in here back off that 47, but I want to stay short into Coinbase as long as it looks like it's rejecting that breakout from earlier on today. I mentioned I got all out of C3AI. C3AI is still flush. So you see that sometimes you see a setup. It's like, look at that wick bottom. I'm just going to get out where the getting is good. This is still going to the downside. 12% and counting on C3AI here. This stock is, it's a mess today. And quite frankly, if you think about where it could go, I mean, 25 is a possibility here today. Just looking at where it could maybe set up for a bounce play, like the 50 period will be down at 24. So the mid-20s for sure, I think it's worth a shot, just even as a day trader to look for a bid down there. But that's a bit extreme at this point, down 12.5% and counting like we mentioned. Coin already going another level to the downside as we got that good fill on the number. I don't even trade New Zealand, but 63.70, yeah, there's still a bid at 63.70 we're going to want to respect. If it breaks out, I think we get back down to 63. So make sure you're in the right names here. There is some strength in the market. Make sure you're playing something that's strong if you like those longs.
Yeah, we just tried to punch into Meta right now. We're almost out of Amazon, and we are getting lighter, obviously, here on Apple. But yeah, I like this Meta long if this market's going to try to bump up a little bit right now. We'll take a 57 and just start the trade now on Meta. So hopefully it will start to rip up, but we are going to wait back here. I mean, 214 could be a level. I was going to just try to defend like this 215 area just to see because we do have some strength. But here it goes again. Meta, nice little upside move here as we continue to fly on the market, as we just talked about. There's Meta, so it just came in. We're long at 57. We could take a 77 right now. We could take a 79. Let's just get some more out of Meta. Hey, man, if it flies upside, it flies upside. We're starting to take out some cash right now on this market move. Who knows for how long this move's going to stand out for? It wasn't a huge number. Factory orders, minus 0.7 versus minus 1.6. So, yeah, we'll, definitely a better number there. Setting this market reeling a little bit, but it doesn't seem like it's that huge. It's just factory orders. So let's wait to see about where we go from here. I'm going to get some more out on Apple, like we just said. So we just did there at the 50 period. Hopefully we can fly higher. But, when that number came out, look at all these outs we have here. 166.80, like a whole bunch here. 70s, 80s, 60s. And we just took one again at 50. So hopefully Apple can continue to fly upside, but we're not, we are getting out of this trade to the point where we only have 20% left, exactly 20% left of Apple. Amazon, I mean, wow, this name just continues to fly here, man. Boom to the upside goes Amazon, and it is still working. This name is an absolute monster here as we are now $1 in the money on Amazon. Okay, we'll take something out as I just offer 55 and it turns around, but hopefully there it is. Give it to me. Give us that 55. Did we get it? Yes, we did right there. So we'll go banger for the Amazon trade right there, and we'll try to forget about the demon that is AMD. So let's wait to see where we go on this one. Amazon, a banger for your boy today.
Yes, sir. Glad to see that one there. And NVIDIA is now basically 25 minutes in a row. It's been going to the upside, bouncing off that 75. I'm going to go back to that 80. If it gets to 80, I still like the shorts in this one. I just reloaded in Roblox, so we just got back on the bid there. That's New York, Neil. I just reloaded in Roblox. If it can start holding, I want some fills kind of in this pre-market consolidation range if we can get it. That's been on a bit of a tear to the upside. Ooh, maybe I should be shorting NVIDIA now. I want to talk myself. Yeah, I was about to say maybe I should have been looking at this short right here on NVIDIA. When I looked back at the afternoon, I saw this little checkup right at the close, right before the close. It got to 78 and rejected. I was like, oh, I remember at 78 level, and it's already pulled back $1. When NVIDIA's turning, it's turning really heavy here. Like $1, almost no time at all. When I see that happening, it's not necessarily time to give up on the notion of the short. So if I can get something off of 78, I'm going to get on the offer. Now, I haven't even traded NVIDIA at any point today. It was just C3AI. So back into some Roblox, trying to get some NVIDIA. I don't know where we'll be able to pick up AI if we can rejoin this trend, as it's now bouncing off $29 even. I want to keep looking at Tesla, but there's bigger names that are moving on this day. It seems like maybe it wouldn't be that way, but it is. And that if you're still watching that Bullfrog, BFRG, that was the other low float AI name that I was looking at trading. kind of going all over the place. There was probably one long off the open. If it can't hold this $8, I think it's probably going to flush $1 to $1.50. But look at the nice consolidation off the Hull price. That gives you a good risk to reward here if you can get 8s and maybe give it to like a 775 to 750 area.
All right, we're trying to see about more Meta shares right now. We're long at 4. Okay, there's a good fill. We're long at 40. It just went up to 67 there. Let's see if we can get going even more here on Meta. We're offering some 70s here to get 30 cents on this trade and see if we can just get a little bit more as we've just averaged into Meta right here. So hopefully it'll continue to fly upside right now as the market's having a little bit of a problem getting going now. So we don't really want to turn winners into losers, of course. But just a quick update there. Good out for me, hopefully on Intel. As that one, man, let's go.
Oh my God.
And that was a good one as the Bulls are back in. Oh, we could try our other fills here today. Props to anybody that was long Intel right there today as that's starting to go obviously to the upside as well. And Meta's trying to go right now. I don't know, man. I'm going to get something out there at 48. Again, we're only long at 40, but I'm only going to give this back to 215. So if we break lower than 215, then I'm going to get out of Meta. So I don't really want to be here for too long. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. But I do want to be here for when it does work. So we'll hold the rest of this Meta, see if we get something. But if it breaks 215, which it looks like it's trying to do right now, then we will get out of META, Meta. So watch out for that break coming up very, very soon. Breaking back down below 215 doesn't look like it's the super strong name that we had hoped for. But we'll look at that and then Apple right now as well. Let's get another piece out on Apple before this market does come back in just too much.
Yeah, so I just took another leg out of coin. Now I want to see if I can hold for the low of the day. However, let's go back over to Brennan at the desk.
A little one that was on the watch list this morning, guys, with AI in the title. Key there. Butterfly Networks up on this. This is a medical equipment maker, so FDA clearing an AI-enabled lung tool. So BFLY just coming into that aftermarket high right now of 250.
Aftermarket highs on Butterfly. So that's flying Bullfrog, Butterfly.
All the flies.
Apparently it's one of those kind of days. That's just, it's amusing to me and probably nobody else, I guess. But maybe reloaded too early on Roblox. But it's catching a bit. It's catching a bit at that 4680 level. I want this one to continue that trend into the upside. Where's NVIDIA and why am I not getting filled? Because it keeps going. Yeah, it just went to 277.60. I'm sitting at 70 probably. Yeah, I'm sitting at 70, so didn't get that fill. You know what? If it's going to make another move up, it probably gets a little bit closer or doesn't get there at all. It's going to move up a little tighter to that 278 level. This is trying to catch a bid after being the worst name one of the worst names in the market, not C3i related. And where are you, Tesla? Yeah, Tesla's now trying to hold a higher low. Pre-market low is 196. That could still be a bit of a play. I'm not reloading on coin just yet. And don't look now, but C3i is about to take another dollar level to the downside, 29. If you're tuning in late, accounting issues, not good.
Yeah, and it's funny because if you go to rewind it to 9 o'clock, but sort of before the accounting issues, I was talking about these names just being so bloated to the upside. But again, we'll see if that could be, we'll see about that report. I haven't read it yet, so I'm not going to talk too much about it. But yeah, that is what's sending it to the downside there. Good look on that one, anybody that's still holding that short. I'm just getting out of some Apple. I think I might wind up regretting it, but our long is at 166 here. And if it just keeps on hitting these levels and not ripping as the NASDAQ sitting here, I'm just going to keep getting out. So now we're lighter and lighter and lighter to the fact that we only have now 10% womp on that. But we did hold out and we did get a good fill, 2 good fills right there. We got a 75 and an 88. Or 86, actually, sorry, 86 right there for the high of the day on Meta. So we actually do have some decent prints right there to get out on Meta. So far, so good on being able to hold that one right now. So yes, sir, that was a good one. Check back in on AMD quickly. I'm going to look at everything, man. We're going to look at Tesla in a minute as well. AMD, this is why, I mean, it's funny that we lost on this. Still not doing anything right now, AMD. So I feel like we'll stay back on that and give it a little bit of time. As Meta right now is starting to rip up to the upside. So here's another one there. As that one's starting to go back up to the upside there. As the bulls are in right now in Meta, look at these profits we have. $1.05 right now on Amazon, 70 cents, 60 cents, sorry, on Apple. It's 50 cents on Meta as that's starting to go upside as well right now. But I don't know. Oh, Tesla was what I wanted to look at. Was that it? So it went to that 198 level, by the way, that we talked about earlier. Remember, I sort of zoomed out and was talking about 198. So it broke it, but didn't go much. 198.50. Hopefully, you're able to get out if you took that, or if that short was in. We just went right back down to that bottom level again of 193. Yesterday's close 195. So you could use that as your bottom. I mean, also look at the bottom of the day right here, coinciding with where we ended up yesterday. So you can almost draw a direct line here on yesterday's close, and you'll see that's the support area right there for our friend Tesla's. Wow, there we go, man. Now Meta's really breaking out. Let's take another piece here into 216. Great trade for me on Meta. There it is, man. Good move. Glad we were able to get that long at that bottom.
Yeah, and speaking of bottoms, I mean, there's now an iceberg. It's a weird price, but 277.60 on NVIDIA has a bit of an iceberg. It's just trying to break it right now. I just got those overfills. I said back off and get it a little bit tighter to 278. We got 90s up there, and we got some at 60. If this starts holding higher lows, like this moved so fast to the downside at the open, like you pretty much couldn't even get into the stock. It was just... I mean, it was just a free fall. Like, I can't remember the last time I saw NVIDIA do something quite like that. It was only a $5 move, which has happened before, but it's the way it was falling that was crazy. But look at it trying to hold up here. So now you've got that iceberg that I was saying, I don't know if I want to reload this one up at 78. I was able to scalp out there. I just noticed that buyer at the 50 level, so I'm going to get out of this. This could easily take out the top and get back to 280, which was the original short price that we liked on NVIDIA. We were just not able to catch it at the open, as I said, moving a little bit too quickly, but that's fine. C3AI was there for us, and we're able to grab that. I have not reloaded in Coinbase because it's still kind of underneath VWAP here. Those shorts holding up, but it needs to flush off that 64 level or it's not looking too good. Roblox first move was good. Now it's just calming down a little bit here. I did just try to grab some more shares at that 80 level. Now it's back above that 47. I'm looking at the high of the day here on Roblox to be able to take some out in front and then see if it can continue its multi-day breakout. This has been breaking out a couple of days, even if I'm only trading it for the first time in probably a few months.
I mean, I have no... All right, you know what? I was going to say there's really no point of reference. Let's just get something out here again at 95 there on Meta. Like, I don't know how far this thing can go. We're already up huge on this name. Just today, even alone, 1.5%, man. And like just there, it breaks through 216 and I get out thinking that we could retrace, right? Because what I'm saying is there's air up there right now as if Fahad's dunking on somebody. There's no room. Like, you're just going to the upside right now. It's a huge move. And I mean, where can we go? I just think higher. So let's hold out on this one and just keep on ringing that register, man. Every little level up. I'm going to put one at 260. I mean, thing is, if we keep on ringing the register, eventually there'll be no more registers to ring because we'll be out of the position. But let's put something in the 40s. We got to try to respect that one as we go. Getting out of Intel was wrong. There's a 33 long and a huge move to the upside as well right now for that. Yeah, my thing doesn't work, so I apologize. Let's go over to Brendan.
Alert go off here on WWE, guys. Nice look back to where we were essentially on Friday now for WWE. Just took out 92.5 there on decent volume, up another 3.25%. If you read into this agreement with Endeavor, it's actually about 106 to 109. Would value the shares of WWE at around 106 to 109. So nice upward move here for WWE again.
Did you say 106 was a valuation? Oh my goodness, that was a buy yesterday. For the love of...
Yeah, Endeavor.
I mean, Vince is always winning. Yeah, 106. So if it's all, but remember, it's like you're gonna own a piece of the company. It's not like you're getting cash if it's WWE. So it's not free money here, but it is buy the dips here on WWE. So if this comes anywhere near 90, I think you're looking to pick up some dips. That's a great piece of news. Thank you very much, Brendan, for that, because that was getting... I mean, that was so weak yesterday, and really they must have got it wrong in terms of valuation. So NVIDIA is now looking like it's holding VWAP a little bit. I don't want to take anything else out here. I just missed a chance to reload because I thought it would get a little bit above that 278. Not really happening, so coming back in is NVIDIA. Didn't get the reload on Coin. That's a bit of a pain in the butt. Let's check back in on Tesla, see if there was an opportunity. 196 on Tesla, pre-market lows. Now the resistance. Okay, I'll take a shot there. Roblox just came out. Well, the market's definitely coming back in if Roblox just stopped out for a 25-cent hit. I'm going to see if I can't get some Tesla off that 196. I heard something in my ear just now. It could have been static. Guys, confirm if I'm supposed to go to Brendan or not, because I heard something, but not much. Nope, nothing, I guess.
Yeah, no, I don't hear anything regardless. So you have to get the throws. But okay, let's just keep going here, man. You know, we checked out Ford earlier today. I mean, Amazon's moving around a lot right now. AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's just check out AMC again quickly for those of you that are looking at that as well. Wow, $392. Okay, so, you know, off that halt, it hadn't seen a higher price than the halt. And then we thought that we could get to $5 on that halt, but unfortunately the halt turned it the other way, and now you're going to have to wait for $375. I still think that's worth waiting out for there on AMC just to see. Or you can start going long now, you know, 25 cents worth of risk down to the bottom side right there. So 391 back in, possible good shot there for that reload if you're in it right now. But here we come in for Meta one more time. I'm going to try to respect this level. So it was a good thing. Remember we talked about like we didn't know where to get out of Meta, this and that, but we did. And we got out some nice trades there as we got out at 216.20 and then again at 216 break. And now we're trying to get longer right around here, 215-ish. And then we're going to watch out for a 215 break. Look at that. That's 80, that bottom wick right there. So we can definitely try to respect that back into the 50 period as well. As the market's trying to bounce a little bit now, possible reload in Apple. We're long at 02s right now on Apple. So you're getting close to a reload there as we come into VWAP. All right, now we're reloaded on Meta. So Meta just fell into 215 again. So let's see where we go. We just got long on Meta into 215. My average price is 16 right now. And if we break below that little price I just mentioned there, we're going to get out. That's 90s. So 215.90 or so, we're out of Meta.
So I see you guys out there talking about gold making some moves to the upside and some strong ones. Like obviously we know we trade equity as day traders here, and you kind of stick to what's in your pocket, but you do note the move and how strength is just flowing into this one here. Like it's 2% to the upside and breaking out on GLD in pretty much every single level. Guys, I'm hearing myself in my ear now, which is a little bit ridiculous. Nobody likes hearing themselves. It's weird. Like you know, when you're a kid and you play like a tape, you like singing to the radio or whatnot. It's like, man, I suck. But NVIDIA now through 277 briefly and still trying to take this level out. So the short looks good. I like the reload, but it needs to fall through. 75 could be that bottom. Still happening, guys. And yeah.
Just turn it off.
Look, the question was, why did I get out of AI? Oh, yeah. I didn't realize that was that button.
Yeah.
So we can't hear Brennan. I just had to turn him off. Why did I get out of AI? Quite frankly, sometimes you see a setup, and it's a long setup that I saw, like it was a wick bottom through 30 on volume. And a lot of times if I see a long setup, but I don't want to go long the stock, I'll cover a short. And that's just the way that I approach it. It was dead wrong. The short was free money today on C3AI. Hopefully you guys got it. I know there was a seller here, and probably when you got a level like this, you should almost just be net short until this breaks. Like forget about taking it out because you see some strength in here. No, if this never breaks, you're never out of the short. That's how I should have approached it. I was wrong about it. It's through 29. It continues to flush. I'm not sure I can get back into this one. I feel like it could be heading to the most mid-20s. NVIDIA now printing to the downside. Coinbase still working to the downside as it gets to low of the day. However, the difference with coin here, yesterday's low, 62.80. Today's low, 62.90 something and 63s. This one I do want to get out at the low of the day. If it ends up taking out yesterday's bottom, then I can always get back into the short. Very different between Coinbase here and something like a C3AI. So I'm getting out of Coinbase. We'll ring the register. Congratulations! If you were able to play off that 64, it was longs off 64. The second it broke, I flipped and said I'm now looking for the shorts. Fail break 65 and a break at 64 to me. That's a flip every single time. As we go to Brendo for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, busy morning. Let's jump right into a few things moving around here in small cap land. BFRG, top of the list right now. This Bullfrog AI, all things AI in focus over the past couple of days. New licensing agreement down here for BFRG up huge, 80% or better part of 80%. 9 ends up being the high on that initial push to the upside. We're kind of chopping around between 8 and 9, but all-time highs, never mind. For Bullfrog AI this morning, Butterfly Network up decently as well in this FDA nod for an AI-enabled lung tool as well. So BFLI on a bit of a pullback right now, but coming into some significant levels here on the daily time frame. 240, 250 was that area from early on in March. APE and AMC obviously on watch this morning as well after this litigation gets settled yesterday between the two. So AMC downside in a big way. Ape obviously the other direction, but both kind of coming off as expected. This morning, ADXN, another one, positive data from a Parkinson's, that's the wrong chart, but positive data anyways for Parkinson's disease treatment for them. And GFAI back downside after a couple of days in a row to the upside for another AI stock. Guys, back over to you.
Of AI, oh goodness. I just realized I have to, when he's not speaking, I have to turn it off. So speaking of AI stocks, Bullfrog AI, it did just bounce back down into that 8 level. So I'll kind of show you guys what I was talking about earlier. I had to gloss over it as we're doing some other things and some big tech names. So this 805, that's the halt price. You've had some under here, like breaking 8, holding 8. I like this after halts when you get a consolidation and then play the consolidation long to hold through the secondary breakout. Now the problem with this for a lot of people is you have 2 places you can stop. You can stop at 8 and you're going to get wicked out like 10 times out of 10. Or you can have the stop underneath where it held here, like underneath that 750 or 740 area. So to me, I want better fills than just the 830 I have. I won't add unless I'm getting under 8s, and then I want to stop out kind of underneath that 760. You don't want to be in a halt zone as well, so watch out for that like 10% move, but it has to move 10% rather quickly. So Bullfrog, I want to sit in this around this consolidation looking for a secondary breakout to that high of the day. And to me, if it goes 30 or 40 cents, that's not really a win. You're looking for it to press that 9 and actually break out. Now $2 on AMD. On NVIDIA, as NVIDIA, it just bounced off that low. I want it out in front of 75. I think it's likely to double bottom. 70's been the level on the stock. 80 was a level earlier. 75, I'll be looking to get out there. So that's short. We finally got into it. Kind of took a while. I kind of took too much out when I saw that iceberg there, but that was a strong buyer in that range. Sometimes you got to respect it, but the market breaking lows as we speak. So we're still headed to the downside. I'm in this Bullfrog. Hopefully that doesn't follow the market. I kind of feel like a low floater, like it won't care the market is down.
All right, so yeah, we're trying to do the same thing here. We just did get stopped out of our Apple, but right at this level. So we bought it right back in as it seems to want to hold right here. And again, we were trying to use this, zoom back out here. We were able to make some decent money on all those longs back, as the only red stock that we're going to have on board here is going to be Amazon, is going to be AMD. But there it is right there. That's 165.70, 165.85, sorry, where we dropped off from. So we just bought it back here at 98 and see if we can get back into that and just watch out for that level. We've been down here before, so I don't know if we're going to break anything lower here on Amazon. It would be right around here, 165.60 or so. Coming through. As we're getting ready, we should have Kevin O'Leary coming up soon to talk all about CoinSmart. And here we go. All right, I'm just going to have to start to trade out of this because here goes Apple back up to the upside a little bit. And yeah, we have a decent amount of shares, so we have to get them out if we want to capture some profits here. Unfortunately, our Meta, we do zip ourselves down the drain there on Meta as Meta does fall out. It was a great trade until it broke and then we got out. So really no damage done on Meta, still well in the money on Meta there, but we are out of it as we just continue to watch Apple. Hopefully it can continue to climb. Couple outs there. First out 13s, next out 16s. So not great, but still 20 cents. We'll take it for now and see if Apple can climb a little bit higher. As did the NASDAQ just bottom again, sort of, as Neil was talking about the day's low right there. So maybe we'll see what's going on now. We want to hold some of this trade. As we talked about it earlier, I just feel bad if we didn't give this a shot.
So a couple of things here. I'm going to tell you, got to update these guys because I hear I still hear something, but it's not you in my ear. So I got to reload on this Bullfrog at 8, and then it looked like it was going into a halt. So I did cover the majority of it. I actually have a small amount because I didn't pay for locate. So when I threw an extra order out there, it rejected. But I have a small amount on the long side. It did hold at 750 for now, and it is halted at 760. So Bullfrog heading back into the downside as it is a bit of a flush.
No,
I did not get NVIDIA out
now.
just there. You see how it just bounced? So if it holds beneath VWAP, this will be that area that bottom at 75 that we're looking to grab. So if it does want to make a bottom here, I do want to respect that on NVIDIA because I like that 75 level, but it's holding VWAP. Not to say if it gets above VWAP, I'm out, but if it cannot break VWAP, I want to find places to get back into said short. If you're tracking C3 AI, yuckity yuck, 28 now. It's just... Like it just, I mean, it just keeps falling and falling and falling and falling. Another attempted bounce here off an even dollar level, but really at this point, it's like, why even try to find bottoms on this thing? It's just absolutely disgusting to the downside. It's going to make a move to the upside at some point, but trying to pick it, like you're just guessing every single even dollar level. Tesla bouncing at 93. I can cancel that offer at 96. I do like the 96 short. I'm not sure we're going to get it. I think it's a fade now in Tesla. You've got lower highs. The trend is pretty clear. I think 95 to 96 and VWAP fills will just be like money fills as the market looks like it's heading into that downside. AI is nonsense, man. It just, like I said, I was wrong to have gotten out of it. I got out of Coinbase. For now, it doesn't look as bad as the out that we took in C3AI. I just felt that yesterday's bottoms could hold. And that's pretty much what I've seen here. Like yesterday's bottoms just held. I'll re-enter this once it gets to VWAP. So this is a rinse and repeat trade if it gets back up to that 64 level. Just going to hold on for that and be pretty patient with it. Relative strength in Apple, like you said, Sean, relative strength was in Meta. Isn't it still in Meta?
Yeah.
Relative
It
strength
just broke. That's all. Yeah.
Relative strength in Meta too. Like there's some names that are holding up pretty nicely, but this market on the bottom, and it's like everything in sympathy to the AI plays getting crushed. Oh, I wanted to talk about Roblox for a second. So I took the L on the reload of Roblox, and look what happened. Sometimes you just got to get out of Dodge. It does not hold the higher low. Now it's all the way back at 46 even. So that trend, that breakout, fail break, now you're flushing. Roblox, if anything, that could be turning into a fail break, maybe like a short opportunity here. So next available pop is like Coinbase, basically the same setup as Coinbase. Like it turns into a short trade now, back into that 47 level.
All right. What's up, Kevin Mendoza? What's up, everybody? What's up, Grace? What's up, Elite Trader? What's up, Will Evans? Tyrone Hamilton. Let's go. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here today as we're getting ready to have a big interview coming through. And we're trading around here, man. It turns out I got billed 40 times the fee on that Amazon fill. So that's
What
why
was the gateway?
it was showing me it was bats.
So don't use bats?
No. I mean, I'm getting filled all the time, so I think it was just an
Just
error
once.
there because it hasn't happened again. That's why I was like, "What is
I
going
don't
on
use bats.
with my?" I don't think it matters. I'm getting filled all over the place, but there was a bad fill there, so I am not losing my mind more than is obvious. So that's what we're looking forward to hear. What's up to everybody? Michael, Jay Hunt, Joey Avocado. That's a good name, although it's Ace Vido, so what's up to that? Joey Avocado, I actually like that name there. I was thinking if I had like a Mexican restaurant, now that I think about that, you know how there's like Joey's and things like that? I think Joey Avocado would be a kind of a good name right there.
Avocado just goes, that's worth
I just
anything.
love that. Like,
I love
you have
avocado.
avocado with sushi. You can have avocado on burgers. Oh, I did want to make this announcement for everybody in the back and for you as well, although it's not really for us because we have the salad lunch. Today's lunch, crispy pub chicken burgers with spicy mayo and fries. So I think, oh baby, I hear the nice comments in the background.
Yeah, but you know what you
as
just
Greg
did there.
getting excited. Again, what did I just do?
No, because it's Tuesday, and you know that the one time we had Taco Tuesdays for lunch was when I wasn't here.
Yes.
So when you just teed that up, I was like, Taco Tuesday.
Oh, you got excited for Taco Tuesday.
And then you just pulled the Taco Tuesday rug out from underneath.
It's crispy pub. Crispy pub. They got the pub in there as well.
I'm eating a salad.
Chicken burgers. So yeah, you and I have the salad. So in our face. Oh, hey, this is a great opportunity to do this.
Oh, where's mine?
Where's yours? I love how you change color. Bang, bang, bang,
And
bang,
shirts.
bang, bang.
It slapped the shirt off my back and somehow
Not the
put a
color
different-
off your face.
which is
No, you're
ridiculous.
adding color
That's what
to that one. But we'll also do this one. Bang. We got a couple of good trades going on right now as we get ready to rock and roll
Those are
here.
so bad.
It is now 10:32, and Apple is nice. So as we come flying in here with some Apple, we drop down that cash. Give that to us, Tim Cook, as we go. As there goes Apple. We reloaded. We got stopped out there. That was fine because realistically, we went long at 166.03. We lost there 15 pennies, but we take the exact same shares back and then boom it right back. Ooh, some decent size right there on the level 2 here for Apple. So let's watch out for 166.50. I ain't, I might have been born at night, but not last night. Let's get a piece out right now ahead of that size. And this is the difference between the kind of trading that Neil and I do and then those of you that may do at home. Like when I see a big posted offer like that, it's only 100,000 shares. It's not that it's a lot, but it's enough. We don't see that on here. So some traders may run away from that size. So, this is unlike any other trading show, of course, where we sit here and educate you, show you guys live level 2s, and talk all about risk management, because that's what trading's all about, is risk management. So, try to do as best you can, understand your outs before you even get into the stock, right? And so I think we're going to talk about crypto. I mean, how more important has that been than in the crypto realm? You don't just buy something and then hodl it.
Or do
you? And if you do, then there has been some issues with that. But hey, it's very time apparent, right? Because if you bought Bitcoin a while ago, it's up to 28,000. So I mean, from 16 to 28, almost in a straight line. Although there's been some back and forth there, it's been nice. But there has been some other altcoins, of course, that have moved up and down. Ultimately, do your research and make sure that you understand the risk involved.
Yeah, do your diligence. That's always going to be the case. And as long as look, when you lose and it's within your risk plan, you shouldn't have too much of an issue with it. It's when you jump outside of it that you're going to run into some troubles. And I think that's what happens to most people. Is like you break a rule. I meant to go to Nvidia there. When you break a rule, you kind of get mad at yourself because you knew you should have done something different, and then the loss is not one that you expected to take. So we're back at that 278 level on Nvidia. Reload, maybe a little bit too early on the reload, but I think it should be okay. If Coinbase comes up here, I'm at VWAP here for the reload on coin. You can see trend down, not quite there yet to be able to catch a fill, unfortunately. And I'll keep looking at C3AI. It just tried to bounce off 28. It got 30 cents and is right back to hitting the bid. So that stock keeps on trying to go, and then just absolutely can't. BFRG, the last I had there, essentially, I mean, I got out at 60s there, so kind of where in the stop zone we wanted, and then it opened up at like 55 or something, and I got the rest out. But that is now heading to the downside. Looks like a reversal on Bullfrog AI. So the AI names coming back into the downside. Just one last one for you. I know I am checking out some Roblox. I thought that flipped into a bit of a short. It does, like Coinbase, it doesn't quite get up to VWAP. I'm kind of offering close to 47s. I might get a little bit more aggressive if we can get like 50s and 60s. But I am looking for reloads. That looks like a trend reversal there on Roblox, at least a little bit there after the fail breakout. It was good initially, but the reload's no good and now breaking down on Roblox.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of a different view and just say that I'm going to try to go long off that bottom. I agree. I mean, it's not a different view. I mean, we got to get up there to 47. I mean, I wish we could get to 47 right now, and then we'd win, and then we'd go short with Neil, and then we'd figure that out after that. But right now, we're going to go long Roblox. We are long Roblox right now, 13 change. I want to give it to that bottom right there of 45.90. So we'll take another bid here at 46 if it comes down. As long as the NASDAQ is staying upside right now, I mean, I like the trade, right? So I like these trades here in Roblox. I like the NASDAQ down here at some of these levels. You're bouncing in. You're still above 13,000 on the NASDAQ. So for me, that's going to be a good little look there. And here comes Roblox. All right, look, you guys know we like dimes, so we'll take that out a little bit right now. As we just talk about risk management, there's a quick long on Roblox. We'll scalp it out a little bit and see if it can rip up now to the high spot. There it goes. Let's go, Roblox. Maybe we get to that 46.40, which has been the high on the day for. Come on. Let's go, Roblox. Maybe we can get this going upside. Look, not only do I pay for my kids Robux, but hopefully I can make enough money here that maybe we get a free month out of this. So let's see if Roblox wants to continue its move to the upside. Roblox has been a really strong stock here over the last little while. Look at the daily chart here for Roblox. Still kicking up. We still have that 48 level to come into possible play. So just, we're going to go to the interview in a couple seconds, but I'm going to be buying this name until we break that very bottom there of 45.90. So we're buying Roblox. We've got our risk plan in place, and 45. And look at this. Like, we're going to go long here at 46 flat or so and give it about 10 or 15 cents. So, once it goes up in the money, we're 1-to-1. We'll look to get 2-to-1, 3-to-1 on risk to reward. That's how you trade, regardless of the entity, right? We're going to go to a different asset class now with cryptocurrency. But like we just talked about, Neil, if you don't have your outs, then you're going to be stuck holding the bag.
Unless you just short AI.
Right, so or you can short C3 AI today. But definitely have your outs. Be very, very cautious of that. As here goes Roblox. We do have another piece out here at 36. Hey, man, if we could take 25 cents, we'll do that on Roblox and then reassess it after that. We are now, give us that. There's a big size there at 35. We'll get some 36s hopefully out once it blasts through that. But you know what? We should just take 34s because we see that size at 35. And then we'll reassess it. We'll still be in 60% of Roblox. So Yeah, anything you want to go through, Neil, here before we go to our guest of the day?
So just reloaded not C3 AI, NVIDIA off that 78. And then every time we make a fresh low on AI, there's a little bit of selling that happens in NVIDIA. I don't know if that's a correlation, but this stock, C3 AI is getting, I don't know what to say. It's just, this is a woodshed at this particular point. And forget about the lows. Sometimes you just got to be able to short the lows and join that trend. But we teed them up. They are here, our guests of the day. So let's waste no time and go back to Brennan at the desk.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, big merger news in the crypto space and blockchain space on Monday coming through, as we showed you late in the day yesterday, if you were tuned into the show. WonderFi Technologies, CoinSquare Limited, and CoinSmart Financial announcing a business combination agreement that will create a massive regulated crypto asset trading platform. Business combination will provide Canadians with access to an even wider range of products right across the entire platform. Chairman of O'Leary Ventures and investor Kevin O'Leary back with us. WonderFi President, Interim CEO Dean Skurka joining us as well for the first time to discuss this deal further. Gentlemen, we appreciate your time as always. Welcome back. Kevin's with us. I'll start with you, Kevin. Take us through your thoughts here when it comes to this deal, and take us through your thoughts when it comes to what this means for the space in Canada. To start. All right, we're having some audio issues, it looks like, guys. We'll throw back to the guys here for a second. Okay. Now we should be able to hear each other, so that's probably a good start. Perfect. As I was mentioning, Kevin O'Leary back with us, WonderFi President and CEO, Interim CEO, Dean Skurka here for the first time as well. We appreciate your time, guys, as always. Kevin, I'll start with you. Let's walk us through this. What does this mean as far as the space is concerned? What does this say for the industry on this side of the border, specifically in Canada, with a merger of this sort?
Well, there is no borders in crypto, so let's start there. And I would say what's occurred here is a result of the narrative that's changed globally in the crypto market since mid-December, when the U.S. Senate held hearings on the FTX implosion, if you want to call it that. The tonality of the crypto exchange, if you want to call it broker-dealer attached to exchanges in any jurisdiction, Canada's just one, has completely changed. The days of the early rogue platforms that didn't have to bear the cost of compliance, they were wildly profitable. If you can set up an exchange outside of any regulator's reach and issue tokens any way you want, of course you're going to make a ton of money. And those were the remarkably interesting days of the early times in crypto. And of course, unfortunately, was full of fraud and bad actors and everything else, ending in this collapse of FTX. But the tone changed in Washington in those weeks, just weeks ago, and they have unleashed the hounds of regulatory bodies around the world, most notably in what you saw happen with this myriad of charges against Binance, the other, I won't say non-compliant, that's to be determined through litigation, but clearly the regulators have decided they don't have any sympathy anymore for this stuff, and they are going after it with the full hammer of multiple regulators. And so that tonality, not just in the U.S., it's happening in London, England, it's happening in Zurich, it's happening in Abu Dhabi, wherever you look, these giant money centers, has changed everything for institutional investors and individuals as well. As a result, the cost of compliance is a barrier to entry now. And so what you saw happen here with WonderFi, and I'm an investor in WonderFi, and these two other exchanges, is they did the right thing. They basically said, okay, we'll consolidate, create Canada's behemoth, 1.6 million plus accounts. We have to operate under the hand of the OSC order, which is very in sync with what the SEC is doing and other regulators around the world. And I think what you're seeing now is the new model emerging. You are actually witnessing, and it's wonderful that it's happening in Canada, what the crypto industry is going to look like going forward. It's going to fit and be integrated into financial services, into the banking systems, under the regulator, as it should be. And so we have to salute, to those of the past that brought this industry, this NAIS industry forward. They're the pioneers that now have arrows throughout their backs, and they're being sued into the Stone Age. And I, as an investor, want nothing to do with that, obviously. And now this new model emerges as detailed by what Dean and the team is doing. And I'm really excited as an investor to be part of it. But it also tells me what to do in other geographies. I'm going to go find the WonderFis of London and Abu Dhabi and Zurich and the UAE, because for me, it's going to be the regulated licenses now that create value. And this was my investment theme 3 years ago, and I had to wait a long time for it, but now you're seeing it happening.
A much needed step forward in this industry in general. Dean, I'll come to you as far as the WonderFi side of things are concerned. Welcome, first of all. Thanks for doing this today. Give us your take on what investors can expect from the platform side of things now after this gets completed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And thank you for having me. I think from a WonderFi perspective, this is an incredible and exciting transaction. Continuing along the M&A and consolidation strategy that we outlined in early 22 with the acquisition of BitBuy and Coinberry and Blockchain Foundry, we've continued to consolidate the industry in Canada. And on the back of this transaction, the company will have transacted over $17 billion lifetime of cryptocurrency trading value. We'll have $600 million of client assets on the combined platforms. And to Kevin's point, most importantly, we'll have 1.65 million registered Canadian accounts that not only can we look to service through the current offerings, but as we look forward to expanding our products and services, as BitBuy has done with staking and as CoinSmart has done with their SmartPay subsidiary, we see a long-term opportunity here to continue to build products that Canadians are looking for around financial services and other verticals.
Let's dig into that a little bit further here, Dean, and talk a little bit about if you are an investor already, say, on the platform, what can investors expect going forward here as far as products are concerned?
Yeah, so I think for the time being, and certainly until the earliest this transaction closes, there'll be no impact for the users that are using BitBuy or CoinSmart or CoinSquare, for example. Longer term, we're looking primarily at how we can consolidate these platforms around a unified tech stack. We believe there will be significant cost synergies and operational synergies that we achieve on the result of that. And then longer term, we're going to closely evaluate the different brands that we have, identify the different target markets and audiences that they're attracting currently, and identify whether or not we have a long-term strategy that incorporates multiple brands, or whether we're going to unify all of these users around one crypto trading platform.
Let's talk about, Kevin, I'll throw this at you. Let's talk about the market overall. 1.65 million registered users, as you were mentioning. Where does that sit as far as, if we had to give a comparison, say, as far as the industry is concerned? How does that compare to similar offerings in this world now?
Well, in terms of the Canadian market, it's number one by miles. And in terms of the North American market, it's a major player now. But the difference, and I point this out to investors, is many of the other public exchanges in the U.S. are currently at war with their regulator through litigation or through other actions. And this, I find, is going to be problematic for shareholders, because the tone of the regulator now, post the hearings, FTX hearings, and then the charges brought against Binance, and then, of course, the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, there is absolutely zero sympathy in Washington for the crypto industry. I know that with certainty. I've been going there quite a bit. They just don't care anymore. And so in order to be an investor in crypto and look at the scale of what is being created here and the example that's being created under the OSC order, this is the new model, because I don't want to be involved in anything where I, as a shareholder, am backing managements that's suing its regulator, litigating, fighting with the unlimited resources of any government, including the US or Canada. That sounds like a really stupid strategy. And it's proving to be exactly that in terms of what it does to valuations of these companies. And so there's a new sheriff in town, whether you pick any of the U.S. regulators, and certainly what has been created in Canada was very early and very advanced. I mean, we're the first country to offer an ETF with Ethereum and with Bitcoin and bring it into the market and prove that it could be successful. So I think we should step back and smell the roses in terms of what was created in Canada as a model for the rest of the world. But I know with certainty now that the entire globe is looking at what happened here, understanding why it happened, and is going to use it as a model for what they do in other geographies. Because if you want to be a rogue platform, what you're going to find out is you're going to get cut out of the banking system, the global banking system, because regulators are going to hound you into every nook and cranny. The sunshine of regulation, there's no shade from it anymore. Everybody understands the rules have changed, and you need to understand that as an investor. And certainly, you want to be on a platform with your assets that is compliant and working directly with its regulator to fit into the existing banking system. I can't stress it enough. It's a complete change in the tonality of the crypto market, a maturation, if you will. And the rogue days, the cowboy days, the bad players, they're all toast.
Yeah, and if I could just add there, the WonderFi will have on the back of this a long track record of being compliant and operating regulatory approved crypto trading platforms. In December 2021, BitBuy became the first cryptocurrency marketplace registered with the Ontario Securities Commission. And in October of 2022, Coinsquare became Canada's first crypto asset trading platform registered as an investment dealer through IIROC. So the company has a long history and track record of maintaining compliance with our local regulators, and we believe that'll be, sort of a strong advantage for us going forward, a competitive advantage for us going forward.
An exciting time, definitely for the industry overall, but for the company specifically as well. WonderFi President, Interim CEO Dean Skirka with us, and Chairman of O'Leary Ventures and investor in WonderFi, Kevin O'Leary. A pleasure as always, Kevin. Great to have you for the first time. Dean as well, guys. Thanks for doing this.
Thank you so much.
Care.
Big thanks to Kevin and Dean for coming on there. It's always...
Without saying Coinbase, I think maybe that's what he meant about the battle with the legislature there in the U.S. And
Yeah.
I feel like Kevin would know, like, that's very important to everybody here.
Binance
is that
too.
And Binance, there's lots of exchanges. I don't want to we saw Silvergate. We've seen what's happened with those guys. And then it's just what I was getting at with Kevin is that he's been in front of Congress and everything, I believe anyways, in the United States. And if the opinion is that they're getting like cold on crypto, then I think that, going into a WonderFi or something like that, where clearly in Canada we're a little more friendly to that side of things. Maybe that is the right space to be into. So definitely do your own due diligence. Check out WonderFi. But again, another good story there. Thanks, Kevin, for coming through, and Dean as well.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you to them. And the market, we got about 10 minutes to go here, but the NASDAQ just went back red very briefly for a second here. I'm going to get to NVIDIA and C3AI. We're back. C3AI is a dumpster fire right now. That's a true dumpster fire. But we just turned red again, kind of heading back toward the lows on the NASDAQ. There's the black chart. The ES has already been at the low of the day. I'm still in NVIDIA. I just reloaded it, but I scalped it a little bit more. Higher lows being put in that name. We got out too early on C3AI, and that's what I mean by joining the short, $3 in, and still getting out too early when it bounced off 30. I just took the 27 short. Here's the way it's working. Every consolidation is an entry point to the short side. We had that one, didn't do this one, didn't do that one. That's 29, that's 28. So I play 27s, it gets 26.5, and then hold some for the dream. At this point, I'm not even sure where the dream ends. Maybe it's $25. That would make some sense. This is the upward trend that it was holding before. You can see the 50 period here, 24, 25. That would make some sense for a bottom on AI, but I'm not going to try guessing at that bottom. I have a 27 quarter stop on a 27 short, and we're going to see how far this one goes into the downside. It's gotten pretty ugly over here in AI. And specifically, accounting issues, it was on a big time run to the upside, obviously, and now you've got some real pullback here for the first time in a while. You could easily see 24, 25, and if I saw that, we'd consider a long. I'm not saying go long, but at least consider it. And if you haven't done so already, do that. Let's get the likes of 3,000. I love that we set a nice goal for ourselves.
That was the sickest one by far.
I love that.
It's by far the best. It's not even.
It's this.
That's all Pratt. He wants me to tell everybody that. So there we go. 1, 2. That could be a little bit quicker. 4, and there it goes. Yeah, I like that one.
It's building to it though.
Yeah. I get it. I like it. Hey man, that's my favorite one. It's a little bit better than this.
Hola. Like and subscribe
Is it though?
today.
Nah,
Is it
nah,
though? Is it really
Yeah,
better?
it's a lot better, in my opinion, which doesn't count for much around here. But I think that's a nice one. I like that one. Thanks, Brad, for that, man. And that was a great one. The more we can get everyone to hit the like button, I
Yes.
mean,
Look, you know what?
the better it is.
If we get 3,000 likes, we can improve some of these.
I just like the fact that instead of going pale, you just got darker.
It
on
doesn't
that
make
one.
any sense.
And you got a change of shirt. I like that one, man.
If you're gonna have me change shirt in the graphic, it should just be all in. Like it should change to like from a red shirt to a blue shirt or something. Like it should be all in. So the market heading back into the downside here. Oh, Nvidia is catching a bit off. Here's the thing, Nvidia. Now look at this. It's starting to hold up here at 77. Do I respect that? As the market continues to break down, my gut is telling me the shorts are better in C3AI. I'm going to be out of Nvidia, looking for re-entries off that 78. I could be wrong about that, but I just feel if you're gonna go short, you're going shorts on C3AI every chance you get. And oh my goodness, Coinbase, that was the other one. Coinbase broke yesterday's low. So maybe a little bit distracted by C3AI there, but Coinbase broke yesterday's low. It is continuing to the downside. I got out of that short as well. Sometimes you just don't believe in the short enough. I was looking for a VWAP reload. I can cancel that. That is probably not going to happen. But once it broke the 50 period on the daily here, we went from looking long bounce to shorts into 60 even. And why 60 even? Because that's the next line on my chart. That's a 200 period moving average. It's not a random line. We like the 200 period. We like the 50. I think we're going from one to the other if this market can't catch a bid. So Coinbase, short the next pop. Hopefully we can get VWAP again.
Guys, we're really cruising, man. We talked about Roblox, and now we have enough money to pay for some Robux. That's loud. That's loud. Yeah. Okay. You want it, Sharif? Let's go. We haven't done this one time yet today. Here's the money. Because Roblox is a money trade right now, and it's pretty easy for me to talk about it because we just defended 46 twice. Now, hopefully, we can get back to the upside, and Roblox will go. But it's like what Neil was saying a little bit as well. Like Roblox started off really hot here today, and then fell down pretty nicely, like down $1.80 or yeah. I guess $1.80 at that bottom, right down to the bottom. So we'll pick up some bottom now and wait to see if it does want to expand outside a little bit and get back to somewhere near here, VWAP. Like if we can get 50 cents on this trade, I think we're doing pretty good, man. Catch the falling knife to the bottom. Okay, I mean, now again, trying to stay true to who I am, get some more out here in the 30s as there it goes, turns around again. You know, if the NASDAQ it's 1055, by the way, Sharif's back in the building. It's Max is going to come through. I like that shirt. I have a shirt like that. Mine's more fuchsia? No, maybe that's more fuchsia. I don't know. Anyways, Max is in the building one more time, looking all dapper with Sharif as well. So that should be good. And then I believe we'll have Obi back on, and we'll figure out what's going on. But it'll be a good afternoon show. And then Neil and I are back at 2 p.m., of course, to talk all about
Fuchsia.
Again, I think it's just straight pink. That's straight pink, right, Max?
I don't see.
Purple?
I was gonna say it's a purple shirt, but
Yeah.
I'm terrible with colors. That's
Well, the
all
thing
I
is, when
know.
sitting here, the lighting-
I suck at colors.
It's in between. What is the color that's in between purple and pink?
Don't look at me. My wife makes fun of me because like I'm only base colors. That's all I can do, man. Like just it's purple, it's red, it's blue, it's yellow, it's green.
Magenta's a good one, but
Magenta.
I'm not going to say that's not. What happened to Luca? We've identified this a couple of times. Unfortunately, we would love to have Luca here, but he made a career choice and no longer his choice, no longer with us, and that's cool, man. We do miss Luca, of course. The Scalp Demon will forever be in our hearts, and he was great. He was great with Sharif, and I think that was a great combo, but unfortunately couldn't make it happen. And he gone, but no, nothing to do with us.
You went Hawk Harrelson on that just now.
Yeah, exactly.
I am
back.
I may be a
Berman.
I may be a Jays fan, but when it comes
Sorry
to
about
watching games, no, they suck this year.
But they shouldn't. We're favored to win.
Oh my God, it was terrible last night. But Hawk Harrelson is one of the best. I love when that guy gives a call. Like, make it interesting by the way you call the game. Like baseball, you want Bermans out there, but that dude, like he gone every single strikeout and back, big fly. And that's, big fly Mike Trout, that's the Angels guy right there. So I love those. Make it interesting. I just got a reload on NVIDIA. So we just took 77s out. I was like, there's some buyers on NVIDIA at 77, back to 78. This is not going to work forever. At some point, it stops holding 78. The higher lows pretend to a bit of a breakout, but for now, you're getting VWAP to that level. Oh, AI is catching another bid here. So C3AI, it got to 26. Why am I long? Don't want to long, don't want to long. I was about to reload, didn't get the reload. Get out. There we go. Sorry, I hit New York, or NASDAQ instead of New York, but I did not get a reload and reversed long because I still had my stop order for the break. So it broke quarters, accidental long, got out essentially flat. This is the first time in 30 minutes that it's had 2 green candles on my 3-minute. So if it puts in a third, I will stop looking for the short. However, it has yet to put in a third at any point this morning. That's 2 and then flush, that's 2 and then flush, that's 1 and then flush, 1, flush, 2, flush, 2 remains to be seen. This is the biggest bounce it's had since 9:35. Right now on C3AI. This 50-cent move is the biggest bounce it's had. So if it's going to go up, I still think there's a chance at a relief rally here. Maybe we look at VWAP, play patience. I'm looking at that NVIDIA level. That's the best one I have in terms of finding something. And apologies to myself for getting out of Coinbase here. Why did that not? There we go. Getting out of Coinbase, looking to re-enter on the break of yesterday's low, and then not getting the break of yesterday's low. So it took it out, 62.5. It continues to flush. We'll try to rejoin this one. The shorts had been working, but you have to pick your spots. ES getting crushed. The NASDAQ is flat because there are kernels of strength in some of the big tech names. So pick your spots here. Coinbase weak. NVIDIA was weak, still working the short. And AI, I don't have to tell you about how ugly that's been, but it has been the party, has been shorting AI every chance you get.
All right, yeah, potty over here. As the Nasdaq's breaking lower, I'm not in love with any of these longs. We've been getting them out right now. We don't like the Nasdaq too much below the 50 period, so you could basically scrap that idea right now. We will test. I mean, I say that, but I am going to give Apple one more test down here, just because we've just fallen off a little bit, and our best outs are in the 20s and 30s. We don't have that 40 bounce right there. We should have had it at there's a nice little bounce up. Okay, so we were just waiting down here, and we just missed it again on Apple. But we'll be down here to see if we can get that going as well. But right now, yeah, long Roblox, long Amazon. The Amazon trade is still 40 cents in the money, but we've really done really well on this. And I told you, I was charged, I think it was about 80 times the fee, if not more, on this fill.
Not the issue I was thinking.
That's why I was thinking, why am I red on this name? When I go buy here and sell there, that should be, unless my charts are upside down and I'm in Aaron Rodgers' darkness zone here again. But there it is. We'll wait for that one. And yeah, it's 11 o'clock.
Oh, can I do one thing really quick before we go?
Yeah.
2 things. Well, I got out of NVIDIA because 77 to 78. I'm flat for the first time today.
Yes,
so I'm out
sir.
of NVIDIA. I'm going to try to get short 78s. But one of the values of day trade the world is, you get misfilled or something bad at your broker, it could be a bit of a battle. You literally send a ticket, which is like sending an email, and it's fixed pretty much overnight or in a couple of days. Your P&L. It's really simple. That is an added advantage trading on a prop floor. But if that happens to you with your broker works for you. Make sure you get those things fixed. Hound them. That's how it's supposed to be. We're lucky here trading with Day Trade of the World. But it's time to get over to the midday, guys. The Professor in black and Maximilian in
Guess who's back?
fuchsia. Go get him,
Professor in black.
I said fuchsia. It's fuchsia. Okay. What's up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Mad Max. I'm Sharif. Let's get it started right off hand. I'm going to let you know I'm in a meta trade. I'm long 59s. I've been kind of doing that dance around that hold at 214. We've been holding at, I believe, 214 20s, 214 and quarters. That's been my move. I'm seeing an obvious divergence again between the ES and the NQ. On my 5-minute chart, the ES has successively lower lows, whereas on the ES, I'm seeing consecutively higher lows for a minute, for now. So if we break this, I want to say 247, 246 on the NQ, then we'll have a lower low there. But, there has been a bit of a divergence between the two, one obvious enough to note, and that has kind of made me a bit more bullish on some of these, tech names. That's why I've been kind of looking for a 214 hold on Meta, taking the relative stronger name, the one more associated with the NASDAQ. That's been my play. We'll see if it pans out. I got some scalps up around here, but I've got some profit takers sitting because I'm still holding the majority of the position. So let's see what happens. Shout out Cute Puppy. What's up? Knowles FTTW, what's up to you? I hope you had a great weekend. I had a bit of a long weekend, but not by design. Not by design, definitely. Max, what have you been looking at today, buddy?
I've been looking at a lot of things today. Didn't really get anything going. I had a little meta long off that 215 when it broke and started kind of holding and going up, but we got about $1 in the money there, and then it just kind of crashed down. So yeah, meta couldn't hold that 215 level, which I deemed to be a pretty strong level on the chart. I thought 218 was kind of the next stop, so I scalped a bit out, but I still had 70% when we got down here. So a little bit of a loss there, but that's all right on meta. XOM, I liked today. Oil has been strong. Oil is gapped up. XOM.
Yeah, oil's
XOM was really strong yesterday when Oxy was fading, so I figured, XOM, maybe we can get that move through 117, which was like a triple top on the daily chart. Didn't get there off the open, but I got this beautiful hold off 116, and I was really just holding the whole thing for the dream, thinking that 117 was the play. Didn't get it, stopped out, and then same kind of thing on 115. It held nicely. Got a little bit more out on this one because this was more of a scalp to VWAP kind of scenario. I don't think we're getting that 117 anymore.
That 50-period retracement, too.
Yeah, and so kind of rejects the 50, comes back down. I think the market kind of crashed in this spot, so yeah.
That's a tough one, man, to kind of, I don't know, man, how to play this oil thing. It's up today. Who knows? It's down tomorrow. We'll see. If we get continuation, I'm going to keep my eye on the CL. I created a little futures tab here, and part of the futures, I should have a commodity section where I just keep my eyes on different futures contracts, whether it's oil or nat gas or obviously the Russell or the Dow. Keep my eye on those, see kind of what trends we have going. Meta's still doing that dance above 214, 20-ish, got up right into 60s. Now it's right back down. I've been in and out of the money a bunch of times on this one. I think ultimately, though, if we continue to print to the downside on the NQ, I want no more of this below that 214. So sadly, I will break this trade up. If it goes below 214, I'm long 59, 60s essentially. So that'll be a 60 penny loser on my part. Still holding 10 pennies here. Max, we were looking today, and I know you and I talked about this last week. We talked about the small cap cappers, the the trends that they go through. They're in style, they're not in style. My spidey sense says something's coming back with these.
Well, yesterday we had GFAI, which halted multiple times.
Okay.
Goes from $8 to 18 or something crazy. I was not involved. I liked the 10 break, but didn't take it. And then today we get this Bullfrog AI with another AI catalyst on a small cap. This thing's moving in the pre-market, and I was playing around with it. Didn't find any success. Tried to take this 750 break, but it just kind of instantly rejected, and I was not willing to hold this thing down for that, quadunk flush.
There you go. Yes.
You might expect from one of these doing a fail break. So I bailed on that. Spit in my face right after, rips right up into a halt.
Yeah.
But I managed to get back in at this 805 into another halt, and didn't get anything out above 9, sadly, because I figured this was going to shoot to 10 plus. But this one kind of died. Hanging out near these pre-market levels, though, maybe there's a afternoon rally on this one. You never know.
You never know.
You can't ever count a small cap out.
No, and I've been feeling a lot lately that they've had second, third, and fourth breaths where, before we were kind of writing them off, taking them below VWAP, we took them short. This one here, come to my screen. This is exactly what we were doing with these small cappers prior to them fading away and not really being an issue. We were looking for a big move and above VWAP. My target here is to look above and below VWAP. Above VWAP, I'm taking VWAP dips. I'm never chasing it through the top. But below VWAP, this was the trade that kind of set me up for a little while, but that kind of faded away. The break below VWAP, a big red candle, especially on the 5. It's got to be clear on multiple time frames, and then the consolidation sideways, and then that big move down again. Usually, if I'd never take this if it was above VWAP. If we got that halt and then that level consolidation above VWAP, I'd stay away from it and say no. It still has relative strength. It's always below. and then we look for that consolidation before we take it south. So this one's set up. I didn't get involved in this one, but now that they're kind of going, I'm going to be wise to this move again. This was a successful trade that I had for about a month and a half, 2 months. I want to say December and January. This one was the real move. Anyway, so what I'm looking for on this one is a retracement back to VWAP and see how we kind of act around there. Do we reject or do we retake it and then test high days again, maybe into the more liquid time period of the day? But the obvious long here, and I keep saying VWAP a lot because it really has a lot to do with what I'm looking at with these small cap crappers. It was that dip, Max, right at 9:30. It had that retracement into VWAP, and then it really popped back up, and that's when it halted. It actually did a VWAP retracement halt up, so VWAP really involved from what I see on this stock.
Yeah, I was watching that off the open, but I thought 650 was the dip play because 650 was the prior high. And this name IPO'd in February, actually. So
yeah, that's what I was
650
saying.
was the IPO price, or IPO high. 650 I figured was the dip, but didn't even get there and then goes on a run. Somebody was asking about NVIDIA, and NVIDIA holding 275 again. So this was like the money short last week. Then it takes it out on Friday, and now apparently 275 is the money long on NVIDIA, and just making higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. Obviously, this 278 is a problem for now. Market's still kind of making new lows. NVIDIA hanging out. So maybe that 278 is kind of the move back to the upside on NVIDIA. Still kind of strong relative to ES and NASDAQ for the time being.
Another small cap crapper moving here and really looking quite good. This is the 5-minute chart on CDLX. In case you're wondering what this small cap crapper all about. Cardlytics Incorporated. What do they do? If IBKR will load here, there we go. Is a digital advertising platform. The company operates an advertising platform, namely Cardlytics platform, within its own and its partners' digital channels, which include online, mobile applications, email. Okay. Does it have a catalyst? Yes, it does. And now this one really got going around 7:30 a.m. So let's scroll back to around there to get the original catalyst. Announces updated guidance for first quarter 2023 financial results. So this is, this is a legitimate, it's not like a contract, a maybe contract with some maybe company. This is like, hey, we're revising our guidance, and that's what you want to see kind of for your long term. So it's been up and to the right, this one, for the majority of the day on Cardlytics.
That one has a 15% short float, according to Trade Ideas.
Baby.
32 million float. So yeah, maybe have
a look at this daily chart.
Room to go.
Look at this daily chart. This is not what you want to see. I mean,
yeah. Going back to Sharif's chart over there.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we can even look at the weekly there. Let's get a better glance. Okay. Yeah, it's at all-time lows. I mean, it just got off all-time lows. All-time lows being that $2 area. Anyway, it has not been a good time. I want to say the last 4 years, maybe 5 years going to 2018 for this stock. Yeah, it peaked out. When did it peak out there? January, yeah, well, everything kind of peaked around then. Anyway, this decent catalyst, keep my eye on it. It's a small cap crapper. I'm not really advocating for it anyway. We shall see what happens to this one. And look quickly, before I send it back to Max, where are we here with Meta? Okay, so we're getting real close to out on Meta. In fact, I'm going to get out right about now because it did break below 214, reclaimed it real quick. But the out here is below that 214 area. Do we get below there again, or was that just momentary? We shall see. But it looks like it might be over for this Meta trade here if it goes below that level again.
Taking a look at Google right now because it's kind of like the strongest one in the market, that one in Meta, but Google's still holding VWAP. So I'm thinking if we can get a bounce here on the market, Google's going to be the one that comes back up. So I'm going to see if we hold VWAP here, if we hold 105, and maybe we make that move back upwards if the market decides to bounce off of these lows from yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, 41.28 kind of lows from yesterday. So we'll see. I think I'm going to take the long on Google right about now.
Yeah, likewise. There's also a double bottom kind of forming here possibly on the NQ. I mean, it could be nothing, obviously, but we just printed a newer low. But here it is. If we find some support around this level, going to what you were saying yesterday, though, on the NQ, we had lows around 13,158. So that's where I would look for support levels next. If we really do break this below this level here decisively, we just got to those pre-market lows on the NQ. I want to say 13,225. was that level. But yeah, below that, you got to be looking at that 13.158, 13.160. Yeah, that's a big move. That's a 100-point, no, almost 100-point, like a 70-point move to the downside there on the NQ. We'll see if some of these big cappers hold up. I'm kind of been focusing a lot more, even though we're just talking about the small cappers. Definitely the focus for me on lately has been these large cappers, Max.
Yeah, I feel like we've been kind of cruising down on light volume on NQ and ES, so maybe we're due a bounce. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think we're about to go break down and start flushing on volume. So liking the long on Google, NVIDIA kind of coming into that prior low there. So maybe NVIDIA is another one to take long if you want the long on tech names right now. This 275,
Yeah, I like
57, kind of 60 area. It's kind of holding 276 right now. So NVIDIA, another one that's
nice.
looking good for the bounce. Did you just get long NVIDIA?
Yeah, no, I got long,
long
Meta
Meta.
again at 214. After I got right back out, I got back in. I'm looking for the hold here. I'm looking for the double bottom here on the NQ to hold. And there we go. So nice. I'm already like 30 pennies in the money, but let's see. Hopefully that holds up. That's really nothing for Meta these days.
Yeah, Google's starting to go up now. Liking this trade on Google. Beautiful VWAP hold there. NQ bouncing. So, let's see where Google can go. I'm going to try to get some out at this high here, 30s. And then maybe we keep going for high of day. I mean, Google, really strong. 105 I've felt is like an inflection level on this name. And 108 is like the ultimate daily breakout level on Google. So maybe we get the full bounce like yesterday on NQ. I mean, I don't know if you were watching NQ yesterday. Let's take a look for Sharif.
Messed up for half the day.
We go down, go up on a number in the morning, flush down, and then consolidate here. We go all the way back to the high yesterday. So maybe we get that move again today.
What the hell happened after market too? Why did Quadunk like that?
I don't know, man.
Okay.
I don't know. But yeah,
Well, I
looking
think
for that bounce on
level-
NQ.
Yeah, good call. Like, I mean, I got out at that level, and then I listened to your reasoning, and I kind of got back in. No, I really like this level. I mean, possibly here on the NQ, could be momentary. We'll need to see continued movement to the high side here and multiple candles that turn green in order to kind of really know if this is a double bounce. But right now, we're like 40 pennies in the money, letting it run. Obviously, we took that L first time around, so that even though we're profitable at the moment, we're still right on the name, okay? So we got to get out of that hole. Someone says, I miss Perma-Bear Pradley. Yeah, Pradley was always advocating for free fall Fridays. I don't know what's going on with me there. Free fall Fridays. Lucy says 4,100 flush. Okay, we could possibly get that. It's down and to the right on the ES right now. And to be honest with you, the NASDAQ not really holding up, not that great either. So this trade on Meta that I have at 214, I mean, if it comes right back down into my level, I'm out because I was like 45 pennies in the money. That's not what I'm looking for here. We'll see. We'll see. We're getting continued, I'd say, bearishness. This ES is really taking down the
getting a bit of
NASDAQ.
flush
The ES
here.
is really weak today. So here we go. We're coming right back down into my level. So just a momentary reprieve here for this long on MetaMax.
Yeah, Google's still holding VWAP. What else do we got?
No,
Our
I didn't say
NVIDIA, let's
free
see if
fall.
NVIDIA took out that, no, can't take out this level. So yeah, NVIDIA's still a buy until it gets through here, in my opinion. Tesla today, ultra weak again.
Yeah, what happened?
No bid on Tesla, sadly.
Like, not bad news catalyst, too.
I was, my bias was to the short side on Tesla today, but for whatever reason, I get long at 197.50.
It opened long, that's why, right?
I mean, it opened up, and like 197.50 to 198 is kind of my my zone on Tesla that I think it's a sell, but it clears there, and it's just looking so strong. So I get in long, get in more long, looking for that push to 200, and then stopped out, and I didn't even think to flip short on it, sadly. But yeah, then holding that 193.50 kind of area and bouncing.
What do you want?
Now we're breaking the lows again.
It's making me nervous just standing there. So let's go. Yeah, we're back right into that 214 area again on Meta. So we're probably going to have to get out of this trade as we start testing lows again on the ES. Yeah, this is not for me. So I'll get out break even on that last trade. right back into my long. We'll have to look short now, guys. I mean, or have the shorts been had? We'll have to see. We talked about the NQ really having more support near that low of day yesterday. That again, that was at 13,160. So yeah, we may have to start looking short here on some of these names, especially if we start making lower lows. We're definitely making a whole bunch of lower lows on the ES. Not so much though on the NASDAQ, kind of lower lows, right? So the NASDAQ still showing its relative strength around these levels. We'll have to see what's going on. So my man's getting tailored over here. So we'll have a look to see what else is going on. Yeah, CDLX is kind of making a move to the downside now. Looks like a bit of a top's been had on the ascent up. Let's go to the 1 minute chart. So now we're having a bit of a retracement around that $6 level. Last time we were around 5. We kind of did a bit of a dance with 5, got below, got above it. So I wonder if we do that same dance with 6. This might be an interesting area to get long on CLDX. I think I'd give it, if I got in here, I'd probably have to give it to the $0.50. Maybe we'll take a little bit of a trade on this one. We haven't taken the small cap crappers today, so let's go ahead on this one. CLDX, and it's on the NQ. So let's see what's going on with this one. Yeah, I'll give this about 15 pennies. CDLX. There we go. Typed in that wrong one. I was like, how come this one doesn't have any liquidity? Yeah, this one's aggressively pulling back here. Have to think about this one. How do you see CDLX? What would your entry into this one be? Because it's just been straight up. This is kind of the first pullback of note we've had in a while.
Yeah, tough to say on that one. Maybe the 6 breakout, because that's where it came from, but I don't know. I don't like the breakouts in the small caps these days, especially at this time. Google, I am punching out of. This one broke down. Yeah, CDLX, I'm not sure. I'll have to do a little bit more analysis on it. I do like the short float at 15%. I like that it's a 32 mil float. It's kind of going up on some real news that we can kind of judge for ourselves to actually be positive. Right. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at the daily chart, see if I can see anywhere to get long on CDL.
Yeah, so continue to see what's going on with this one. Kind of doing a little bit of a dance in front of that 20 period. I think, I'm going to test the long here to see if we can retrace back into 6. I think I'd give it, I have to give it to the $0.50 area. That's where I see a good level of possible support. So we get long. Where are we long exactly? Do we get what price did we get? We got 73s. So we'll take some out if it comes into the 80s, but we're looking for continuation here on this first pullback with about a 20 penny risk, and then you've got at least 30 pennies to the upside, if not more, if you do get that 6 test. But it is a bit of a risky trade. It's a quarter position, obviously, because it is a higher risk trade. And it's a small cap crapper. All the higher risk stuff is all the check marks for high risk is there. It's near high days, etc. So let's size in accordingly with this one. Keeping my eye still on the futures as we do this with the small capper, but we're still heading south. So I'm looking for something possibly to set up here. On what did you say the level was on the ES? Because I've been kind of charting the NQ here. What was that level we got to on the ES yesterday?
For me, the level was like 41.28-ish yesterday, 41.27.50. We kind of wicked that 41.25, and now we're going back up. The low yesterday was like 41.23 overnight.
Kind of where we're at now.
Yeah, we're kind of cruising into it. I mean,
yeah, we broke below it, but we haven't closed. Like we're above it right now. We haven't closed below it, at least on this 15-minute chart, right?
We've been kind of strong for a bit though, so we are due a pullback on ES for sure.
Yeah, well, we'll see what goes on with this one. Yeah, we're gonna send it up to Brendo though. He's got volume leaders. He's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, pretty one-sided board to have a look at, unfortunately, so far today. 10,320 U.S. listings on this board right now, of which 6,700 downside versus 2,560 in positive territory. About 1,000 little change. They're flat on the day. Right now, meanwhile, new lows about 200 versus 153. New highs on the day, so a little more split as far as what is happening. Currently, as far as volume is concerned, 2 days in a row, Mullen, top of the list, 132.8 million shares traded already for Mullen. AMC here, as well as we were discussing in the pre-market, was going to be more of a volume event day as opposed to maybe movement. 56.9. We did get that halt early on, though. Tesla, obviously top or near the top, 54 million as well. Ape on here, also with AMC, TQs, AI, SQs, BBY, and Zila to round out the top of the volume list so far today. CDLX up on decent volume as well, little $5 stock, BFRG. More AI craziness all week long. These AI stocks have been pretty impressive. But overall today, yeah, that tells the story. 6,700 downside so far, guys.
Again, yeah, I expected to see AMC for sure in Tesla, but Mullen every day, and it doesn't even show up on my scanner because I filter for it, right? Sub $1. I don't know. You're a small cap guy, but you're not a Mullen fan either.
I've traded Mullen before. The 10 cents is like, I don't know. How many shares do I want to load up?
Exactly.
It still feels kind of, even though it's 10 cents, it kind of feels wrong to just load up like thousands of shares to try to make a penny. I don't know.
Exactly.
It's tough for me, but like I've traded Mullen when it's like 30 cents, 40 cents. I traded Mullen when it was over $1 a long time ago, but yeah. I don't know on Mullen. Always leading the market in volume, though. I guess that is like a day trader's favorite stock. Looking at XOM for the double bottom, now potential triple bottom off of 75s here, but looks like it wants to break down. NVIDIA also bounced off our 275 again, and I'm not involved. Exactly to the penny, 275. Should be long NVIDIA right now off 275. What a price, 275.
Yeah, I know.
Just
I think Neil was saying that in the chat too.
again.
Yeah.
275 is the
I gotta
price
agree.
on NVIDIA.
All right, we'll get long here. We're scalping out on our long on CDLX. I took some out here in the mid 80s. I'm sitting in 90s and then 95s for continuation to test that $6 again. We're getting a nice bounce. What we need here is a higher high, right? Otherwise, it kind of puts us in the limbo. So far, decent continuation, really nothing to write home about, but we'll take it. We'll let it run as we warm up to some of these small cap crappers, as it's small cap crap season again. Oh, baby. I
had a look on the chart on your CDLX, and I'm thinking like 6 to 625 is kind of a supply zone. If we clear that 625 on the daily, maybe we get that move towards like $7. But I like that long that you're in. That's
we'll see. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of it, but if we get continuation above 6, I'll feel a lot more comfortable. Give me a bit of a buffer, but we'll see on this one. It's a bit of a risky trade. For now, do you think we kind of hit some bottoms here on these futures? I'm looking. We'll see. I know you're back in Google. I'm back in Meta. We've been kind of doing that dance with it. I'm a little bit in the money here, but nothing to write home about, as we have so many levels to take out since we were at 216.25 today is the high. Now we're down to 214.5, so well off the highs, but we'll see if we get some holdout here.
Yeah, Meta for me, not a name that you're really scalping out like 20 pennies.
No.
You're kind of waiting for the dollar moves on that one.
Yeah.
But looking strong so far.
Yeah, looking decent. It's we're still having troubles here at these lows. By no means are we really rocketing to the high side here, but we're in the money on Meta. We're in the money on CDLX. So I'm letting it run. Let's see if we can make some of this money we lost earlier back. A couple of bad trades already on Meta, where we had to kind of get in, get out, get in, get out. But so far, not so bad on this time around. Let's see what happens. Yeah, CDLX, excuse me, not making newer highs here. I'm looking for a decisive break of the low that we made on the last time around. That's going to be that 554. If we get down there, that'll be a 20 penny loser for me, even though I've scalped some out. I'm a newer low here and I'm out. So that's the whole move. So if we get a newer high in continuation, I'll scalp some through 6. But now that it's made a pop back down kind of into that resistance or support area that I saw last time around, if it makes a newer low below that, that will be my exit on that trade. And I'll keep monitoring this Meta trade as well. And how's Google looking?
Google, I punched the low on Google, sadly. So, out of Google, I think I was basically the low price on that one. Should have added, I guess. I guess this like kind of breakout price was maybe the number to add on. But I kind of wanted to get out if it broke this consolidation low here. So I got out of Google. I should be back into it because it just wicked me and then took my price back. But
Give him his price
yeah.
back, bro.
Yeah, need maybe catch another dip into like the 80s. We get a higher low right there on Google. I think that would be a spot to get back in. Nvidia, anybody who took that 275 printing right now. Nasdaq trying to make the move back up, so maybe it's time to get the longs going. I'm not sure, not convinced yet.
Yeah, we're seeing a few
had
green
enough
candles.
of a bounce yet. Maybe if we clear that like 13,250, that's when we can confirm the bounce is back on. Not sure yet.
Be decent. There we go. We're pumping towards it right now. Meta making newer highs, but the CDLX coming back down, kind of creating a bit of a tilted double bottom. So again, my out will be this newer low here. That's going to be at 54s. We're at 67. So I'm keeping my eye on it because I'm not going to let this one go against me, even though we're not sized heavily into it. We're getting some rejection at VWAP on Meta. Every time we touch that, I want to say 60-ish level, 63, 61, we're getting some rejection. So we'll see if we get continuation on these futures and on some of these big cappers. They all look, to be of similar strength. I want to say Google stands out to me as being relatively strong, while Tesla really stands out as being relatively weak. So with that in mind, do whatever that comes to mind for you. But yeah, continuing to watch these trades. Let's look at the chat. We haven't engaged with the chat. We've been so caught up in these trades, man. RSLE saying AMD. Yeah, Sean was trading AMD this morning. I'll have a look at that in a second. Someone saying dips and ships, saying Baba squeeze. Yeah, man, I was looking at Baba right here. Come to my chart. I had that loaded up from last week, and it was kind of doing nothing. I'm like, okay, it's down on the day, but it created a bit of a bottom here. I'm like, this might be an interesting long. I couldn't take everything, though, but I had my eye on Baba, and here it goes. Pump into the high side. I want to say an obvious level is at 99.60. We kind of topped out there, then obviously 100 after that, no question. Monty Keela saying softy. I'm softy. It's okay. He kind of did a double top and now below VWAP. We'll see if it retraces up. We're getting a bit of a bounce here on the NQ, and that's causing some upward movement in some of these names, and we're going to take advantage of that now, because now we are, look quickly, we're long 39s on our friend Meta. We're in the 80s. Let's take a baby out here. We're heavy sharage, so let's go. Let's take some more out. Nice little move, but we're looking for continuation through 215 and for this bottom to hold for the moment. Let's go back to CDLX. Still, flirting with that break-even level. Hasn't made a newer low, so therefore my out has not been reached, and I'm going to hold this trade and see what it continues to do. But like I do that, I'll take some more out on MetaMax.
Yeah, everything in the tech world kind of bouncing right now. Google's still hanging out at VWAP, so maybe this is where I find my little Google long, maybe at this wick here to 90s. I can get along. Nvidia still going up. That was the trade. I mean, you get $1. You get $1.30.
Pump it
on Nvidia off that 275. Now trying to crack 50s. Wow, what a miss. 275 on Nvidia is the price.
I think Neil was pumping that in the chat. Yeah, Neil was saying that in the chat.
Hopefully Neil's long on that one. What a trade off 275, screaming towards VWAP on Nvidia.
All right,
maybe that 278 breakout. What are you up to, Sheree?
We just took some out, man. 215s on our friend Meta as it continues to go to the upside. So finally, Meta holding that 214 and looking to take some out at more 215s here. Where are we? Yeah, so we're long 40. So let this one run. I think, we really need to kind of hold the majority of the move for above 215, but that may not be up to us, because this bounce on the futures, it's bouncing. I'm seeing green candles one after the other, but it's really anemic and slower for the moment. So if it speed up, that'd be great, because my patience, well, I've got none. I'm going to go ahead and sit right at 05s in front of that 215 on Meta for my next out to see if we can break through there. But we'll have to continue on these futures. People saying CDLX. Okay, there we go. We're pumping to the high side now, baby. I'm sitting here. My profit takers are sitting right here. I'm sitting at 90, but there's all sorts of sizage there at 88. We weren't not able to take that level out. Here we go again with it. I'm seeing a lot of buying, a lot of the over the ask coming in right now, but that 88 level continuing to be a factor and not breaking. It's obviously an iceberg because I don't see any size here on the book at 88. See a DLX, but it is up and to the right and holding those higher lows. There it goes. We get the fill. We spin the money. Let's get that next fill. There it is, baby. So nice move on CDLX. Get continuation through 6. Let's see if it continues through that. There we go. A little bit through there. But again, you know, we're probably going to encounter another rejection here at 6. The whole dollar level on these small cap cappers has been absolutely poopy scoopy. But, you know, let's take some more shareage out here at 6 max and let this one run.
See if a little that 15% short float starts to get squeezed on this one. You are pumping on that. Yeah, I'm long Google again. Saw something on the tape that I liked below VWAP here, so we'll see if we can get back above this 105, break this 50 period, and make the next move up. We're kind of in a down channel right now, but I feel like we got a bit of like a higher low right here. Willing to add into this level again. We'll stop out below that, but yeah, I think Google can start to make the next move up if the NASDAQ does decide to hold up. This one is like the strongest one other than Meta probably on the NQ names. So looking for the next move on Google, and NVIDIA still strong. Had to, probably could have caught a dip in here on NVIDIA, didn't decide to do it, and that was a mistake. Now we're at the 50 period, looking to crack it. If we can come back through that and hold it, maybe that's that kind of trigger for the next move up. How's that CDLX doing?
It's holding 6, but I want to say barely, okay? It's just holding on by dear life. It's clutching at whatever it can grab there, and that's what makes me worried. I'd like to clear 6, leave that room, kind of, that has to become support. You know, that may happen, but it just, you know, it takes time to develop. All the while it's developing, the risk of it flushing is there. And that's why I've got to continually monitor it, despite the fact that I have this Meta long. There you go. This one's printing for itself, though. Right back up into 90s. I'm sitting on the other side of 15s. I'm sitting at 05s on Meta. But back to CDLX. Yeah, again, it's doing that dance at $6, holding up for the moment. But, yeah, I'm just not ready to kind of trust this one. It's going to have to really get significantly away from my entry level, which is at 73s for me to be comfortable. Granted, I am 30 pennies in the money, but this stock is, to me, you know, I hate to disrespect it like this, but to me, it's not a good stock, and therefore it's subject to automatic suspicion on my part, right? And there we go, right back down into 90s, but we'll look for continuation back.
Somebody's asking about AI in the chat today. Why is it down today? They had an accounting fraud. I don't know if it was a rumor or if it was confirmed, but no bid in AI today. Cracks his 34 pre-market and just doesn't stop. No bounce whatsoever in AI. This one's not looking great. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe the 25 becomes support, but I don't think going long this name on fraud news is really the way to go. Yeah, sadly. And I mean, Friday,
I'm out.
I'm trying to short this name. They couldn't just come out with the news during market hours when I was short.
AI, yeah, I know, man. I know. You know what? Anybody's subject to a hit piece these days. Even a company as in the view as AI, right? It's kind of really benefited a lot from the hype. But
Absolutely, absolutely. Especially the last couple weeks went from $20
how do you feel
all the way
about
up to 35.
short sale? Those research institutions that do short sale reports. I think that the market needs them. It keeps everything honest. If it's BS, it'll get exposed as BS. You know
it's good to expose the BS if it's true.
Exactly.
Obviously, the Square one was a little bit confusing.
Yeah.
Because Square's like, what, they're back up to 70 area now, where they came from? Yeah, 68, 69. So the Square one kind of got disproven, I guess. Or still up in the air, not sure. But like, what a great way to trade. You find something else, get short, and then let everybody else know.
I'm trying not to be that cynical, but yeah, I mean, you really have to raise an eyebrow, right?
Guaranteed winner there. And, you're probably just getting out on day one. Why bother risking it for the next leg down?
Well, yeah. Do you feel that, it serves a good market function in that?
Yeah, there has to be people who are blowing the whistle on bad companies
right?
and bad names. I mean,
but it's so open to abuse.
Absolutely,
pro,
absolutely.
right? Yeah.
And yeah, in situations like that where those reports do end up getting proven wrong,
Yeah.
you know, that company probably still made a bunch of money on that short report.
Exactly. And a lot of people are out money, including
A lot of
investors in the
people, yeah.
company. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Guys, all right, so just to update you on the small cap crappers, CDLX, we get out back at break even here for the last piece, and I'm still holding a little bit, but we had some nice scalpage up here into that 606 level. Not the best trade. I would have definitely loved to see continuation, but the fact that we're not seeing continuation here is indicative of something. You know, in 2020, 2021, this one would have continued. Anyway, we're not writing this one's obituary just yet. It's above VWAP. VWAP's at 525. So there's all sorts of potential for this one to reignite and give us opportunities again to the high side. I don't have shorts for this, but on IBKR here, it's not shortable, which usually means that it's going to be a pay for shorts on PPRO8 too. So I will have to look to see how much these bad boys cost. But I don't know. I'm going to see if it breaks VWAP. If it breaks below 525, maybe we'll look at it a different way. But right now I'm still seeing it, you know, kind of bullish, and we'll see. We'll see on that one. All right, back to Meta. Now we're having a bit of a resistance top here form at 215. We've rejected off that 215 level a bunch of times now. I know that because I've been sitting on the other side of 215 and I've been filled here at 05s. And yeah, we're above VWAP, which is great. We formed a bit of a bottom here on the market, which is great, but I don't know if is it one of those just ones where it retraces on a bigger move down, and that's kind of why I worry about. But we're looking to hold yesterday's key level on the ES at 41.27. We're kind of near that area now, and on the ES we have a lot of high. I mean, on the NQ we have consecutively higher highs here on the 5-minute chart. So decent, but I mean, I'm not very happy about it. NFTG says Klopp. That's showing up as the #1 small cap crapper on my scanner here. Let's have a look at this. This one kind of really got going around 8:30. All sorts of volume coming in here. You had it bounce up off 135, which was yesterday's close. It got as high as to 222. Did that dance, really respected the 200 period here on the 1-minute chart. If I can make that observation, not really respecting VWAP or the 50 period. This one seems to, whatever algo is trading it off to 200. Anyway, it's now making a move up towards high day. 240 is a high day there. Let's go to the daily and kind of glean what levels we can. Oh my God, is that? Look at this chart, dude. Come on, right?
I mean, that chart looks a lot like BFR RG today.
Right? This must be a sympathy play with it or something. I mean,
NFT gaming company.
Oh my God. I'm trying to find levels here. How do you find levels here? I mean,
250 looks like that.
250, okay.
Is that the trigger level? 250 breakout, maybe?
We have a couple of intersections. We have literally 2 days that intersect at that $250. I mean, that's all we're going on. But that's all it's offering.
Sellers there, but
yeah, we'll see.
I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see on that
there.
one.
I'm
NFT gaming company shares trading higher after the company provided a shareholder update on game launches, AI, Yaxos platform, and other initiatives. So some kind of update that the market likes, or maybe shorts are just getting squeezed on this one. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, market's still kind of doing nothing. I got a little scared on the NASDAQ there. I was thinking the same thing that you were thinking on Meta on my Google long. We're at a key level, 105. You're at 115,
yeah,
215.
215, yeah.
Is it just going to reject off here, make the next leg down? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I do need it to like take this 50 period, really. I think that's the key thing here. Google get back above the 50 and start moving back up. We'll see what happens. I'll take one more fill down in this like 80s kind of, but yeah, maybe we're making the next move down. See if we can do a little higher low here on NASDAQ after that little wick top through 40s. Yeah, not sure. Your NFTG starting to make its move up as well.
Yeah, curling up a bit, eh?
I kind of like the idea of a 250 break. It's not really the greatest time of day for that, but yeah, the ones that IPO'd recently, it always feels like they have like more room to go in them.
Yeah, I mean, because there aren't too many established levels.
Yeah, like the sky is the limit.
Yeah.
There's not that many sellers that have been established over years to kind of hold it down. So maybe
maybe this one has the legs to go. I thought NFTs kind of died about a year and a half ago, but you know, maybe they're coming back.
I don't know. I don't want to call them bad words, but yeah, you know, like I don't covet them much, to be honest. All right, I'm keeping my eye on CDLX here. I'm looking for a possible curl. We did make a newer low, so I am automatically suspicious of it. But we are holding the 50 period. It kind of doing that little bit of a dance. We are above VWAP, so I think the better play on this one is to really kind of look for a 530, 525 dip into VWAP rather than trying to guess these levels here. Yeah, again, it's not respecting it. So I think that my play on this one will try to get a 530 dip. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and say that 530 exactly. And if we get filled around there, I'll try to for a VWAP dip. If not, then no problem. Back to Meta now. Still, again, finding resistance clearly at 215, making it all the way up to 215. They're rejecting immediately. So if this is gonna be a top, then it's good if the market's gonna bounce, because then that'll show relative strength through that 215 for Meta. But the market's curling right back down again on the NQ. So keep my eye on this one. I'm long. Where am I long? I'm long 40s. So got a little bit of room.
Yeah, I'm willing to wait for a higher low on NASDAQ here. I think we're just kind of hanging out. Don't want to make the move on that NASDAQ. Don't want to get above the 50 on NASDAQ. So we'll see that 250 is still kind of the level for me on NASDAQ to get things moving back into VWAP. But
it'd be nice.
I'm not seeing headlines for a move down today. I don't see the move down as being.
I missed the jolts.
It was good, wasn't it? It was good.
It was good?
Yeah, this
in the sense that
10 a.m. right here.
Okay, beauty.
We spike up. Same thing yesterday. We spike up on a good number, and then we sell it all off. And yesterday, we bought it right back up to the high.
I saw that towards the end of the day. I was like, what?
Same pattern today, maybe.
We'll see.
Get that move back up. I don't know. We keep selling off these good numbers, though. I think nobody cares what's happening until the Fed makes their decision.
Yeah.
Until we get maybe a CPI number, which should be in about 2 weeks. But yeah,
we
it looks
had a
like
good PCE number, which was important because you know how much the Fed loves that PCE number.
Fed loves the PCE. Fed loves the CPI. Let's see if we can get some good numbers out of that.
The jobs numbers, they've been obsessed with that. And
everything's kind of turning out good these days.
Yeah. And I was going to build on that. A lot of Fed speakers coming out the last few days and saying that they're seeing, some easing in the tightness in the job market. And I don't know if that's really been reflected in the numbers, but they're seeing it in their data. All right, let's look at some big cappers here. We're finding a bit of a bounce on the futures. So let's go 41.27 hold. We're holding there on the ES. So far, we're holding on the NQ as well. I'm in this meta long, and I'd like for it to kind of propel to the high side, but we're gonna have to be patient here. Renata Haddad, what's up? She's like asking, why is the market tanking? I don't know if it's tanking, really. It's kind of had a big move yesterday, as you know, so maybe just giving up a little bit of the goods today. Nothing really specific. I know we have a few Fed speakers, but just not sure when they're talking. I'll have a look quickly here on my stuff because I have that economic calendar that I always keep near me here. Let's just load this bad boy up. Yeah, I think Brendo was talking about that this morning. He said we'd have a couple of Fed speakers on board. Here we go. Today, if this ad would just let me close it. There we go. So we have the job, the jolts, and then FOMC member Rosengren at 1:30. Is it Rosengreen? Rosengren, it's written here with one E, not Green, Rosengren. And then Fed Governor Cook speaks at 1:30 as well. So two slated to speak at 1:30, and then at 18:45, so that's 6:45, Loretta Mester is going to speak as well. So watch out for that futures move possibly later there after the futures open by about 45 minutes or so. So 3 Fed speakers slated to speak, at least on my calendar. We shall see what that poses here for the markets. But finding a bit of a bounce, Max, on the ES and the NQ.
NASDAQ kind of double topping right now, trying to take out that double top at like 47-ish. So we'll see if we can start to accelerate on NASDAQ, move it up, get into this 60 area. Google's starting to look a little better for me. In the money a little bit on Google, but Yeah, I don't have a great price on Google. I think I should have been more patient to wait for this low here, and maybe get on this side of the move. But yeah, Google's still looking okay. What else are we looking at? Our NVIDIA. NVIDIA starting to catch a bounce, looking for VWAP. What a trade on NVIDIA off that 275. That level just holds, whether it's upside or downside. NVIDIA 275, best level in the market right now. See if we can crack this 278 if the market starts going to the upside. What else are people watching today? Rum is on the run. I feel like people are talking about this Rum name every day, and I kind of ignore it. Rumble. Wow.
What?
Huge
Rumble?
spike on Rumble.
Really? Well, yeah, DWAC's been moving too. I saw Trade Ideas yesterday. They, on their Instagram account, they were talking about the move on our friend DWAC, so I'm not surprised about that. Trump obviously is going to turn himself in today.
Yep.
And I know the media is salivating at that mugshot.
Yeah.
They're waiting for that
Oh,
mugshot
yeah.
to come out. You know, they're salivating hardcore. All right, let's look at DWAC real quick. Actually, it's down 7% today, so the move yesterday not following through. We'll see if we get some movage on this one when Papa Trump there gets. We'll see what ended up happening. I was going to say placed in handcuffs, but who knows what we'll see and we won't see. We'll see what happens there. Let's look at Rumble, RUM, right?
Yeah, Rumble is pumping.
it's
975
moving,
high
baby.
approximately, maybe $10. This thing for the past few days has kind of been in this, 8 or 9.15 to kind of 10.50 range. So huge range on Rumble. I'm not sure what happened this day.
I'm not seeing a headline. To be
Yeah,
honest
I don't
with
really
you.
see any headlines
I
on
see
this.
925s, Knuckle Fighting Championship joined Rumble, but that's all in the morning. That move was absorbed at 9:30. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe I'll send a message to Brendo. Anything? Oops.
Yeah, so maybe like we take out this 1040, 1050 kind of level and start to move up. But Rumble definitely on the move. If you are long this name, congratulations. I don't know what to do with it right now. I don't think a breakout is appropriate unless we get
We're gonna
some
see
news
10
on
probably.
it.
I'm
It
waiting
looks
for
like we're gonna
Brendo
see
to
10.
respond, Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll have to flip here. I'm in that meta long, so I can't get rid of that. CDLX as well. Baba we'll have to get rid of here. Let's look at Rumble. Is that New York or NASDAQ?
Somebody says Trump is talking in Rumble tonight.
Oh, he is. Okay.
He's
How
gonna
come
give a
it's not
speech
showing
on
up on my
Rumble.
thing, bro?
So that's
This news blotter is bogus.
that could be huge.
Midday chat. Let's go. All right. Brendel's got the good day for a midday chat. Breaking. The 45th president, Donald J. Trump, will deliver live remarks on Rumble at 8:15 Eastern from the Mar-a-Lago tonight. Does that mean he's going to go back to Florida after his arraignment? So he's already going home.
Yeah.
All right.
I
You know
don't
he gets
think that-
Secret Service protection in jail while he's like in lockup. There, he gets Secret Service protection inside.
I mean, that kind of makes
I don't
sense.
even know. Of course, it makes sense. I'm wondering how
It's
that
crazy,
might be a
though.
logistical nightmare
Yeah.
though for the guards, for everybody.
For
like,
everybody, yeah.
right?
That's,
I'm just thinking out loud.
that's a little wild.
Yeah. So anyway,
Rumble
there's
making the move up. Maybe that
there's the
10
move.
break is the way to get into this one. I think it's going to be really spready.
Everyone says he's not being locked up. I mean, I think he has to be arraigned for a little bit before he's going to be released, right? I mean, that's just the way that this works. You're always in some sort of custody for a little bit before you're released at the police station. Even if they release you on your own recognizance, there is a period of lockup. That I can tell you because I used to work in the field. So I would know. Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, just pulling back on Rumble. We'll see if we can catch that bid, get the volume to spike up, and see if we can get through 10. Kind of nuts on this one, so got to be careful. Smaller size. Yeah, I mean, what's this candle? 982 to 945, 40-cent candle on a $9 name. That's a little sketchy, but let's see if we can move up through that 10 and maybe catch a long on this one. I
my
mean,
goodness.
Rumble got to $12 the other day. I don't know.
No. What? Okay, so let's look quickly here.
Making remarks on Rumble.
Yeah. Oh, we already talked about that. Yeah. We mentioned that one quickly. Yeah, RUM. Yeah. Shout out to Rumble. Let's put it on here. Yeah, there we go. So let's zoom in a little bit and have a look. It's still a little illiquid though, Max. Wouldn't you say for a $9 stock at 6 pennies? It's moving like 10, 15 pennies at a time. The liquidity still, you know, it's working its way in there. How many shares have we done on the day quickly? Let me just look here.
Only 1.5 million.
Yeah, okay, I got 1 point. Yeah, same thing, just under 1.5. So nothing too crazy yet. Let's see what goes on. The NQ finding a bit of a bottom, guys, at that low of day technically is 13,206. We're at 241 now. It's just been a bunch of higher lows on the right here. We're still below VWAP though. We're out of the money on this MetaTrade by about 15 pennies. It really breaking below. You know, after we had some nice outages over here, but here we go back down to test 214 again. So we'll see what we do this time at 214. I definitely don't want to see a newer low. Last time we got all the way down to 213 3/4. I definitely will not be. Definitely probably like that. Definitely probably.
Well, Meta could be reacting
hold to
negatively to the Trump going on a different social media platform.
Yeah, he hasn't used them at all.
Yeah.
They reinstated him, and Twitter reinstated him, and he just hasn't cared. He has a deal with Truth Social. I believe it's exclusivity where he has to post on there only, right?
Yeah.
So.
Is anything happening with DWAC on this?
I
Nothing was
looked, it was
happening
down
on
7.5.
DWAC,
I keep an eye on it. It made a couple of moves yesterday. Like I said, Trade Ideas was mentioning it on their Instagram account from like a swing trade perspective. It looked decent. Obviously, intraday, it looks less decent because the liquidity issues. Down 8% now. It's so a bit of a counter move here with Rumble and DWAC.
DWAC pumped up a bit yesterday, and Neil and I were talking about 16 on Friday. I was talking about 16 yesterday as a short. Didn't have it. 16 was the exact high yesterday, and it rejected back down to like 15.20.
Yeah. I see that, yeah.
Google finally takes out the 50, takes out this little 08 high, doesn't really go anywhere. So we'll see if Google can finally catch that bid and start to move up. Not feeling super awesome about this one anymore. I thought we could get a move quicker. I thought Google was the one that was looking strong today, but stop is in on this one below these 80s now. Yeah, not sure about Google, but NVIDIA was the one. NVIDIA was the dip buy of the day. Up to 277 now, off to 275, just cruising to the upside.
NVIDIA? What'd you say? Oh, wow.
NVIDIA, 275 to 277.
Double bottom brewing here.
What a dip trade on NVIDIA.
Okay, that looks good. That's actually a solid trade, whereas Meta is kind of like, we'll see. Right back down into that 214 area. We'll see if this one holds. But yeah, NVIDIA looking good. Double bottom at 274. You want to say 270, 274.88, it's a low, but 275 is a general area. And that's a beautiful, that's a $2 move right back up to VWAP. A bit of a top, obviously brewing here. I want to say on NVIDIA at 278. You had several rejections off there. So a break of 278. And you're really golden. You're looking to test 280. Yesterday's close is right below that 280 level, 279.64-ish area. NVIDIA looks like a solid trade. Are you long NVIDIA? No, man. No. This might be a solid trade here, especially if we can get a bit of a bounce on these futures. And by futures, I mean NQ. Let's have a look here quick. I'm going to leave the CDLX one. I'll get rid of Rumble. And I'll put NVDA because this looks like a solid trade here. Double bottom, I mean, you could jump this, right? You could jump it right now for a VWAP retake and a test of 278, or the I think the less risky trade is to wait for that 278 break and take it in conjunction with strength on the NQ. You get those two together and then you're testing 280. So I mean, I could jump into it here. You front run it a buck. So obviously more upside, but more risk, because it could be a rejection of VWAP and test lows, especially since we're nearer the lows on the futures, and we definitely are not near the highs. So,
yeah, tough to kind of jump into NVIDIA here at VWAP. Yeah. Like, where do you give it to? Maybe the 50s? You give it 50 cents? Yeah, I mean, and you're not giving it $2 today's low just to get $3 to 280. I mean,
it's tough. Yeah. It's tough to justify.
If you miss 275, I think.
Would you wait for the 278 break?
278 break looks juicy. Like, how many 1 minute candles do we have here on 278? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Right?
8,
I mean, there's a
9.
lot.
I don't know if this is a dark pool wick, probably. So, like, 8 candles at 278. I wonder what the offer looks like up there. We'll see when we get there. But yeah, 278 break looks kind of juicy if we can get this NASDAQ to start to make its move back to VWAP. Google trying to take out that 08 again. Come on, Google.
Dang it, Google.
Time to make the move. I know you want 208. Probably
Dang
not
it.
coming today. Yeah, we'll see if Google can get back up, take out this high from before, and yeah, maybe we get into like the 50s, 60s. Yeah, we'll see on Google. Still doesn't want to make it. NASDAQ still doesn't want to take out that 13,250 level. Rejecting off there a little bit. So maybe we shop around a bit more before we make the move up, before we make a decision. Yeah. Are you still long Meta? Did you cut
Yeah,
Meta?
I'm still holding. I'm going to give it to 75s. Yeah, I'm going to be out pretty soon on that one. I'm looking at this NVIDIA trade, though. Yeah, this is the one that I really want to get into, but just the tougher trade to justify here. We'll go long. We'll see what happens. All right, Meta really coming back down into that low that we had earlier. That low is 65. So here we go. We're getting right back down into that area. And so this is going to have to be kaputs on Meta for me for breaks this 65 area. But yeah, you know, after being relatively strong earlier and, you know, really it's kind of given up the goodies a little bit. You have Microsoft and Amazon and even Apple kind of up into the right lately. By lately, I want to say since around 11 o'clock. And Meta has kind of been down into the right. So showing a bit of relative weakness at the moment and not really kind of following more along with the ES than really with the NQ at this moment. So we'll see. We're pretty close to being out here as it really kind of tests those lows. Here we go, right back into the low 70s. We shall see what materializes at these levels. But been tough trading for me today. Not really that good at trades, to be honest with you.
No, not an easy day at all.
No.
I got into a lot of good positions, but none of them really turned into good trades, sadly.
Yeah.
Nothing like really wants to make a clean, nice move except maybe Tesla to the downside or AI to the downside. That's CDLX, is it? Yes. Found a base at 550 here. So maybe this is the trigger for the next move up here, this 570. Maybe we can catch a dip into 550, take out the 50 period, and then move back up. Look at our teal line again today.
It's that teal line is the golden goose. What is that? The 21 SMA, right?
21 EMA.
EMA. Okay,
Yeah.
my bad.
TTT, trust the teal.
I know. I like that. What did Neil call it? He called it something different when you
Neil
were with
called
him on
it
the morning
teal.
show. Did
I
he?
said it was
Okay.
blue, and Neil corrected me that it is in fact teal. So yeah, trust the teal.
Trust the teal. When in doubt, go with teal, baby. All right. We're still holding on here. Let's see what we get. We're getting awfully close to getting out of Meta again. We're still waiting for those 65s to print. They haven't. So we shall see. We shall see. CDLX holding that 560. I want to say it's curling a little bit. All right, we're going to have to get out of Meta here as it prints a newer low. Just wonder if this level holds. I'm going to have a look at this for a second. Yeah, this I'm going to leave that for a second. CDLX kind of holding this 560 low. I wonder if this is an interesting level here to take a long off and test the high of day again. You could have your out clearly through that $0.50 here. That's kind of been the barrier. We kind of made a bunch of money on this one. Then we got break even the rest. So some accumulation happening, but we'll see. We'll see if we can get into this one. We're also long NVIDIA, looking for that continuation through VWAP, exploratory position there. Nothing too big. Let's go long CDLX here for this hold. My out will be the $0.50. We'll get some continuation through 6. I'll scalp out like I did last time, but a bit of a top brewing there. We'll put our out right now through this one. It will be the break of 46s. So let's go ahead and put 545 as the out. And then we go like this, 5. We'll give it to 540, and that will be my out on that one. Let's see, Meta still holding that 565 area, which is fine. And NVIDIA also holding basically near the same area as well. So not much to report on. Looking, hey man, trading small cap crappers and big cappers today, baby. What's going on?
Yeah, I was
we
going to
go.
stop out
Nice.
of Google here at that low, and then it just instantly rebid, so I decided to add, and now it's just sold back through that price. So I think it's time to get out of Google. NASDAQ just won't make the move for me today. We'll see if it takes out this low of 75. I will be gone. yeah, Google sadly can't make that move up through that 105, struggling with 105. I mean, we traded a long time above here today, so I kind of thought maybe there's buyers up here. Maybe we can push this thing back up to that 106, 107, kind of 108 area. But yeah, Google not looking great for me today. Can't get anything going today.
Very good.
Sharif. CDLX starting to go though. Did you say you were
A
long
little
again?
bit. I'm long. I'm holding from 65s. I've got some out there at the top of 70s, in the high 70s, and in the low 80s to get out. But we've kind of broken through the range. We're looking for continuation in a test of 6. It was good that it held that bottom. You obviously see there was a buyer right at the $0.50, keeping it afloat above the $0.50. We'll see how long that holds up, but you know. It's a whatever. It's a blah type of day. We'll take the wins when we can get them, but it's been tough. This Meta trade's been tough, and here we go right back down to the downside with Meta. I think I'm just gonna call it kaputs on this trade. I'm not gonna take any more L's on this one. That one will continue to trend down. I'll focus the long on the Nvidia. I like this trade possibly better as Meta shows relative weakness. Nvidia is showing strength, but we'll need a bounce in the market and a continuation through that 278 top. We might have to nurse this trade, but I like that 275 double bottom and a reclaim of VWAP. Any strength here on the futures, I like this one long. But the bamboozlement in Meta, I called it Meza. I meant Meta. Has been real, guys. The bamboozlement's been real.
225 holding here on BFLY. Somebody called it out in the chat. Sorry, I do not remember what your username was, but this one was on Brendan's watch list this morning. And this 275 is holding, or 225, sorry. This 225 is holding. It made that move up to 250, did the little over-under, and then flushed back down. But, you know, the fact that this one's holding up, kind of holding up that open price, the open price is 225 today. Maybe this one's making a base for another move up and another test of that 250. I like the idea that kind of breaking that 240 where it came down from before, and then kind of making that the that trigger for the next move up towards, you know, $3. I had it on my my list here. I thought that 3 was a key level on the daily chart. Over under 250 was on my my watch list, but I never actually paid for the shorts on this one. So bad preparation by me on BFLY. But yeah, let's see if this can make another move up. Maybe this is worth a long off this 225. Kind of thick on the book. So I mean, I'm not that scared of this name.
It's
Usually you don't see that 100 lots. So
Yeah,
what's
the book
the
is
float
thick.
on this one? It is a little thicker. It's a little more. Float is 146 million. So yeah, maybe this one's worth a long based on this hold, or maybe it's the short back through. Let's
It's a
see
very
it.
range-bound trade.
Yeah,
for the
big
better part
selling
of the
coming in
morning,
on the
yeah.
tape there too. There we are through 25. So if we instantly rebid right now, I will be long 25. So let's see what happens on this BFLY. Kind of reserving on the offer there on 22s, trying to crack through 21s and then low of day. Let's see what happens on this one.
Yeah.
Looks like it wants to sell. It looks like it wants to sell. But if we do crack back through 25, I'm going to get long for the move back up. Sometimes you see these ones where they kind of wick down.
Oh, it just did
grab
that. It just broke the
everybody's-
range as we were talking.
Yeah, broke the range
I wasn't-
as I was
okay,
talking
okay.
about it. Yeah, sometimes though they wick down, instantly
boy.
rebid, and then that's where you can get long with your risk at the low of that wick for the move back up to, you know, the high of day. So we'll see. I'm gonna have this one on the side, see if we can get back above 225 here, and see if we can get another move up. What else are people looking at today? I know the AMC and ape kind of thing was going on today.
Yeah, it was. I had my eye on AMC. It's done nothing. It's kind of held between 390 and 4 the majority of the morning. So I'm not going to get involved in that one. But Meta is at a really crucial point. I want to keep talking about Meta. We're right back at yesterday's close. It's been a rock solid kind of dip trade on Meta, 213. Let's see if we get any support. I'm going to take this dip trade here. Where am I sitting? I'm sitting at 15s, right? Trying to front run it, but 213, I want to say the level was 09s, 10s, something like that. So there we go. We get the fill. We're going to have to hold up at this level here, but we are turning down the future. So keeping my eye on that. The other trade that I'm keeping my eye on is a CDLX trade. We broke out between the range, but it kind of feels like a false breakout. We don't get that continuation through 580. My out on this one is the break of 46. So if it breaks below this, like over here, and makes a new low, that'll be my out on that one. But there we go. Now we're getting some serious flushage down here on the NQ and on the ES. The ES making a newer low, the NQ not quite, but coming real close at 13,206 and a quarter low. And Meta coming right back into that 213 area. I really want to see what goes on here. Do we get a bounce? Do we get any relative strength? What is going to go on at these levels? I'm not really sure while we're selling off. I haven't had a look at the news blotter here. We could do some profit taking from yesterday. I mean, that's completely possible, right? So
that was my thesis, but now we're trying to go through the lows, and if we're trying to go through the lows of yesterday, I mean, what's the next stop on ES? 4,100, I guess.
Right.
I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah, you don't want to be long going into that. But
no,
yeah,
definitely not, right? But yeah, so I don't know. We have a choice at the moment.
Nvidia is the one name that's kind of holding up through this sell-off, though. So I like Nvidia for the dip, maybe into the $0.50, and then you just give it to like 276. Yeah, it's kind of cruising back through there now. This 276.20 level, 50 period there supporting it as well. I kind of like this maybe at 276. If we wick down below there, kind of hold up. But yeah, Nvidia, the one strong one. Everything else cracking down. Meta almost at the low of day.
Yeah, it's real close.
Really close to that 212.80. What Google almost at 104. So everything just deciding to be weak today. I guess it's kind of a small cap day.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna have to get out of these trades completely here and like not trade anymore because things are really going us. For some reason, I keep trying to force the long.
Yeah.
You know, you keep seeing levels that are relevant, but at some point, you just got to go with the trend here. And it's been the short. Here we go. We're at 13,200 here on the NQ, and we just reached that. That's actually the low. Looks like we're finding some support there, but not really anything to really celebrate about. But wow, what a move down. Even Nvidia gave up the ghost there, breaking through VWAP, moving $1 plus, and it's still pumping to the downside as things are really heading to the downside here, guys. And it's probably time to call it kaputs on some of these trades, man, because a lot of heavy losses here. So we'll get out, and where are we going to do with our Nvidia trade? So yeah, big L's, but what can you do? It's been that kind of day.
Yeah, really giving up the lows on both ES and NASDAQ. We gave up yesterday's low on ES. So yeah, if you're short, congratulations to you. We had the long bias coming in today, sadly. Maybe if we get a triple bottom on NVIDIA, but I mean, as I always think, like once bounce good, twice bounce good, 3 times, you're gonna get the level broken on you. So I don't know if I'm gonna take the level on NVIDIA. We'll see how it acts around there, but that 275 still holding for now while the market's breaking down. It's IONQ, which I had seen earlier today, but didn't really do any due diligence on. Broke 7, hasn't really looked back yet, so this one's still holding up today. People are saying NUGT. Let's take a look at that. Just an ETF. Yeah, not a whole lot holding up to the long side. Shorts printing right now. Where is Tesla going at the moment? Tesla not holding up at all. Tesla's the one name that's not breaking down, actually. So that 190 on Tesla has always been a very strong level, and you know, hits there early before everything else kind of bottoms, and now it's still just holding up there, kind of like NVIDIA with its 275. So yeah, maybe Tesla makes a bounce here. I don't know, though. This name has not had a bid the last few days. I haven't been able to catch any good bounces on this one. But yeah, let's see. Maybe Tesla can catch a bounce. No, I'm not going to take a trade on Tesla right now. Not into these lows on NASDAQ and ES. I just don't have the read on the large caps today, sadly. People yelling about the NVIDIA 275. Yeah, I mean, it's still intact. It's still holding. NVIDIA, 275, the level of the day today, the level of the week last week. So, yeah, if you can get long in front of it, maybe you get long here. You give it 50 cents back to the level for the $1.50 move back up to 277. I don't hate that idea. I'm not going to take it because, I mean, if the NASDAQ is going to give up the low again, ES is just straight breaking down right now. I don't think I'm going to go long ahead of the low of day on one of these names right now. Gold continuing to boom, somebody says. Let's take a look at gold. Yeah, gold just going straight up, so good if you're long gold. I know a couple people who are extremely bullish on gold. I am not personally long gold, but yeah, gold, the inflation hedge finally maybe paying off. I don't know. Yeah, not a whole lot of levels coming in for me on the large caps. The CDLX still holding that 550 level. I'm not ready to take a trade on this one yet. I think if it gets back down to VWAP, that's maybe the long spot on the CDLX. We saw that room on the chart above 625, so if we can clear that, get back into like those 7 levels and higher. But yeah, this one kind of a crazy daily chart. 145, 165 on this one, all the way down to $5. Yeah, but these highs here of $9 don't seem so far away when the prior high was 150. But yeah, we'll see if this one can get moving again. I think maybe VWAP on this one would be the play for me. We kind of are bouncing off the bottom a little bit on NASDAQ. Not sold on that one yet. We got bamboozled a couple times on the NASDAQ bounce. So
I think we missed a bunch of super chats here. I'm so sorry. I think there was one earlier. We were really kind of caught up in the trade there. Mohammed says, I think the SPY is an easy long now, sending 20 Swedish kroners. I'm going to stay away from that, but thank you for that. I know there was another one earlier that I also missed. I don't know if Bears versus Bulls put it in the chat. Let me look here real quick. There we go. That was earlier. Yeah, there we go. 45 minutes ago. Someone was asking Pratt something. Hey, Pratt, I think this guy's name is getting blocked. Okay, so I'll have a look at that as well. Thank you to... Yeah, I'm not going to say his name. Okay, so we'll leave that one out for now. But yeah, I'll have a look at that after. We're having some interesting price actions today. Max, quite frustrating with all these bamboozlements, the long and short. We should have just taken the short offhand, and that would have been the move. But
it's tough to take the short when the market's so strong, always wanting to bounce, and you know, you get that sell-off day. It's hard to change the bias, especially when we're at like some nice levels on these stocks. So yeah, I guess the short off 105 on Google, the short off 115 or 215 on Meta was quite money there. This CDLX is starting to catch a bit of a bid. Are you still long this thing?
1 second, sorry. Which the
small cap CDLX?
Yeah, I'm still long CDLX
still long?
at 65.
So yeah,
it didn't break through my. I remember I put outs at 46s.
Yeah, that 46 stop, that's money. Does that little wick down to 550, and now we're coming back up. So CDLX 608 still the high. 625 for me is like that breakout price on the daily chart. See if this one starts to go. What about that Rumble? Did Rumble?
Yeah,
it never caught the volume. It's strange. Sells the whole move back. So I guess people don't care that Trump is speaking on Rumble. I thought that would be.
There we go. Yeah, the entire.
I thought
move
that would
right
be pretty bullish news on Rumble.
Yeah, to be honest with you, so did I. I mean, well, you know, we've been kind of seeing the whole move with DWAC kind of accumulate in anticipation of the arrest, and then we kind of saw the sell-off today. Now it's down 8.3%. So this one's kind of been down, stair-stepping down the entire day after making a decent move yesterday. Someone was asking me what indicator I was talking about. That Trade Ideas was using for DWAC. No, it wasn't an indicator. It was they had shown some sort of chart on their Instagram account where they were basically looking at it from a swing trade perspective, and they were kind of making the case for it. If you guys are interested in that, log over on their account on Instagram, and there's a nice explanatory caption that's below the picture of the chart. So that will help out there. I'm not punching in at any of these levels. I'm just talking out loud to myself here because I haven't obviously had a read on the market today, and there's no point in just revenge trading. So the obvious one that's standing out at me, if I'm going to see a nice move on the market to the north side and kind of rebound from where we're at now, is kind of this NVIDIA 275 bounce. But you know what? NVIDIA's red on the day. That's the thing, too. So you're kind of taking a counter trend move. It's down to 1.5%.
Yeah,
right?
you're not wrong
So
there.
the microchips are all red today, except for Intel. Intel's the standout, up 0.75%. It's done plenty of shares too, Max. Done almost 28 million shares. It's been a good, I want to say, what, week? No, man. Oh my goodness, it's been way more than a week for Intel. Look at this. How did I miss this?
Yeah,
Look
Intel
at
on a
this,
strong
dude.
trend off the bottom there since the end of February.
You don't get much in the way of like a notional move on the day. Like you can get like $1, maybe half $1, but it's been a succession of green candles here up and to the right, breaking through key tops. Like you gotta say that on the daily chart, this top here, this 31, you wanna say 30 to 31 top was an obvious level. It got taken out, so just, and we just reclaimed the 200 too, the 200 EMA on the daily. Probably not on the weekly though. Let's have a look at the weekly real quick. Yeah, we just reclaimed the 50 on the weekly. So a couple of interesting points here that we're kind of look at this. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see. But nice, decent move for Intel the past few days. Keeping an eye on that. But yeah, see, it's the lone standout today in microchips. It's actually green. So what's the chat up to? I had Tesla's next level to be 198.83, says Abel Gomez. 198.83? Okay. Well,
189.
189? 189, sorry.
Yeah, I
Kind
can
of
see
reading
that
wrong.
189.80. You kind of want to look at Tesla as like, a buy zone, a sell zone. I
Yeah.
don't think looking at specific prices on Tesla is going to work out for you ever. So yeah, I could see that, 190.80 down to 189 kind of 50 as like a buy zone on Tesla.
Yeah.
So yeah, I could see Tesla making a bottom in here today, but I mean, super weak the last 2 days. No bids on
Super.
Tesla.
No.
So yeah, I don't know how to get long on this one based on like what's been happening. I mean, I'm long on Friday, and it makes this massive move up, and then obviously bad news
literally
on
sold the entire move.
on the deliveries yesterday or
It wasn't
Sunday
even
night.
bad.
Well, you don't want to see them building up an inventory.
No, of
especially when they're supposed to be like the hot product and their manufacturing still isn't as big as some of the bigger players in the market. So you kind of want all of Tesla's cars to be constantly bought up, and you want the waiting
want
list.
glut.
It's priced based on the waiting list. So I can see the bear case for Tesla right now. But yeah, I mean, definitely kind of a bounce zone ahead of 189, kind of in this 189, 190 area. I haven't had any success on the Tesla bounce recently, so I'm not going to be taking a Tesla bounce today. But yeah, really weak. Maybe we get down to this 185, 186. If we crack this, I mean, what's the next level? 175 Tesla? We'll see. I feel like there's news on Tesla like 3 times a month though, so I'm sure they'll have good news next week,
right?
and then it'll be popping back up to the high side. We'll be talking about 220 again. I figured we were getting that 225 break sometime this week,
You're
but
right.
yeah,
It
no,
felt that way.
had to go and miss the deliveries. Come on, Tesla. Come on, guys.
All right, look at this chart over here. WWE, after catching a downgrade today, has been kind of up and to the right. Look at this move. Yeah, it sold off big on the news yesterday with the merger. 89.25 is where we kind of started off the day, and now we are at highs, almost at 95, 94.94. That's the high day right now, so nice $5 plus move on WWE. Now it's up 6 1/3%. Shout out to the chat for notifying me on that. I hadn't been watching WWE, although it had been on my radar because of the upgrades and downgrades. But yeah, big boy move, 95. Let's go to the daily and see where we can encounter some stuff here. Look at this big red candle. This was, I don't know what, on the Qatari news. This was back in January, right? January 11th. We popped up all the way to 98. So you got to assume we'll probably have some resistance around that 98 area. The open of that candle though was right at where we're at now, 95. That's just a wick. So you have about a $3 wick there on that daily, but the close was actually below. The open though was that 95. So we're getting to that interesting resistance level. Then it's going to be 98. Then obviously the $100 psychological level is what I'm looking at WWE. But interesting move, man. You know, the big sell-off yesterday. Look at that bottom wick, 81. And then it gets bought back up, and now we're higher than we started the day off. So now the market really liking this, I guess, right? I don't know what kind of PR. Did you see Vince McMahon? No. He looks like a different person.
Really?
Bro, he dyed his hair different. He's got a stash now. The stash is all crooked.
Let's
like,
pull
dude,
up a
it's
picture
Vince
here.
McMahon. This guy is worth tons of money. Fix your stash, bro. Why is the stash crooked? It was the most, like, outrageous job. Hold on. No. You got to get the video of him when he was on
Mustache.
He was on Scott
Oh my
Walker yesterday. CNBC. It was so people are talking about this, right? I'm not the only person. Okay. Yeah, like I mean, what is going on, Vince? Vince.
Where are his eyelashes?
I don't know, dude. I don't know, but there's a whole lot going on there. It took me by surprise a little bit yesterday, and I kept looking at the dude next to the UFC president, the UFC CEO.
Yeah,
I'm like, that guy looks like Vince, man, right? Because I came in the middle of the interview. I didn't get the introduction.
Okay, so you didn't even know that it was
No,
him.
dude. I kind of suspected. I'm like, that's not that. Nobody's got shoulders like that and hair like that. That's got to be Vince. I'm like, no, that can't be Vince. Vince did himself dirty with that look, man. That's all I know. Anyway, still one of the most successful guys I know. But yeah, man, 70 years.
He bought WWF for?
Like a couple of million, like 10 million? 1 million from his dad, right?
9
Yeah. What a dub. That's a dub. Yeah, that's a big dub.
1 mil to 9.3 billion?
1
That's a decent
mil
trade.
to 9.3 billion. Yeah, that's a good trade.
That's a good trade.
I'll take that trade.
I would take that one.
Trade.
take
Yeah,
that
guys,
one for sure.
that's a big boy trade. I mean, what's Jerry Jones's buy on Cowboys? It's like 100 million or something. It's not as good as WWE, obviously, but it's like 100 million.
Someone
and now
says
you
that
gotta
looks like
assume-
an AI picture gone wrong.
Bro, I
It's
couldn't
like
believe
there's
what I was
like a
seeing
little
there.
bit of resemblance
lie.
there, but everything else is like.
I don't mean to bully the
wacky.
guy. Like I don't hate to be like I mean to be. I don't like bullying, but that was just. It took me by surprise, Max. That's all I gotta say, man. Here we are. We're at $95 now on WWE. That is high a day. We just printed that high a day. So here comes that 95 level. 95 to 98, I want to say. Okay. Yeah. So we'll continue to see what happens there on WWE. How about these futures though, Max? Do we find a bit of a bottom here, or what's going on?
Maybe we found a bottom at that 13.2. I don't know. I'm not ready to call the bottom yet. We keep getting these wrong, but finally, like a strong move off this 13.2, 13.185. I mean, it comes into this kind of area right here. I am not a futures trader, but that looks like a decent hold of this kind of demand zone down here. So maybe this is the bottom. Maybe we called it too early over here.
Let's
and
go.
yeah, now we're really starting to pump to the high
we
side.
are, man.
Do you have any longs on, Sharif?
No, I
Me neither,
hold on,
me
I
neither.
got my CDR. Okay, I got out of that. I got stopped out of that one. So CDLX, sorry, not CDR. CDLX. It looks like it broke 46s, so I'm out of that one.
NVIDIA
but
made
there
that
we
little
go.
wick down below 275.50. This is where I was saying that I wasn't ready to pay up for it yet. I kind of wanted like ES to be at a key level for me to pay for NVIDIA at that 275.50 in ahead of the 275 bottom that we liked. But yeah, NVIDIA proving to be an exceptional dip buy once again, already $1 in the money if you took that one, and screaming back towards that 277 price. If the bottom is in, this is apparently the name that you want to be long for that 278 break. So yeah, NVIDIA again, good dip buy. I still have XOM on watch because I had a few trades on this today. I still like the 115 level if we can reclaim that maybe for a long to go back above VWAP. I mean, we kind of had this downtrend, holding the 50, and now we've broken out of the 50. So maybe this is worth a look for the long right now ahead of like 114.60. I don't think I'm going to get that pullback though, sadly. Yeah, XOM started to make moves back up. Everything kind of started to make moves back up. Meta kind of came off the bottom there at that 213. Yeah, maybe the bottom is in.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll see, man. I mean, I don't know. Meta still showing a bit of a weakness. I'm keeping my eye on NVIDIA here, looking for it to show some relative strength. I think the move for me on NVIDIA is I'm going to take the break of that. Let me go to it here. Where is it? Yeah, so the break of 277.25. That'll reclaim VWAP. That'll be above the last peak. It'll still be below the 50 period, though. That's what concerns me. Yeah, but we are moving to the high side here, and I'm not seeing that nice move on Meta, though. You're seeing that. You're seeing it on NVIDIA. You're seeing it on Microsoft. You're seeing it on some of these other names, but not so much on Meta. Not for the moment. So I'm going to try to steer clear from that. Let's see if we can get back maybe into something here on NVIDIA. I don't want to front run this. I don't want to say like, I'm going to call the bottom. I wasn't here yesterday, so I didn't really have good chart. Good lines, even though I should be responsible for that. I should be adding them ex post facto. But yeah, the 277.25 break, I think on NVIDIA, I may look for along there. And let's also see what WWE is up to. I think that there may be a good area for a move here on WWE, possibly to 98. I mean, obviously that's quite ambitious, seeing as how we started the day at about almost 88.5. 89 technically is the low, but the pre-market saw lower lows than that. So we'll see. We'll see. Possible good move here. It's starting to move. WWE, it's up almost 7% on the day. Let's see if we can get a move on this one. I'm keeping my eye on NVIDIA. I'm not going to jump the gun, though, on this NVIDIA trade. I'm going to wait for that 77 quarter break. We'll see. What comp SRX1, trimming more SPS longs, Renata. Give me a sec. Okay, so he's letting us know his position. Shout out to Ponzi Fonzie, good friend and fan of the show. Where are we long on WWE? So let's look real quick. So we got 43 longs. Yeah, now pumping into that high 50s, low 60s area here on WWE. So letting this one run. Maybe you take some out in front of 96s. I'll sit here. I'll sit 79s. We'll take some out at 79s. But let's see if this one can actually make a 98 run. So far, so good. But you obviously missed a bit of the move there, having gone in north of 95. Kind of created a bit of a top there at 95. But we'll see. We'll see what this one brings. But again, room to 98. Then you got to assume that once it really gets room, if it gets up to 98, that there may be enough momentum for it to take it to the 100. We may not see 100 today. Like we could probably maybe see 100 tomorrow. Who knows what this one can do? But the market receiving it well. We retraced all the way. All the losses that we had yesterday on this one, guys, is now been recouped. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, I'm long XOM now. It broke that 115 and it was reserving on the bid. So I'm long small size XOM. I will add more in this like 75 area, and I want to see it come back up to VWAP. But yeah, XOM starting to look strong off the bottoms. Everything's starting to move off the bottom. This is a name that I think has legs. This can run. All-time highs is 118.75, I believe, on the daily here, or 19. I don't know if these wicks are real. Hard to say, but 119-ish on XOM is all-time highs, and we're sitting at 115 right now with oil being strong. I like XOM to the long side, so yeah, see if we can average in a bit more down here and then get that kind of push back to VWAP. Maybe we get back to 116 today. I am not super confident about that, but I think we could see all-time highs on XOM in the next few days or weeks. Also, having a look at Tesla, which everything's kind of making a move off the bottom. Tesla's still a little bit muted here, but it did make kind of a triple bottom there at 190.75. So didn't get into that 189 kind of zone that we had marked off as a supply zone or demand zone. It's starting to make the move, but Tesla's still kind of muted. A Tesla bounce, you know, is not $1. A Tesla bounce is like $4. So, yeah, no real bounce for Tesla yet. Yeah, still hanging out at lows on Tesla in this consolidation here. Really weak. Tesla past couple days. That WWE is
It's
pumping.
just flying to the high side, dude. There, just took some out through that 80 break. Now I'm sitting here at, I want to say 05s. But, you know, it's not the most liquid stock, and it's also kind of spready. We're at 08s here, and I'm still not getting printed. Okay, so where am I saying? I'm not. There we go. There's the print. Now we're in 20s, so let's take some more out. Finally, a good trade. Jeez, that took, you know, it didn't take that long, just the entire morning, guys. Been an hour and a half since the show started. They've all been poopy, scoopy trades. But there we go. Now we're printing on this one to the high side. Now but a buck in the money on this WWE.
A dollar in the money, wow.
Yeah, baby. A dollar in the money that quick, Max. Because WWE is a squeezer. It's squeezing to the high side, baby. There we go. Now we're 90s, almost 96 and a half. We just got through 95s. Like, that wasn't that long ago. It's kind of hard to get the fill on this one. You know, you go down, you offset 3 or 4 pennies. There's the fill again. We spin the money. It's a red day, but we're gonna celebrate the wins because they've been few and far between today, quite honestly. So there we go. Moving to the high side now. A buck. Now a certain buck in the money. Again, looking for 98s. We saw that wick top. There we go. Now breaking through the $half, Max.
Wow.
We got up to 60, so a $1.10 in the money. But the spread again, poopy. Again on this one. Someone got mad that I was using these poopy terms last week. I had to like tone it down for a bit. I don't know what offended her, but she seemed to not like the poop references or something. But in any event, we're printing the high side there. We get the fill. Now we're knocking on the door. 70s, $1.30 in the money.
Look at this move.
WWE is going, baby. It is going to the top. Let's take another baby out there. We got another top wick. Vince McMahon coming in with a new look and WWE and with a new move. What's that?
Afford more work.
Exactly, he can afford more work. His net worth is going up. He owns plenty of WWE shares. How's that going to go down? The shareage. He's giving up control, right? That's why they paid the premium. Yes. Sean, reminding me that they he got the valuation. He's still chairman, but the other dude is the CEO, right? Yeah. So he holds the chairman position. Anyway, there was a premium paid by the UFC to get control, and obviously they're benefiting from that because they get to maintain control. And I'm sure it was really hard for Vince to give up control, having had control for a very long time. Anyway, 96.70 the top now on WWE. We come back down into 96.14. So a big boy flush off the top there to be expected because it's kind of been up and to the right. We're going to have to anticipate that we're going to have some retracements on this bad boy here. But right back into the 40s, we go, gets bought up into 96, showing really good strength. The money trade on this was that VWAP dip, I want to say earlier on at around 11 o'clock at 92. That was absolute money. If you had that, good on you. Obviously, we didn't have that. We got in quite late. Let me de-risk a little bit more because I'm still holding some shareage here as we do make a leg down. I know, Max, I shouldn't be getting out, but I thought you were going to channel your inner Arun there and like, why are you going to go?
No. I mean, you get a squeeze like that, you get a volume spike down here. I mean, yeah, taking a lot out is probably the play here. Do we have an implied price on this takeover? Like, I don't understand this news
supposed to be a
at
premium.
all.
There was a premium paid. So
Okay.
the premium was paid in addition to what the WWE shares were trading for at spot.
Yeah.
At the time of signing. But
Okay.
that premium was so that UFC would maintain control. They would have 51% control.
Yeah.
And that, the WWE had to kind of like, you couldn't out-decide them, basically. It was like they had the preferred shares, the voting shares.
Yeah, of course. And is that a publicly traded company?
Was UFC a publicly traded company? It was, right? Endeavor. Endeavor has been publicly traded for a long time. So yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, so I guess it's just basically based on the price of the Endeavor stock that this is going up. I don't know anything about this deal, honestly.
Well, no, why?
And I
Why?
saw it down yesterday, so I really just didn't really have anything to think about the deal. So
Right.
I kind of ignored it. Apparently, should not have ignored it based on this move that's happening today.
It's EDR.
I mean, wow.
The ticker is EDR. Endeavor. You see it there? I don't know if it's Nasdaq or
Endeavor
N-
Group,
or
yeah.
NQ. I can tell you. It's we're getting a move
So
down
yeah,
here though in
Endeavor Group
WWE.
kind of coming up, but not as much as WWE. I wonder if there's news. I don't.
Man, we still have large shareage here. Oh baby, what a butt, dude! We just moved up $1 from 80
Wow.
cents in a second. 95.80 low wick goes back up to 96.60. I take out a big boy piece there. There we go. Okay, so we're getting some nice movement here on this one. I'm not going to take any more. I think that we have more room to the upside because that dip trade just got bought up. Okay, so that was nice.
Trust that blue line. Trust the teal.
Yes, the teal line. Teal line's clutch. All right, we'll get like some baby shareage out there. I'm watching Nvidia. I'm still keeping my eye on that. It's kind of consolidating below VWAP. I just want you guys to know that I've got a trade on Nvidia here set for the break of that $277.25. If we break above $277.25, it's better to view on this chart here on the 5-minute. If we make a new high above here, 277.25, I've got a resting order to go long. That will be a higher low that we see here, and now a higher high. So that'll be 2 points of contact. That will be my in for this one. I'm looking for a possible retracement into 279.75. That is yesterday's close. That's denoted by this white line over here. It had a pretty precipitous move.
Word of the day: precipitous.
Had a pretty downward precipitous move there, and we had a double bottom at that 275, but technically, 274.88 is the low day. So continuing to look at that, and here we go back to WrestleMania. Did you watch WrestleMania? It was a show, dude. Apparently people were pumped and like it got good reviews. Let's take some more outages there. Through 67s, now $1.20 in the money. Yeah, let's see what this one does.
Update on XOM here. I got a money fill on this one at 81s there to average into this position. And yeah, just looking for that move back through 115 through to VWAP. You are still printing.
Yes, finally,
looking
bro.
for that 97 price. Where's this going? Like $100?
Well, that's the thing. Remember we were looking. I saw here quickly 98. We saw that. Here's the daily. So back when the Qatari news, because the Qataris want to buy this, remember?
Yeah.
Like there was news about that back in January. That's January 11th. It makes that big boy move up to 98. So I'm like, okay, the top first area of resistance is not 98. Then you gotta assume it's gonna be that hundo.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a psychological level, whether you have price action or not around there, right? Like, so that's why I'm looking at that, and let's see what that does. 96.98 right now. So we have roomage all the way up to that 98 that we talked about. I'm taking a little bit out here. How many shares do I have left? So it's a big boy trade so far, but obviously we're still red on the day. I'm going to be very quite frank. On the bad trades on Meta and on Nvidia, still red. Need to claw back into the green here as now we broke 97s max, and now we're knocking on the door here. Let's take some more shareage out, but it's still very illiquid, and the spread wide AF because yeah, because I'm not getting filled here despite the fact that I've got like a 5-penny offset, and we're not getting filled. So a little bit of annoying, but you can't complain because the move's been really good. There you go, Huadunk right back down into the. Was that a fake print? Yeah, that was a dark pool print. Okay.
But yeah,
holding 80s.
Very spready, illiquid name. Tough to get filled on that WWE.
Is,
but I mean, you're what, $2 in the money now?
Almost,
just kind of hanging out, getting a little FOMO over here. Nvidia also really starting to pick up. So NASDAQ names starting to catch a bit of a bid. Still not, still down like 30 points from that 3250. But yeah, Nvidia trying to take out that 277.25 kind of area in here. and then we'll see if we get that 278 breakout. I need to see some real strength in the NASDAQ if I'm going to take the breakout on NVIDIA right now. But yeah, looking really, really strong off these bottoms on NVIDIA. Just, you know, low of like 10 cents up here, now 30 cents up on this low. So higher low, higher low, higher low.
Bump it.
Then we'll see if we get that breakout through 278 on NVIDIA.
I've been waiting for that too,
strong
man.
off the lows today, obviously weak off the open.
I like that trade. I got to tell you, I like it. I've got a resting order again, 277.25. We break that $0.25, then we break this peak here, and then we've got a higher low and then a higher high. That's what I want to see on our friend NVIDIA. So I'll be punching along there. I've got a script order sitting at that level. If we get filled, great. Otherwise, we'll have to look for another trade if we don't quite make it up to that level. But yeah, you know, on my 5-minute chart, it is testing the 50 period. And so it's been below the 50 period the entire morning on the 5-minute chart here on NVIDIA. Right, you have that big boy move down on the bell. You create that double bottom that we've been talking about, and then we are seeing gradually higher lows here. As did I get long there? So now I'm long. I'm long 30s. I'm already 10 pennies out of the money immediately. That's frustrating, but that's the way trading these big cappers are, especially going through levels. So we'll have to look for continuation, but I still like this trade. Let's see if we can get that. I'm looking for a possible to go green, to at least to retrace maybe to yesterday's close, which is on my chart 279.66. If we can get that on NVIDIA, oh, that would be fantastic. But here we go. Let's go back up to WWE here because we're back at 97s. I'm going to take some more out in front of 97. We get that continuation. Through 97s, I'm looking to take out everything in front of 98 though, and I don't have that much left. So I'm going to have to cool it with how many I take out now, because now we're getting to the point where, you know, we got to be scrupulous with where, there we go, baby.
Another word of the day.
Hey, with where we're going to get out. Andy Fischella, amazing word of the day, brother. Classy. Yeah, he's talking about precipitous.
Precipitous.
Oh, baby. It's been a good Tuesday. Just not for trading.
Right? Yeah, not for the P&L. But,
no, exactly.
Yeah.
Here we go, though. We're in this NVIDIA long. I'm looking for a big move up here. Are you in NVIDIA long as well?
I am not in NVIDIA long. I liked the idea of that 275. Didn't get down there. I'm still in XOM. Going to get a little bit out ahead of VWAP here on XOM, and then we'll see if we can get back into these kind of areas. NVIDIA's still pumping up. So yeah, that 278 could come in pretty quickly here on NVIDIA. Yeah, wow. What a dip buy down in this range. Just give it 40 cents and you get $1.50, $2 now. Great trade on NVIDIA, great long off the bottom. Just keep reloading.
Not yet.
And eventually maybe you get that breakthrough 278. What else is moving?
We're gonna have that 278 trouble for sure. How many on my 5-minute chart? We had how many candles reject off that level? Let's go in and zoom in here. Here's 1, 2, this was close, 3, 4, 5, and this was close, 6. Rejections off that 278. So this one, you know, I'll definitely looking to scalp through that. You're gonna have to take some like at the $0.75 here for sure. And then if you get that break, you're definitely looking to yesterday's close, which again, 279.66. But we got to get through that 278 first. That's obvious top. Even if we just make it to there, it's still a good trade. But I'll be looking for the rejection at those levels, no question about that.
Yeah, I think I'd be looking at a rejection on 278 on NVIDIA for a short. If this gets into kind of the 30s and then stops, you could get short there, risk 50s, and maybe get that move back down to VWAP. But for now, just kind of cruising to the high side, I would not step in front of 278 personally. I would let it break and then see what happens afterwards.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, NVIDIA, like, super strong off this 275. It does not want to give this level up today at all. So, yeah, we'll see if it breaks that 278. XOM just still hanging out. Your WWE just making new highs still after one after another after another. I mean, just hold that thing to, like,
well, that's the thing. Like,
bucks. I mean,
I've got, like, a 35% position left from a full position. And so there's really no point really taking some out here. We talked about that 98 being the level, so I want to hold out the majority left through 98, but we're at that 97.5 now, or almost at 97.5, knocking on the door of 40s. If we can get some continuation, about a 10 penny spread, 8 pennies now. Point is, it's spready. So if you're doing an offset, if you're using an offset key, you may need to give it 8 or 9 pennies. Otherwise, you're gonna wait to get filled there. I don't know, use a bigger spread if anything. It'd be nice to be able to, on the thing over here, be able to attach it just to a certain price. Be like, just go on the ask, right? Is there a way to do that on T-Pro 8?
Yes.
To always buy on the ask without having to enter the actual amount? Just to say the computer whatever the ask is.
Yeah.
Okay. You gotta show me that after then.
Yeah, I can show you that after.
Yeah.
It's doing limit far.
Limit far.
Yeah.
Do you have to enter a particular amount, like of an offset?
You can enter an amount, so like you go above the ask.
Yeah.
That's what my keys are set up
That's
as.
what you
I
have,
believe
okay.
mine are set up as 3 cents above the ask, maybe 5 cents above the ask.
Okay.
Just like if I really want to get into a position, I just hit, Shift B buys my default size at the
ask.
just above the ask. So
okay.
like
the offset.
yeah, at my offset. So
All right.
yeah,
Okay.
can definitely set that one up.
Let's have a look. There we go. Everyone is always checking their points now. I've been noticing that a lot. Everyone really wants to know how many points they have. All right, guys. You guys are killing it. I want to log in with my old account because this one is kind of new. I want to see how many points I have with my old account. I'm going to log out and log back in to see what the pointage is on this one. All right, back to WWE because we're continuing to stair step up here, guys. It's just been one big symphony of 5-minute green candles on my chart. Look, let's count these bad boys up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we're now at highs. We just printed 50s. Muhammad Al-Barash telling me, look, 2019 levels, 99 is the level. So he's looking for 99s as an out here. I'm going to take out most in front of 98, and then I'm going to leave a piece for the dream for that 99 to, that 100 move. We'll see if that ends up materializing. But here we go at the $0.50. Let's get a bit of a $0.50 print there. We get a little bit of a print, not much in terms of size at this level because we're not holding as much anymore, but letting this one run. Let's see if we can get a continued move. Now back quickly to our friend NVIDIA. And looks like we're getting that rejection for the moment off that 50 period, right? As the market, showing that it's not really quite yet to make a move to the upside, and NVIDIA having some issues at the 50 period on the 5-minute chart, at least for now. We're long there, 30s. We're right back into 05s. So let's see if we can hold VWAP. It's a decent trend. It's not a great trend. It's a couple of higher lows and a couple of higher highs. Nothing really to kind of write home about, but we're trying to find the relatively strong names and take them, even though NVIDIA down on the day did kind of establish a bit of a bottom there at 275. And the better long obviously would have beat that 275, but I've been cut up too many times today, to kind of try to take that
we've called the
down,
bottom
right?
too many times and it hasn't been the bottom,
times,
so-
right? Yeah.
How many times are you gonna?
That's the thing.
Yeah. Too bad on that one though. That 275, what a level. That's
We'll
the
see.
level of the day. It seems like on Nvidia. Google, interestingly, a lot of names caught a bid and Google didn't. So Google made that down move when I got out and kind of held 104.25, but didn't do that recovery move like Nvidia did. Meta also kind of just hung out at bottoms, I believe. Yeah, so Meta trying to make a new low, strangely, while everything else is kind of trying to make that recovery move. So Meta, which was strong initially and strong midday, has now decided that it wants to be one of the weaker names on the market this afternoon. I wonder if it's that Rumble news that Trump is using a different social media. I'm not sure.
Well, it's kind of extended. I mean, look at the daily on it.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
It's every day it's up 2%.
Let's pull up the daily chart on Meta.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, Meta absolutely crushing it since that 88 bottom back in, what was that, November? Yeah.
$88.
$88. Imagine the swing.
A lot of people were writing it out at the time. I was first among them. I was laughing it up. I was not a fan of Meta and their platform until I became an investor. It's funny how that changes things.
It is funny that ownership bias there on Meta.
We're just joking around, guys. Max, though, CDLX kind of did a bit of a VWAP bounce, and it's a bunch of 5-minute green candles here, looking to test that very sticky 5 3/4 level. We had a lot of rejections at 5 3/4. We haven't been up there in a while. Let's see if we can make it up there. We had a nice trade on this one, then we got stopped out. So back into the break even. Thankfully not red on this one, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with this one. Let's let it ride. Speaking of letting it ride, we're now above the $0.50. I think we got up to
97.50.
68. Yeah, we got up to 68.
Wow.
So we're $2 in the money on this WWE trade. It hasn't been many times where I said I've been $2 in the money and red on the day. But yeah, that's how badly I traded today, Max.
Yeah.
It was not my day. Let's just see if we can make some of it
I'm
back.
right there with you, man. I'm right there with you. I reloaded this XOM. It gave me the same price again. And if you're going to give me the same price and the same price action at that price, I'm going to reload. So waiting on a profit taker at 08s here. We'll see if we get filled and then see if we can make that move back to VWAP on XOM. Still kind of strong off the bottom, holding this 50. So let's see if we can pump it a little on XOM,
nice.
get those midday longs rolling back to VWAP, that mean reversion trade back to our VWAP price here.
That'd be
on
fantastic.
the strongest oil name in the market, I would say, the past couple days.
Oh, baby, Max, you know what I just saw?
What?
Our friend Seco, or Seco, or however you want to pronounce
is
it.
it taking out new
It
highs?
is making big boy moves. It is now up 175% on the day. Just took the top out. 172 the top. It's been, look at this, a squeeze, all the volume and its mother's cousin coming in at that 12:49 time slot. And now we just popped up from that $1.48 up to that $1.72. So almost 30 pennies there. What is the deal on this one? Let's look quickly at the company profile. Look at the float.
Seco has something to do with AI.
2.8 million shares. Careful with this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the company profile? Seco Holdings is an online integrated platform company, offline shopping platform, which consists of Seco.com website, mobile applications, and offline experience centers. Okay, what's the headline though? Shares resumed trade halt. Okay. Looking here, is this a multi-day runner? Daily? No, it's just today. So interesting. I'm not seeing a move on this one. Was Brendo telling me about this one earlier?
I thought I saw some kind of AI news on this one, but I think that was actually from March. So I'm not sure what the news was. I was actually long this one in the pre-market. And if you look at these little triangles here, you know, you might shed a tear.
I don't mean to laugh, bro, but like the way you set that up was just too good. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, like I've been there. I am there.
It never hit my stop, which was this 96 price, and I just bailed before the open because I was nervous about what might happen. And yeah, wrong move there. Halt up once, halt up twice, gets to 150. Absolute banger. I actually had a decent amount of shares here, and I was just not willing to get flushed out on this one on the open. I was looking for like an extension through this pre-market high, but it just wouldn't take out 107 on the in the pre-market. And you know, if I'm gonna hold a small cap into the open, I'm not gonna hold it on when it's flat.
No.
I will hold it if I'm 20 cents in the money.
Of course, yeah.
And then I'm looking for that extension move. Holding it when you're flat, you're just opening yourself up to so much
For
risk.
sure, because the volatility, the volatility right on the bell,
open.
you may get.
And it was sub $1 here, right? So it's like 99 cents here. If you have to punch out below $1, first of all, it's expensive. Secondly, you can halt down very, very quickly
Easily.
when you're sub
It's
$1.
2.8 million float.
Yeah, so a little
That
risk
ain't gonna
management
happen.
there. Maybe not
No
the best
question.
way to play it, but yeah. This one is an absolute runner. I mean, you could have taken the pre-market high on this one at that 110 kind of price and gotten straight into a halt. But yeah, still running, headed for $2. Seco, the small cap of the day, I guess. I would say so. Then 66 million
Seco
shares of
reminds me of?
volume.
Secondary engine cutoff. You know when like there's primary MECO, main engine cutoff. It's like when they launched the SpaceX things like the boosters.
rocket
Yeah, and they go
terms?
Miko, and then, like when there's always a chick like who's like commentating, and she's like Miko and Siko. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Shout me out in the chat
I
if you
have
guys
no
know what
idea
I'm
what
talking
you're
about.
talking
I'm such a space buff, bro. I love space, right? So it's something that I always hear. Siko and Miko stands for secondary, or what is it? Main engine cutoff, and then something other engine cutoff. All right, CDLX making that move, holding that level that we talked about, and now breaking through that 575. We had trouble breaking through it on this occasion here at around 12 o'clock. Now we're definitely breaking through it, testing 80s, some sizage here on the book at 80s, and we encountered 80s the first time around. It was trouble, and it's acting like trouble again. Let's see if we can get through. But yeah, this is a good trade. We got literally got bottom wicked here, eh? I got out at 41. And the bottom was 38, so a little frustrating there, but you can't catch them all. Quickly here, back to WWE. Now it's retracing south of 97. We're at the 96, 95-ish area. You know, I mean, how much room should I give this, right? We talked about 98 being the level. We didn't quite make it up to 98. 97, 68. Do we retrace from here? I mean, I don't know what level to get out at. I can use the whole dollar level. I can say, okay, 96 is I'm out. There's really no clear level for me to say, you know, look, there's a good area of resistance around there. What? I know, I want to hold, but it's retracing, right? Neil's like, hold to 100, boo, right? So maybe I'll hold. Maybe I got peer pressured into it, right? Yeah, anyway, so let's see what our friend WWE does. Back to NVIDIA, though. This one's been a bit of a troublesome trade, but it is holding at that 277 level. It is holding above VWAP. We're not printing any newer lows, either on the ES or the NQ. So you kind of feel like, you know, as the more liquid time of day kind of starts coming in here, we're like 3 minutes to 1 at the moment. So we may start finding some good volume to kind of propel us upward. Back to WWE, we're now at that $97 level. We're holding that level for now, but again, it's not really a level that is really attracting my attention, Max.
Yeah. For what it's worth, EDR is kind of starting to make a move up. There was a volume spike there. It took out 23. So EDR trying to make new high days. I don't know if any of this is real, but yeah, EDR starting to go with WWE. So maybe, maybe these two starting to get correlated. I mean, WWE made that massive move up relative to what this is doing, but yeah, maybe this is the laggard and this one starts to go next. We shall see.
Yeah.
My XOM is starting to get towards VWAP, finally kind of coming up. I got a little bit out there. We'll see if we can pump it above VWAP. But yeah, XOM just kind of slow, grinding, but yeah, pretty good on this one. Long about 30 cents in the money now. So yeah, see if XOM can catch that bid, make that afternoon rally. ES kind of starting to try to get back above 41.30, and EDR is starting to run now. So is your WWE going at the same time?
Retraced a little bit, so found like 97 bottoms, I want to say, and now the spread is opening up even more than it was. Now it's like 12 pennies. We're 97.20 here on the ask. Let's see, we were off the bottom, so the bottom on this 5-minute candle was 45. So we're off the bottoms. Let's see if we can hold. I don't know, but we'll have to keep an eye on EDR. Maybe they start trading inversely, right? Like I think we're having a big boy move here coming on EDR and then kind of selling off on WWE. Maybe it's like an ape AMC thing all over again. Who knows? I'll keep an eye, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we get continuation on WWE. Obviously, I want it to go up. Right?
Yeah, you would think if like if these are combining that they would move in unison, but
I don't know, bro.
I'm not sure.
I don't know how.
I'm gonna have to read up on this deal, and then I can make a determination. That's why I haven't had a trade on these because I just don't understand.
I think it's a good value, man. I think it's good value. I think that they're by no means the same type of business, but I feel like there's an entertainment aspect to both of them that would benefit. You know, some consolidation there and some. I think commingling of resources.
Maybe you get the WWE fighters fighting for real in the ring.
They have. Like, remember CM Punk, Brock Lesnar? These are all, like, crossover dudes, right? And there was probably more. I'm just not remembering them. Ken Shamrock, another crossover dude. He was, like, the OG back in the day, man, joining DX. Do you remember when he was like the DX enforcer? That was awesome. All right.
CDLX
Are
now
you looking
taking
at
out
this?
the high.
Are you looking at this, man? This was the, oh man. This was a missed opportunity. I had gotten burned on it. I said, yeah, you know, I'm in a good trade. Let me celebrate my WWE trade. Forget about this 575 level we've been talking about. Well, there you go. It ends up being absolute money, and they're at 620 now, retracing back into 6. But we had trouble at 6 last time. Is this the time that we decisively take that 6 level? If you think so, this might be an interesting area for you because we're at 606. We're
I'm
pretty
now
near
long
6.
here, 606.
You're long.
Yeah,
Max
I liked
is
what
long.
I saw on the tape. It was reserving 604.
I like that.
Then starts to print the offer on 606, so I'm long above 6.
God, NVIDIA.
Not going to give this any further than 595 here. I'm not trying to get flushed out on this name, but yeah, CDLX, good news, decent float on the company, so I don't think that I'm going to get like totally flushed out on this name. Let's see if we can make that move up to that 625 that I like, and then through there towards that $7, $7.50 on the daily chart. Pretty bullish on CDLX.
All right, I think Brendo, he's at the big desk and he's got energy update for us.
Hey guys, yeah, pretty volatile start to the new trading week here for energy markets. Let's get you caught up on what's happening so far today for oil. We are back to the downside for both Brent and NYMEX, light sweet crude. Negative on the day there, 0.7, 0.35 only for NYMEX crude. I'll show you the chart here in a second, but coming off that surprise OPEC announcement yesterday, no one was really looking for anything along those lines. Again, 1.1 million barrel per day cut, putting more inflation talk back on the table, putting more pressure even on the Fed back on the table as we head towards, I was just noticing, yeah, CPI coming up next week, so get ready for that. But demand woes outweighing that OPEC Plus surprise cut announcement from yesterday that had oil up 6.5% when all was said and done at the end of the day. If you zoom out a little bit, this is where we ended the week last week. So we get this huge gap to the upside yesterday morning. Ends up holding 79.5, 79.75. We come down to that number, on the number today, held nicely back towards 80 right now for crude oil, but a little bit negative versus where the futures closed anyways at the end of the day yesterday. For crude, guys, still holding that gain though from Monday. Back over to you.
So still long the CDX here, still holding $6. Going to see if we can make the move through 625. XOM starting to take out VWAP. So all my longs starting to work finally. Been waiting all day to get some trades going. And yeah, XOM might get another profit taker here. Loving this long on XOM. Get back up to 115.50, and then maybe we get the move back into this kind of range, 80s, maybe 116. Not necessarily that optimistic on that one, but yeah, back to CDLX here. Kind of wick top, but we'll see. If we can hold these 90s, then I'm still willing to hold this name. See if we can get back. Let's look at the daily chart on this one. This 750 kind of area is calling my name on CDLX. We have all these tops in the 20s, 30s, so we just need to clear this kind of range and get back up towards that $7, $7.50. See if we can get that momentum coming into this one. And speaking of the small caps, what is happening with CECO? Consolidating, maybe it taps that blue line, that teal line, trust the teal, goes back up to 180. Maybe we see another halt on this CECO doing that pullback right now. So let's see if we catch a bid on CECO. I'm not really willing to buy it up here when I was long all the way at $1. I guess that's some anchoring bias there. All the biases coming out today. And another profit taker just taken on XOM. So XOM pumping to the high side. See if we can take out VWAP on XOM. Loving this long. This is exactly what I was hoping would happen, but wasn't that optimistic based on all of my calls today being not so great. So yeah, XOM next profit taker is going to be at the 45 level. And then we will see where it goes from there. But yeah, XOM starting to get strong. CDLX still not taking out the highs, but consolidating up. So yeah, let's see what happens here. Let's see something halt again today. Come on.
I know, right? Well, I think this one halted earlier. No, something else halted.
Yeah,
BFRG. Was it BFRG?
BFRG halted, SECO halted like 3 times. So yeah, I mean, maybe it's CDLX's time. What would it have to do? Like 60 cents to halt? That would be nice. Get into 680, halt up for me. I would take that. I would take that.
Shout out to the Hayes Record. Says, been holding Google calls for about an hour now, still up 10%. Attaboy. I know Max was he was doing that dance with Google earlier. What was your level on that? Because now we've been kind of holding, I want to say, this is a very interesting level on Google here that we're at right now. That's yesterday's close, 104, I want to say 35, 36, in and around that area. And we held that quite well. This is the top right chart over here. There you go. That's a bit easier for you. Holding that level and kind of stair-stepping up, obviously below view up, but green on the day nonetheless. So
yeah. I was kind of liking like the 105 inflection level. That's how I kind of saw it, but never really held up that 105. I have like 103.75 on the chart as the next level of support.
SECO pumping to the high side here. I see the chat yelling, SECO.
Trust the teal.
There you go, baby.
Trust the teal. Look at that.
Bull flag continuation. Are you kidding? Off the 21 time. EMA. You got to start selling that. Like Trading Secrets by Max. 21 EMA. That's it. It's one chapter, baby.
Maybe I should just buy, and then I don't have to sell anything. I'll just be a millionaire off the teal.
I love it. I love it.
Too bad. Twice off the teal, screaming towards $2. We should be long this one right now.
Yeah, nice. That's a shout out to you on that teal line. But look at this bull flag continuation. The big boy move up on a lot of volume being supported here and confirmed by the volume. Then you have that consolidation on lesser volume and that continuation on increased volume again. So if you're playing these levels, 65 was probably your level for the dip. Oh, wow. Right back down, right to 65. Here we go, 63. Big boy moves down. Where's the halt level on this one? How much does it have to move? It has to move about 20 cents or a little bit less than 20 cents. Are we halting at this level? 61 is going to be it, guys. Unless this is a fake halt, 61 is a level. Let's see, do we get the halt? SECO. I haven't seen the exclamation point come in quite yet. There it is. It's halted. 61 is a halt level. Let me go quickly over here and see what the tap is on that. I'm seeing a tap of 160, so 1 penny lower than the close on SECO. Yeah, there it is, guys. Just made a new high, and then Huadunk right back down to the low. Yeah, that's a troublesome one. But your Google trade there, guy, it is curling off those lows, man. Google is an interesting trade here. I like this level. It looks a lot stronger than Meta. Meta consolidating a little bit at these levels as well, but Google curling while Meta flat. So Google pumping towards that 50 period here on the 5-minute chart, holding that critical level that we talked about earlier, 104.35. That's yesterday's close. That's been money on some of these names, these big tech names. It's also been money on Meta. Look, we're consolidating at yesterday's close on Meta, 213.10. We're kind of doing that dance in and around that area. So these closing levels holding in this bull market or this bull trend. I don't want to call it a bull market. That's words. Those are big words. But this bull trend that we've been having.
Bear market rally?
Yeah. Yeah,
I guess.
Well, 2022 was definitely the move. It was all down and to the right. Now we're 3 months deep.
Yeah, it's still kind of going up.
We got 2 green months and 1 red, right? March was green. Feb was red. January was obviously green. We had that big boy move, right? So 2-1 so far.
Looking good so far on the year. We'll see what April brings for us.
April showers.
I'm still long CDLX in this consolidation here, and it's still doing nothing. It tried to get above 20s, didn't really do anything. I still think like 25 is that breakout level. I think if we crack 25, then like 675 is probably the next level based on the daily. And then 750 would be the next one after that. So still holding, still bullish, but I want to get some volume into this one. See that break of the high on CDLX. Yeah, Google is really pumping.
It's a Spro cup, euthanasia. Sharif, he's like Sharif drinking out of a baby cup. This is a double Spro cup, my friend. Courtesy of Segafredo Zanetti. Over there. Shout out to Segafredo. All right. Yeah, back to Google and its antics. They just put a top there at 75, and now it's retracing to 63, but it's still a good move. Okay. This NVIDIA trade is a lot of trouble. We shall see what happens. But CLDX looks like it's continuing for a bull flag continuation, man. I think this takes out tops. If it doesn't, that 575 is an obvious dip trade. That was that should be a key area of support. We had a lot of trouble breaking through that. So that should be an interesting area if we do make it down there. But CLDX looking good, man. Up 78%. Consolidation top looks like to be brewing a bull flag here. And, you know, we usually get that continuation of the same length. You know what the TA books say? And I haven't actually done an arithmetic study to see if this is legit, but they say most of the time the bull flag continuation measures the same distance that the original bull flag took. So you just take that and
575
then project it up and
to
that's where it should
620.
continue to.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how often that holds up. There's been one dude who's really done a really, really thorough, and I forget, Bulkowski, I think, fact check me, chat. I think his name is Bulkowski. Like he keeps getting mentioned in all the CMT materials that he did like the most comprehensive study on chart patterns and whatever, and to see where they were most profitable and where they failed the most, like if they appeared at a bottom or if they appeared at a top, how they performed, this and that. So he actually tried to do the mathematical assessment there. Mike, yeah, I'm not saying that. Yes, Racer Scene, Bulkowski. Yes, all right. So supporting me on that. I'm pretty sure that's how to say his name, but you know, I could be getting that wrong. All right, back to Seco real quick here, guys, to update you on our friend Seco. It should be opening up quite soon. I'd say a minute, 30 seconds. The tap on this bad boy is 162, 1 penny higher than where we closed.
Interesting. That could be bullish. That could be bullish. I'm not going to call it yet, but
All right, I like it.
yeah.
I like it.
CDLX now trying to take out the highs. That 20 price is like really quite sticky on this one. So we'll see if it can crack that one. I thought we were about to take it out there. It's just printing 20s, 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 and then doesn't take out the highs. So still looking for that continuation on CDLX. Not going to stop out until we crack 94 here. Maybe we need to tap that blue line at $6 again. maybe that's the reload spot.
That's
Is
a
that the money
magic
dip
blue
by
line.
there, that magic blue line? I'm also looking at XOM now, starting to take out VWAP. So feeling pretty good about XOM. My 45's about to come in, and then next offer will be 66, I think I will take. Is that what I liked on the chart? Yeah, 64, let's say. I will take out some more on XOM. So
See if we
keep
get that continuation.
managing this long on XOM. Come on, come print me at 45.
Print it.
Don't be shy, XOM. Take out VWAP, never look back. Let's print ourselves to the high side. I like the idea now of maybe getting to 116 if the market can hold up and XOM keeps pumping. I mean,
Pump it.
XOM would be relatively strong compared to ES. Do you know what the current oil contract is? CL
Yeah, I have it
slash
right over here. Futures. Oh, no, I use the continuous. I believe it is May, though. Is it May? I'll look for you. Okay, so the
right.
one that I've got over here, light sweet crude futures, I have May, June, and July. May and June? Sorry, April. Oh, sorry. How come it says CL May, but it says April 2023? Okay, I don't get that. I use the continuous.
Okay.
And that's just kind of what I use there.
Oh, there we go. Get another fill on XOM there. So
Okay.
going towards 50s, ready for those 65 fills. XOM kind of starting to pick up here, picking up a little bit of volume. Maybe this is the afternoon rally that I was looking for.
It'd be about time.
It would be about time if we can get something printing to the high side for us. NVIDIA also really bad rejection there off of that 277.50.
Let's not talk about that one
Okay.
at the moment. But yeah, shout out Dan Emmons. There is one chart that scares me about NQ shorts, and that's Google Weekly. All right, let's have a look at the Google Weekly. So, zoom in on this bad boy here. Let's have a look at this Goog Weekly. Let's take off all these trend lines here because I don't like them. Polluting my chart. Why is it so difficult? Move all horizontal trend lines. There we go, except for this one here. All right, so Dan does not like this Google chart. What about this is, your statement was NQ shorts. Okay, so if you're scared about NQ shorts, then you think that Google is bullish here, I'm assuming. What about that do you find? I mean, no, I don't mean to disrespect it. Like, we obviously held the 200 here. There's a bit of a triple bottom, brewing at about 87 and
This
a
is the
half.
weekly chart?
This is the weekly
I
chart
guess you
on
could
Google.
call that a bull flag on Google, kind of taking out that. Is that that red line? Is
That's a 50 EMA, and this is the 200 EMA. So
On
reclaim
the
the
weekly.
50 on the weekly.
the 50 is such an interesting indicator
Yeah,
on almost
it is.
every time frame. Yeah, looking maybe like a bull flag. Is that what scares you on this one?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, we have that big move up here on this weekly, which was late January. Those are the January highs. We haven't retaken January highs yet on our friend Goog. Our Goog January high is at 112. I want to say 112.17. That's a weekly wick there, but we didn't close anywhere near there. We closed at 104.86. So we are back to the closes of those weekly charts, and we are closing above that January high. We wicked above, though, again, so we'll make that very clear, but we are closing now above these levels. So I get that. I like that, Dan. I see what you're saying with that. It's a series of also higher lows here on the weekly. Initially there in October, we don't make October lows. In January, we make lower lows, again, successively in March. So, okay, I see where you're going with that.
I just added to this
Says breakout to the
CDLX because it wicked off the bottom. Now we're making new highs. CDLX is pumping.
Yeah, I'm long
absolutely
in that too, baby.
crushing CDLX right now. Let's see if we can get the continuation. Now
Finally.
it's coming all the way back down. I got nothing out there. Wow. I'm out of CDLX.
Oh my goodness, bro. My God. That's the type of small cap crapper that's exactly what it is. I didn't even get the opportunity to take any out there, man.
Absolutely
that's
brutal.
Small cap crapper. That's
Wow.
by definition what small cap crappers are, dude. That's just, dude.
That is what it is. You know what? You can do nothing
it's
but
such a
laugh at
turn
that
off
one.
To turn.
It
It's
sucks
such
to
a
double
turn off, man. I mean, this is why I've been leaning way more towards big tech, because big tech will not do this to you, right? You're not unless you have a general move in the market that or something specific, like a catalyst with these big tech names. You're not going to get that type of move, but you will get it for no reason on CDLX other than the fact that the algos and big names are manipulating it. It's 2.8 million share float. Do the math. I mean, it's such a so frustrating, some of these small cap crappers, but that's the nature of the beast, baby.
That sucks. You get the wick down that you're looking for, but it does the double wick fake out
Unreal.
action. Yeah, I doubled my position there and thought we were going to the promised land on this one.
The promised
looking for
land,
that
I like it.
750 price. Got nothing out, and then finally stopped
Nvidia.
out. It's all right.
All
Got a
right.
decent price on the out. At least we didn't get flushed back down into like 540. That was looking pretty scary for a second there.
The market's making a nice retracement, and you have to assume the minimum levels are going to retrace to his own VWAP. 41.43 is what I'm looking at the ES, and on the NQ is 13.265. So a nice curl here on a lot of them. A lot of people yelling Apple's moving. A lot of people yelling Meta. Google's definitely moving. We've been talking about that. Amazon just took VWAP. Nvidia kind of just retraced a little bit to VWAP there. Got up to about, I want to say, mid-70s or so. But Google looks real good here. I would say it's a standout candidate in my opinion, as it really marches back into that 105 level. It's got VWAP here at low 90s, high 80s, I want to say. Yeah, maybe 104.90, that's VWAP on Google. But we're real close to that now. We just got to the top here at 83s or so. So good, decent move up in the market here. My WWE trade, I haven't mentioned this one for a while. It came back into the 50 period on the 1 minute chart here, and we're getting a bit of a bounce. I'd like to see a reclaim of 97. If I see a reclaim of 97, it's going to really entice me to kind of hold for that possible 98 test. Because then then it'll be a trend change. We kind of retraced off that big move, and now we're finding a bit of a reprieve to the upside. So that's what I'll be looking for there, but not really. I'm not really banking on it. We've got small size left. Adam Duluth. Amazon just broke the structure of the high side. Yeah, I mean, there was an obvious top that Amazon had earlier. I want to say around 11:45 to about 12-ish area where it kept rejecting off VWAP. We had that test come in again. I want to say from 12:50 to about right now, and then we're getting breakthrough that top. So clear top being taken here on Amazon now up 0.58%. You're not seeing the same type of move on some of these other names. I want to say Google and Amazon being the standouts for the most part, maybe because Well, not even Google. Google hasn't even taken view up yet. But Google really finding support at that yesterday close, like we talked about, 104.35 now, about 40 pennies higher. That looks a lot better than it really is, to be honest with you. I mean, it's not that much of a no-show move, but we'll see. Moving to the high side, though, some of these names. That's the gist of it.
And interestingly, on your WWE, we were talking about maybe EDR is the lagger here, and it looks like it is. We were talking about it in this 23 range. Now we're in 23.50s, so EDR is starting to make the move.
Ooh.
Maybe this is the long now. I'm just so confused about this deal. I can't say. But XOM, I canceled my profit taker, kind of punched out a little bit more here. Didn't really want to get there. I keep saying what I'm going to do, and then it goes 1 cent from my price. So maybe I should say something else and get the price that I want. But
yeah, I know somebody who used to think that way. I love it.
No, I mean, I picked an obvious price here and being a little optimistic there. So I just got another little piece out. We still have half this trade on, looking for maybe that move into 116. I think 115.80s is pretty reasonable to get back into. Yeah, XOM still kind of reclaiming VWAP, just cruising back up. Kind of loving these fills that I got down here. Pretty happy with those, giving me that beautiful double bottom at my own price. So yeah.
All right.
What else is going on?
Where's my out on WWE? Pretty, very, very actually simple. The break of 96.20. So it kind of, made that top at that 97.70, and then we retraced all the way to 96.20. Now we're back up to 96.90 almost. So if it comes back down, that makes a newer low, and it's a break of the 50. So that means, my trade with this one is done. That'll be successive newer lows. But if we retrace here and we break through and hold above 97, my out is, I'm going to say the 98s or 99s, maybe even the 100s if it gets going. I don't think I have enough sharage to start scalping out here. Got a little bit of sharage left on this one, so we shall see what happens. Google as well bamboozling me. I was singing its praise, talking about relative strength, this and that. It held bottoms, yada, yada, yada. It gets all the way up there to 104.85, rejects immediately, 104.55, right back down. That's not what you want to see from Google. We thought maybe we get to that 104.90, maybe even test 105s. A lot of price action there between 11:20 to about 12 o'clock at that 105 level before it really decisively broke it to the downside, giving up VWAP, but really holding yesterday's close. And now that the retracement is in motion here, not quite making it back up to VWAP before the Hwadunk. So we shall see if we get continuation, but keeping my eye on the relatively strong names to see if we can take something to the high side. NVIDIA, I'm still like 20 pennies, 30 pennies out of the money on this one. As it holds bottoms, I'm looking for a retake of VWAP and a 277.50 break. That would be dynamite. That'd be aces, NVIDIA. In case you're listening, Algos.
Dynamite.
Yeah, that'd be dynamite. I'd be happy about that.
277.50 break into 278, and then
want
you get
that
like 280.
You feel like it's gonna, like, if the market keeps trending to the high side, you feel that 278 is gonna come into fruition.
If the market does what it did yesterday,
right,
we're going all the way back to the high. So,
right.
I mean, if that happens, NVIDIA's going back to 280 most likely, right? So yeah, maybe that 278 break is incoming after that flush kind of made it look like it wasn't. I might be looking at that one in the afternoon if we can keep going. Yeah, what else? What else we got? This CDLX kind of flushed, but it didn't really die. So that was the breakout price down there at 70s, and it held that breakout price. So maybe this one is just going to be the kind of flusher and then regains its highs again. I don't know. I'm done with this one. They bamboozled me. I should have had profit takers up here.
It was a full state of bamboozlement too.
Full state of bamboozlement.
Yeah.
All you can do is laugh at those ones. I mean,
they're to be expected, though.
Yeah, you can expect that. I mean, I had my stop in, thankfully, and probably should have had some profit takers in the 40s there, but I don't know. I was looking for the bigger move on that one. We haven't covered Apple today at
Amazon's moving. Amazon's moving. Meta is kind of finding those lows too, really holding that 213, 12. We're getting a couple of nice green candles on the 5-minute charts of both the ES and the NQ futures. Moving towards the highs. Renata wants to know, guys, what's going on with Apple? Yeah, Apple's is an interesting level as well. It just went green, so we were red. We've just kind of flattened on the day. It's also at that VWAP level. Now, if the market is any indication, we're kind of curling here. So some of these longs may be in. I don't know, right? I mean, again, you heard Max say.
Are we going to call it again?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sick of calling the bottoms, right? Like we got made look really silly earlier trying to call these bottoms, but now we're in a more liquid time of day. We're talking about 125. A lot of people back from lunch and looking maybe to go long here. Anyway, 166. 84, that's the high day on Apple, currently 166.19. It's a bit of a tight range. You want to say that the low is 65.42 and the high is 66.84. So not much on Apple, right? I mean, you're not getting too much here. You're getting a bit of less than $1 range. So even though it is setting up good, but is it really the best name to take? That's kind of the question, Renata. I think Amazon really showing itself here as being the standout candidate. It's pumping to the high side, baby. Adam telling me breaking that frustrating 102.90, 103 level decisively now, about 20 pennies above said level. We shall see if it continues to the high side. The high of day on Amazon, 103.77.
Yeah, that 103.30 level was double top from yesterday and Friday, I believe. Yeah, so 103.30, another kind of spike here into 103.30. So maybe that's the. Maybe that's either the fade level or the breakout level, whichever way you see Amazon. But Amazon's super strong, just printing green here, going back up to those highs. I really like the 104 to 105 kind of zone. And then if we crack that, I mean, the sky's the limit on Amazon. We know where Amazon's come from on the daily. And this is, it's still a huge company that is still growing. So I'm bullish on Amazon in general. Let's see if we can keep this rally going. Definitely the strongest name in the market right now.
Yeah, looks good. Look, in terms of big cappers, no question. DWAC is making a move here, guys.
No way.
DWAC just got off 1390 bottom. It was a bit of a flat bottom. Trump Trump arrived in Manhattan. You know, we knew that this was going to be at the DA's office. We knew that this was going to be a headline-dependent name. And there you go, 1390 bottom, goes all the way up to VWAP there, 1435, quite an aggressive retracement. DWAC waking up down to low, said it was 1380, was like almost 8% down. It's moving here, guys. This is the 5-minute chart. We just took VWAP. The volume definitely stepping into this name. It's been dormant, I want to say, since about 11:55 when there was some serious volumage there. But the volume really coming in here, guys. Here comes DWAC. DWAC's moving, baby. DWAC is moving. All right, so let's go. We're going to load up DWAC here on a trading chart. What do we got over here? We got Goog. Now we're going to have to dismiss Goog, and we're going to have to look at our friend DWAC. That's a NYSE stock, right? No, it's NASDAQ. Come on, I should know that. All right, here we go. Where are we at? Wow, 1460. Huadunk right back to 1440. Only a 10-penny spread on a $14 name. Nothing to worry about. I'm joking, of course. Careful with this one. It's highly illiquid and highly unpredictable. Okay, so if you're getting into this one, make sure you have an out. You have a plan set, and don't go in with too much sharage if you can't afford to take the hit, guys, because this one, it could do anything. It can make you a millionaire.
It can definitely
take your money pretty quick, too.
It can. Yeah. I know how fast it can take your money.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what to do with Amazon here. Trying to get through these levels. I mean, why is Amazon so strong? I guess the market's kind of moving up, but like Amazon really standing out as the name to watch right now. I've liked the long on this name for the past few days. Didn't get anything today. I liked the 102.50. I was a little distracted with something else today, so didn't get that. But yeah, Amazon, I don't know what to do with this. I don't think that I'm ready to fade in Amazon right now. But yeah, maybe if we get through kind of those 103.50 numbers, you can make that, like that'll confirm that it's going up, catch a dip in there. I'm not sure. What's happening over there with DWAC? Just flushing, eh?
DWAC just huadunking right back down, 1427. Guys, it moves quite erratically. I want to say, to me, I'm not good enough to trade a stock like this. Okay, I just got to be quite honest, because I think you really need to have like unbelievably honed senses and really understand how to get in and out safely with a very illiquid stock, which is quite hard. So I'm going to stay away from this one. I know it's news driven and it may pump to the high side. For now, I'm going to steer clear of DWAC, but I got my eye on it. A lot of people also saying RUM, R-U-M, making a sympathy move. Yeah, Rumble, we were looking at that this morning, but it looks like it's waking up as well. There we go. It's Canadian, baby. Shout out to Rumble, which has their offices here in the great city of Toronto. So here we go. That's the DWAC's chart. Here's the Rumble chart. We got a bit of a top there, 945 was that top that we made about 1245, and now here we're curling back up through VWAP, possibly looking to test that 945 again. But if we zoom out, look at the 5-minute chart, that obvious level that we had earlier was the break of the 980. I think we got up to 83s, and then we Christmas treed right back down, V-shaped retracement, right back down to that 910 area, which held. That 910 area has been absolute money as a whole. Obviously, buyers stepping up around there. We're at 931 right now, but yeah. We'll see DWAC retracing now above VWAP, back into 1440, 1447. Here we go. Do we get another break of the $0.50 area? Let's go back to our friend DWAC. Here's the chart on this one. It takes that 1430 top quite easily. Oh, I'm on the 5-minute. Let me go to the 1 minute here. There we go, right back. So, you're looking for a newer high here, but still a risky trade.
Volume starting to come in, though.
Eh?
Volume kind of starting to come in on DWAC.
I know.
I think the only trade I like on this one today is
bro.
maybe the 16 break if we get all the way up there. But, I mean, we might need a halt to do that.
Here?
I'm not punching here.
I mean, it retraced now. Retraced.
This isn't news.
No.
Trump was coming to New York.
We knew that.
To be arraigned today.
Yeah.
We knew that for the past few days. I mean, yeah, I think it's just probably just stay away from DWAC. I don't see the idea of this one.
Super amounts of FOMO,
Yeah.
right? Because
Yeah.
you know what DWAC can do. I remember Bradley's trade on DWAC. That was like the ultimate trade on DWAC there. In case
That
you
was
guys
something
want to
else.
know, YouTube that. Search it in the. I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube.
Amazon did actually have news. So apparently they're shuttering some UK-based bookstore.
That's what I saw about depository, some book depository.
Yeah, something like that, right at 12:30-ish.
Is that going to cost that much money?
Well, it's just cutting costs. People want to see Amazon cut costs because
Yeah.
they keep spending so much money, so much money, so much money. They've never been focused on earnings. They're only focused on growth. So any kind of sign that Amazon's cutting
It's a good
costs, I
look,
think, is a
yeah.
really good look for this company. So I understand why it's going up. It's not like doing a ton of volume, so I don't think they care that much. But, it's enough for it to be now the strongest tech name in the market. My XOM is just holding above VWAP, but going nowhere. XOM, I still love this, but yeah, needs to make a move, needs to make a decision. I think I might be in this one all day. Just grind up.
These oil stocks, they're pretty good grinders in terms of
They'll make a move in the
not
morning.
a lot of bamboozlement on them.
Not a ton. But I mean, early on, it was kind of hard to be long this. You get up there, you get 50 cents in the money, and then it just kind of flushes out on you. Same thing here. If you were long in this kind of area, it's going to flush out on you. So, I mean, also right here where I was long. But yeah, I mean, that's just selling. And then the selling stops, bottom, start to go back up, holds the 50. Now it's holding the 21, and we'll see if it holds VWAP. I mean, I guess the selling, the profit taking maybe is what was selling it down today, and now we're just riding back up, grinding to the high side.
All right, we're moving here on the futures to the high side. No question about that.
Yes.
What's his name there? D-Loaf. Asking Sharif, put Tesla on the 1 minute, barcoding between 50 and 200. Pick a side. All right, let's have a look at the 1 minuter here on our friend Stressla. Let's zoom in, switch to the 1. All right, so he's positing here between 50 and 200. All right, so here's the 50 level. It just broke it. Sorry, so I read your message too late because literally you just took it out. I think we got up to 72s here, but Yeah, it's a nice break of the 50. You know, this may be an indicator. You break it decisively, you get good volume. You have almost 400,000 shares in that one-minute candle, so it's supported by that volume. It's also a critical level. Hey, man, we're moving. We were moving higher on some of these futures, but I feel like the move up has been anemic. The retracement up on the high side today has been kind of weak for these big cappers. So we got to be careful. I know I was just back in the money on my NVIDIA trade. Now I'm like 20 pennies out of the money again. So, you know, this one having a hard time really reclaiming VWAP despite successively higher lows on our friend NVIDIA. That's the one I've been kind of locked into the last little bit. I also want to get to my WWE trade here. The last little bit left. My out on this one to the south side, that is going to be 96.18. If it breaks through that 96.20 bottom that it put in earlier, I'll be out of that. Otherwise, I'm going to hold this. Oh, I didn't even have it on the right time frame there. Yeah, so 96.18, I'm out. It's kind of putting in a lower high here, but we haven't seen the lower low on WWE until we see that 20 break. Here it comes. We're at 45s now. It's moving fast and furious to the south side. It looks like it may want to take out that 20 level momentarily yeah, you know, we give up the goods a little bit. It was a big boy move to the high side. We posited 98 would be the level. So far, 97.68, a mere, you know, 32 pennies off that big wick top that we made in January is the high of day today. So we shall see what happens there. And I've got really nothing else, dude, other than just holding this NVIDIA trade that I'm like 10 pennies, 15 pennies out of the money on now, and holding this WWE trade, seeing, you know, which side it's going to end up, whether we move up above 97 or we get below 96.12. So, sorry, some other people were asking about block. I've seen a lot of people mention that. I haven't been able to get to it because we've been kind of trading these names over here. Square, as I call it. It's green. Look at this. It's a relative, you know, you know, I want to say outlier. It's up in my fintech list here. It's one of the only ones that's green. PayPal is only up 0.4%, probably in sympathy to Square. The move, though, on Square is it looks to be independent. We're right back at that 69 high.
Are you telling me that the high is 60?
69 high on Square.
Oh,
a better
my
top
God.
has never come into effect. There we go. We're at that high.
So,
Right?
Sharif, you have to take 690 shares on the breakout.
Oh, come on. I can't take 69 shares. I don't want to get completely smoked on this trade, but we are nearing highs again, Max.
Yeah, going
we're
back
like
up to the
4
highs.
pennies off the high here. We're at 3 pennies. 66 is there, 2 pennies. We're knocking on the door of the highs on Square. What's the catalyst on this one? Do we have a reason here, or is this continuation off the hit piece?
This is just continuation. I mean, it was at $73, let's say, before the hit piece, and now, you know, we're cruising back to 70. It hit 70.50 the other day.
Okay.
So I guess that's like the new high to take out to kind of squeeze the shorts, 70.50.
That looks good, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it seems like anybody who got short off that hit piece is getting squeezed now. And I mean, other people are getting long. Now you're buying the dip on a piece that people are saying is fugazi. I mean,
There you go. I mean, you've
why
got
not?
a couple of
Why
tops
not?
here. Yeah.
Anybody who is buying the dip in like those 65s, and I mean, the chat's been talking about Square for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Buying in
no
the
question.
60s, saying it's going to 70s. So congratulations if
Shout
you're
out to them.
swinging Square
Absolutely.
long. This one's just been making new highs, going back to the price. I mean, 73 has to be the target if you're long Square right
Yeah.
now, I would say. Yeah.
And then
still,
even longer. I mean, if you get a breakout of 73, you're looking big boy. You're looking, where are they looking there, Max? They're looking, at 77, 78.
80s.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it made a high in February of 90. So, yeah, Square still lots of room to the upside.
Solid
Great
company.
dip by there off that hit piece.
Yeah, well, there you go. All right, Max. I don't know how to say your last name, and I don't want to butcher it, so I'm just going to say Max. It says NVIDIA is pumping, and that is good news for me because we are long NVIDIA. And there we go, baby. Now we're in the money on NVIDIA. NVIDIA's going to now. Okay, so here's the deal. 277.50. We need to break that level decisively. That was an obvious top last time around. That $0.50 was a level of resistance. Then, sadly, 50 pennies after that resistance level, we have another more important resistance level, which is that 278. We had several 5-minute candles reject off that 278 level. Max and I were talking about that quite a bit. This is the NVIDIA trade. Yeah, that 278, here we go. So that's going to be the ultimate level if we're really going to retrace back into that yesterday's close, which is near that 280. But here we go. 25 pennies or 20 pennies away from that 277.50. I really want to see if we can get the volume, get the support to break through that level. We're long 98, so we're like 20 pennies some odd in the money. We've been out of the money, I want to say, the majority of this trade. So this is an anomaly, to be honest with you. It's been a tough road to hoe for some of these big cappers, at least for me. I hope some of the viewers and others on the floor are having better success with it than I am. There we go. So now we're knocking on the door of 30s, and yeah, so I'm not going to take out any in front of the 50s. I'm going to take out some in the 60s. So what's my shareage on this one here? Okay, so where are we at? There we go. So we're big boy shareage here so we're going to have to look at where we're going to start taking some out. And above that $0.50, like we said. So I'm going to sit at 52s. If we can continue to make that ascent up, we've had successively higher lows on NVIDIA. We just need those higher highs, but it's been tough. And yeah.
Starting to pump, though.
Yeah, you know, it's not the good name. The good name right now is Amazon. The good name right now is Meta. That Meta just retraced off that 213. Now it's knocking on the door 214.25. It's at VWAP. So some obviously strong names here. NVIDIA, shout out to Hayes Records, $1.99 super chat. Can we have a candle lighting for above Luca? We'll hit that. Bang. Well, if we had a Spro animation, I'd definitely play that for Luca right now, but we don't. Maybe we should get one. But shout out to my man Luca. Hope he's doing well. And I don't have a candle lighting animation, so sorry about that. All right, let's get to WWE because this is the end of the trade, and we're going to get out. It breaks at 96.20. We said if we saw a successively lower low on the WWE trade, it would be kaput.
What a banger trade, though,
Good
Sharif.
trade.
Spin
good trade.
something for that one.
We'll spin the money there. There we go, baby. Still right on the day, but at least this WWE trade kind of mitigated it somewhat. There we go. It's all done for this trade. And yeah, where are we going to go from here now? Is that the end of the trade, or maybe we'll start taking a short back into VWAP 94? So that'd be like a $2 trade to the south side.
Already reversing the bias, eh?
I know, right?
I can't do that.
No, neither can I.
I can't get those going. Those like instant reversal into a short. I don't know.
Just not good enough.
I can't get around that in my head. But
Total Wealth saying that Mara is moving. Our friend Mara here. Let's have a look. It always takes a minute for my friend Mara to load on the IBKR charts for some reason. As you can tell, I'm long 150 shares of Mara on my SIM account here at $13.84. So needless to say, I'm out of the money by quite a bit.
Bag holding that one a bit.
$8.50 right now. But yeah, Mara having a decent bottom there. $8 holding to a T. 801 is the low. And it's been an absolute buy off that. Now knocking on the door of $8.50. So you had a big boy move off that. You had a 50 penny move on an $8 stock. That's not too bad.
Yeah, nice even dollar hold there. And that's such an easy trade to execute. I mean, you got maybe 5 cents of risk maximum if you get in there at the low.
It's a good trade.
Assuming that there's liquidity to buy any shares down there. But I mean, you could definitely get in there at 804 kind of with a 99 stop. Probably get slipped to 96. So like 10 cents of risk for a 50-cent trade. We take 5-to-1s. We definitely take 5-to-1s around here.
You must be really good if you don't take 5-to-1s. You must be really, really
well,
good.
maybe you're a small cap trader from 2020 if you're not taking 5-to-1s.
I know. Oh my God. Don't even get me reminded about that. NVIDIA back down again. So it makes a nice pop above VWAP, breaks through the 50 period, but it looks like that 50 period on the 5-minute chart is the bane of NVIDIA's existence and by extension mine. because it keeps rejecting off this 5-minute 50 period here. We're really going to have to get going and really break through that level. Obviously, 278 being the level. We've got all sorts of levels on video. Why did I get into this trade? Why did I do this to myself? There were other plays here that were better. Yeah, now we're retracing off some of these futures. So I don't know. I don't know about this NVIDIA trade. We'll see.
Yeah, that 13,250 on NASDAQ still holding here. Holding all afternoon, all show long, basically, since we've gotten on here. That 13,250 is the level to contend with on NASDAQ, and still can't make that push back through VWAP. So maybe we don't get yesterday's move today.
Maybe.
But still long here.
Let's go
Still
yesterday's
no
move.
shorts. We still can't flip the bias short, apparently. But yeah,
We're
NASDAQ-
barely red though. We're a half point on the ES red.
Yeah.
We're a third of a point on the NQ red. So the red, it's there, it's technically there, but it's just only just.
Exactly.
All right, DWAC. Okay, it's back. Not on much volume though. Back up to that 1450 level that it rejected off a few times. It got up above VWAP, got to the highest there to 59. Here we go. We're backed up to 44s. The volume though is not really supporting this move. Let's have a look at the. It's the wrong thing to have on. I need to have this one on because my trading screen's on this one. Let's bring this down. Let's have a look at the spread and some of the volume here on our friend DWAC to kind of get an idea of what to expect. All right, what's the spreadage? All right, five pennies right now. I'm not seeing anything obvious in terms of size on the book. Let's scroll down. Any big sizeage here at any levels? $16. There's big boy size. There's 14,700 shares sitting at $16, but we're a ways from that. $16, yes, you guessed it, was the high of day yesterday. Surprise, surprise, that the shareage at that level. But we're not close to that right now. We're at 14, barely 14 and a half. So we'll see what ends up happening on this one. Yeah, not tradable for me. I'm gonna stay away from this one. And I'm already losing enough money on NVIDIA. I don't need to lose any more money on DWAC. Meta rejecting off VWAP here. It retraced off that 213. It held 213-ish quite well. 212.54 bottoms, but flirted with yesterday's close. Makes a move back up to 214 and a quarter. Rejects immediately off VWAP, and there you go. Almost $1 back down now. 213.47 is where we're retracing right back down to. So these big cappers not ready to move up, and the future is not ready to retrace up, at least for the moment. It's been a day of bamboozlement, unless you've been short.
Yeah, it sounds like, or it seems like a lot of those large cap names are kind of resuming the downtrend at this point.
Yeah.
None of them being able to get back above the prices that we need them above. Square kind of double topping here. I was thinking about taking that short at 69.69, but I don't know. That seemed like a long level to me. I thought maybe we could get that continuation, but just no juice in the market at the moment to get these things pushing up. So Square retracing as well. Amazon kind of staying strong here as it has been. So looking to hold this 50 period on Amazon and then resume the move back up, but like really no volume on this on these moves up, and then it moves down and kind of moves down a lot faster than it moved up. Like grinds up for 20 minutes and then in 4 minutes you retrace the whole move. So kind of hard to structure any longs right now. Kind of hard to structure a short in the middle, but I guess you could have used that 13,250 rejection to say I can go short here.
Right.
I don't hate that move, but obviously we've missed that now. So just
of a double top.
kind of waiting for the market to decide what to do. If we take out the lows, then I guess short day for the rest of the day. But Amazon still strong, still going towards that 103.50 level, and then maybe we get to 104 today if we get that retracement on the market. But I think we definitely need like VWAP on ES and NQ for any of these names to touch any new highs today. But Amazon's still strong, still catching a bid in the face of this kind of red market.
Yeah. And the movement, the sale on Meta back down into 213.5 got bought up like 30 cents immediately. So we're back up to 80s on here. Likewise with some of the moves on NVIDIA, went down to 50s, got bought back up into mid 90s. So maybe we do break through this level. Come on, let's will it into existence. No, I'm kidding, of course. Hopeful.
Come on, NVIDIA, you got it in you.
Yeah, right.
You got it in you. There it goes. You just got to encourage it a little bit.
I know, right?
Come on, NVIDIA.
Let's go, baby. Right back up into 15. So we're back, thankfully, in the money on this one. Again, I don't want to keep sounding like a broken record, but I'm looking for $0.50 breaks. I'm talking about 277.50 for a break on that. That'll be a newer high, and it'll be a possible continuation. But it's been a bit of a rangy trade, but you take it on what it's been doing lately, and what it's been doing lately has been going up and to the right. So if we get a nice market bounce here, my guess is we trend. So there we go. Now back up into the 30s. I'm not going to keep calling this because I don't want to keep watching it. I have a profit taker sitting above the 50 area. I'm not going to take profit until it breaks through that 50. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It'll end up being another losing trade. But here we go into the 30s now. There we go. Now into the high 30. Let's go NVIDIA. I want 50 prints. Now we're seeing 40s. I see big boy size here at 40. I see 101 lots. So that's not big boy size, I guess, for NVIDIA. It's standing out to me, though, as the biggest on the book for the moment. So here comes. We're going to get back into 40s here, looking to test that size, see if that size can get taken out. It could be an iceberg, too. There could be a lot more below it. So let's see. The future is sort of still anemic in their move. Amazon is the one that's really retracing here to the high side, printing quite nicely, making newer recent highs, looking to test that 103.50, similar to kind of what NVIDIA is doing at that 277.50. So the $0.50 level involved with both there. And yeah, that's all I'm looking at. I'm also seeing WWE back down into 96. So that's consecutively lower highs and lower lows. Where's the bottom there? We talked about maybe possible VWAP retracement in 94s. So that's another possibility. Yeah, that's basically it. Looking for this NVIDIA to run. I mean, that's the only trade I've got on at the moment. I'm long 98s, looking for the $0.50 break. Other than that,
yeah, NVIDIA and Amazon kind of the only runners in the market right now. A little bit of a wick bottom on NASDAQ, so this looks kind of bullish to me, but we did a wick top of 13,250. So, you know, rejects high, rejects low. Where do we go?
Again, that 40 level, rejecting again on NVIDIA. So I don't know if anybody else is seeing this size on their book, but yeah, that's a couple of 1 minute candles that have obviously rejected off that 40 level with that size coming into play. But I kind of feel like if we get to the level where we're moving up, maybe beyond VWAP on the ES and the NQ here, that's not really going to matter.
Yeah, 100 lots on an NVIDIA is not usually something that's hard to fill. So I don't think that's going to hold NVIDIA down for too long. It's just, you know, how many buyers are in the name right now. I think that 50 break could be that continuation that leads us into that 278. I like that idea, but market definitely has to start going.
It's not.
It's just doing nothing. It goes up, rejects, goes down, rejects, just hangs out in this 20-point range on NASDAQ, 10-point range on ES. So, you know, market has to make a decision before we can make any decisions.
When the market wants to act like this, I'd really like to have a memo ahead of time, please, and like stay out of any trade. You know, that's wishful thinking, of course. That'd be great.
It seems like,
Adrian says it's midday. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah. Recently, though, like midday has been extremely light volume and extremely choppy. Like, usually we'll get a little bit more movement in the midday. Recently, past few weeks, it's just been kind of
we had
moves
the small
happen in the
cappers,
morning.
but they just slapped us in the face a whole bunch of times, with especially that
smoked on that
forsaken. What was that called? That stock again?
It's out of my mind. I don't even want to hear the name anymore.
I don't even want to talk about it. It was it was disaster. It was absolute disaster.
What a disaster! I thought that was going to 750. I was like,
it did. It went great, and then
man,
right to the downside.
I thought, like, I was thinking halt up 680. Opens like $7 and then we get 750. I was ready for it. I was so excited. That was going to be the next halter on the day for me.
Adrian wants us to play cards. He's like, just pass the time playing cards.
Maybe,
forget about punching into positions here. It's not worth it. Yeah, honestly, you might be right. And I know, like, a lot of people do that. Like, when Arun's here, he'll start watching Netflix. He'll start learning Spanish. And then, you know, you kind of occupy your time so that you don't FOMO into any dumb trades. Anyway.
Yeah, that's probably the way to operate, especially when the volume is so light. Interestingly, AI is catching a
What is
bid.
that one up doing? Really, eh?
AI is catching a bit of a bid off the bottom here. So
Okay.
kind of double bottom here at 24.67 random price, or 24.65. And then cracks back above that 25, and now we're kind of looking at the next level. So maybe AI gets a retracement to VWAP. I don't think that there's any news on this one. Just kind of a little bit of short covering. The short interest was 30%. I imagine the short interest has increased substantially today based on
you
this
have to
accounting
assume.
fraud news.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe just a little short covering. I mean, you get this $10 move off of 35. I'm kind of laughing with that if I'm day trading. So
fantastic.
expected little bounce here. Maybe we crack 26 and make a move to VWAP. I kind of doubt it today. I imagine there's quite a few sellers in this name today. If you were swinging off that, like those 20 bottoms from the past few weeks, if I pull up the daily, if you're like swinging from here, I mean, you're probably stopping out today if there's fraud news. AI, you know, I'm probably looking back down to here now on AI
easily.
if I'm looking at going long.
Is that the daily?
Yeah, that's the daily chart. I mean, we had this beautiful run up, and then
that's sad.
yeah, news has to come out today. I was looking long on AI today before this news came out, and I see it flushing pre-market. I'm like, what? I guess this is just like normal long taking profit, but no, that was
that's a big boy move. Yeah,
that was a huge move down, and yeah, probably looking for continuation tomorrow on AI. Yeah,
Gary
nasty
Houston.
fraud news.
Gary Houston wants to know, does IBKR allow you to set up hotkeys for their Pro workstation? Yes. It's quite simple to do. I'm going to show you how to do it real quick here, okay? So I have a trading screen. So this is my scanning screen, my watch list screen, my trading screen down here. And the way I've set it up, level 2, tape, the stock window to kind of show me everything about the particular equity. There's an order entry window, a news catalyst, a news screen, a watch list, and then 3 charts, 1, 15, or 5, and then daily. Okay, so the way that I do it is I set up hotkeys for the chart. So then the way to do it is to go chart parameters. Oh, no, not that, sorry. You go File, Global Configuration, and then you go to Charts right here on the side. Let me just, can you move my head from the picture so they can see the left side? If that'd be great. There we go. And then you go Chart Trader, hotkeys right there. And then you have your buy hotkey, your sell hotkey, and the way to do it is you go click on it, you click configure, and then you record the hotkey that you want here. So let's just say I'll do Shift B. So you click record, Shift B, it records it for you, then you go into customize, and then you put like your default size, like, so I always want to punch in 100 shares. And my order type will be a limit. Pardon me? There's 100,000 shares on the offer of AI right now, and Neil's telling me that, so I'll have to get back to this one after. I hope that helped. I basically showed you the entire procedure right there. So, Gary, I hope that helped you. But yeah, let's just bring in the AI. Can you go to that one real quick? You got it there,
I got it right here. We got 863. They hit it for a bit, so that is a real offer, you would presume. Maybe the break of this provides a little bit of upside. That's that's a lot of shares on the offer randomly on AI, and they're hitting it right now. I'm going to get long.
Wow.
So I'm long for the break on AI. If this takes back that 70 level, I will be out. Let's see if this thing can start moving. AI, lots of buying, lots of buying. This is SSR, so nobody can short it on the bid. That's why you're seeing all of this green tape.
Yeah.
Here's a little bit of selling coming in, but still green. Let's see if we can take out 25.80 and then move back up to 26. If this prints 69, I will be out for sure. But yeah, AI a little bit bullish right now. Let's see if we can get this move back to VWAP. That would be an afternoon long for me. Come on, AI, break that 80.
Yeah, it's really
Let's get towards 26.
Here it comes.
Starting to print 80 a little bit of size there. So people definitely still trying to short this name, but now we have size on the bid. Maybe we get this pump. I don't know, not looking great yet. Let's see where AI goes.
Here it comes.
There
what
we
a
go.
move
All right,
up, bro.
20 cents in the money on AI, 25 cents. Gonna start to get out here.
Money, 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 money.
Some selling coming in finally,
Good
but
trade, Max.
yeah, let's see where this goes. AI starting to catch a bid. Come on, fill me. Fills me there on the profit taker.
Here you go.
Next stop, 25.20, I believe.
Oh,
I
baby.
will offer. Let's see.
Good call, Neil.
Yeah, shout out to Neil for this one. There's another 1,000 lots at that 26 level, so maybe that's the indicator to take some more profit here. I don't want to be getting in front of 1,000 lots. I don't know, they had 1,000 to buy before. I don't know if they have the juice to buy 1,000 more. We'll keep monitoring this. Going to keep managing it. Beautiful trade on AI. Little scalp off of that size.
Monster. Good continuation there. And like the thing is, there's so much room to the upside here. So if you get a squeeze, it's going to really go. 26, the obvious level here. Rejecting off that level. Let's just bring in the AI screen. There we go. Having a look here, 26, definitely the level rejecting off, but size showing up there. We don't have much time on this show. We got 10 seconds left, but I'm sure the guys will be looking on this move on AI. I don't know if it's going to continue. It's down 23.5 percentage points on the day off the hit piece that came out earlier today. It's been real. It was a day of bamboozlement for me anyway, right?
Me too.
Didn't trade that well, these big cappers. Hopefully tomorrow is a better day and a newer day. It's been awesome. Again, good to be back on the show. And we're going to send you up to Brendo. He's at the big desk. He's going to take you into the close.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a pretty exciting afternoon here. We are back to the downside, however, back in negative territory to head into the final couple of hours. But pretty interesting day as far as individual movement is concerned. We'll touch on everything we were discussing this morning.